What's up, y'all? Welcome to another night of LPL English. Oh, we got to get you all focused up there. Hang on.
What's going on? What's going on?
Get the camera unblurified.
Hello,
I don't even
hello.
know if that's a word. Oh, okay. Put your fist up to it. Maybe that'll refocus it. And then slowly bring it back. Damn, K-Man's just blurry.
Yeah,
well,
we got it.
It's okay. We'll be able to fix that later down the road. But what's important, y'all, is that we have two exciting series going to be coming your way in just a few. Starting with our first series of the night, it's another Nirvana banger between Oh My God and LGD. And before we kick things off further, let's go ahead and get to our standings, as it's your boy Rafa and K-Man on the broadcast. And whenever we get together in the booth, we always are treated to something special. But the past few days, there have been some exciting results that have happened, not just in Group Nirvana, of course, but also in Group Ascend.
It's been a very exciting last couple of days, Rafa. It's been a really fun run of form here in the LPL, and I can't wait for this one. You talked about both Group Ascend and Group Nirvana being, pretty wide open. We're just getting into the thick of things when it comes to Group Nirvana. We're starting everything up now, so these games at the start with single round robin, they mean a ton, and that means you can't really waste a lot of time at the start of the split.
Yep, every series does truly count for the ones in Group Nirvana, whereas our brothers in Group Ascend, yes, series still count, but they have the pleasure of a double round robin, so if they don't get it on the first time, well, they have a chance to get revenge on their opponents the second time around later in the season. But for our first series tonight, as we said before, LGD taking on OMG. This will be their first series of our regular season here in Split 2, so let's go ahead and see who's starting on those lineups. Starting for LGD, on one side of Summoner's Rift, we still got Birdall in the top lane, Hung in the jungle, Tongyuan in the mid lane, Xiaoye, and YCX as that bot lane duo.
LGD definitely making some changes here, but keeping most of their roster from the winter split. Very excited to see, obviously, the jungle mid back. They were the strength of this team throughout a majority of the beginning of the year, and they really started to develop some nice chemistry after not having the best appearances in their previous stops. So very excited to see them get another chance here down in Nirvana. But we've got a new face up on the top side. I say new face, but it's going to be a decently familiar face to LGD fans up on the top side with Birdall that I'm very excited to see re-debut here today.
That's right, no more Salsa, but we have Birdall, who the last time that Birdall was in the LPL, it actually was on this LGD roster, which is quite funny to see him return to his former flame. But for those that don't know Birdall, this guy has had a very journeyman-esque path. A lot of people, well, I don't know if a lot of people, because I just kind of coined this parallel, but I look at him as like Summit, where he started off with a super promising career and was on a very talented team, or a couple teams to begin with, briefly on Gen G, then on Damwon Kia. I think this was before the D plus Kia brand. This was just DWG. And then of course Live Sandbox. But then once he left Korea, it seemed like afterwards, Birdall was just kind of hopping here and there and all around the world.
Yeah, Birdall, a top laner that showed a lot of promise at the beginning of his career. He's never really been able to find a spot to really kind of plant the flag in. It's been a bit of a, as you said, a journeyman career for him, but he's shown a lot of games where he can show up and really make a difference, be this big impact, especially in the 1v1s in lane. If you're not familiar with Birdall, get excited, because you're going to see some of the best games you've ever seen and the worst games you've ever seen. It's just kind of what Birdall brings. That's the Group Nirvana action that we're looking for, Rafa, and I think he brings that energy in its absolute fullest.
Birdall is going to be ready to flip some games, and in a top lane meta that we are experiencing right now, I would love to see Birdall try and throw down the gauntlet with some of those top lane carries. I know his Camille is definitely one that I remember a lot fondly, especially during his earlier days when he was breaking out over in LCK. So we'll see if that he can find an angle, since Camille hasn't really been seen a lot yet in top lane, just because some of the tanks and the other carries are just much more dominant, especially when Bessa seems to still kind of run the show as the premier carry top laner at this moment. But their opponents on the other side of Summoner's Rift is going to be Oh My God, aka OMG, the guys in that orange creamsicle beautiful color scheme. Hurry in the top lane, Rio in the jungle, Hai Chao in the mid lane, and then Star and Moham at the bottom lane duo.
OMG, I mean, this is our first look at them after, you know, what some would consider a miracle run, we'll say, in the winter split, having beaten EDG, almost gotten themselves into Group Ascend, one series away. They're not quite able to do it, so they're back down here in Nirvana, but the progress, the growth that this org and these players showed at the beginning of the year is astounding, and they're looking to build upon that. This isn't a team that's just looking to survive relegation. This is a team that's genuinely looking to try to get themselves into the playoffs and do what they couldn't do in the first split and get themselves into Group Ascend by the end of the split.
And the funny thing about OMG and LGD in particular is that both of these guys kind of got us excited in Demacia Cup when they both made a run to the quarterfinals. Then in Split 1, we were a little bit like, okay, yeah, there's a reason why they're kind of like Group Nirvana teams. They're still piecing some things together. Hai Chao either gives us some insane highs or insane lows. But when Rio came in, we were like, who's this guy? He's a jungle sub, and he is playing over Juhan. Shouldn't Juhan be the guy who is a world champion, be giving, oh my god, a lot more success? And then the craziest series where OMG play against EDG in Knights Rivals. You and I were like, we were doubting this guy. We were like, okay, EDG know that this guy has only shown a very, very limited champion pool. They're going to ban him out early. He's going to run out of champions super quick. What has he got? Locks in Zac, 4th pick. We're excited about the champion in the first place, but we're not excited that it's into Trundle and Lulu. And we both were very, very sure that this guy was going to get Omega gapped and run into a lot of problems. You proved us wrong, K-Man.
I was sitting there the entire cast going, small champion pool. He's got all his champions banned out. What has he got left? Pulls out the Zac into Trundle Lulu, like you pointed out. Early game, it might have looked kind of suspect in terms of how things went. He gets to the late game, one massive engage on Zac later. The game is over. OMG win that series. They're moving on. You know, that was a big defining moment for this organization. And if he's going to be able to have that kind of impact on these games, I mean, that's what changed OMG. Not to, you know, drag down too much of what happened in the winter split. Juhan was here as the starting jungler for most of that split. It was looking pretty bad. Rio came in and really salvaged a lot, and now we're just really excited to see what can happen now with a full split of this guy in the jungle.
Yeah, Rio continues to surprise us and really impress us with every single performance that he pulls out. Yes, they did end up losing to IG and missing out on a Group Ascend placement as well as a playoffs appearance, which maybe we weren't expecting them to really do much damage in playoffs to begin with, but we are definitely excited about this particular player in specific because when we look at last year, for example, some of the players that were in a Group Nirvana team and now have made their way to top teams in Group Ascend where they are seeing much more success. RNG comes to mind as a team that, like OMG, got relegated at the end of Split 2, but then two of those players now find themselves on JDG, respectively, with Xiaoshu, who has now seen his first international appearance as well as his first finals appearance, and Jachi, who is now on an IG roster that, well, I think it still needs some time to cook, but they're already off to a pretty hot start, which is the surprising part of it all.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, having success in Group Nirvana can change a lot, and success matters a lot for this OMG team. We might have some different definitions of success for OMG coming out of this, because you're looking at our Nirvana rankings right now, and Rafa, I'm seeing a very interesting team at the top of yours.
I see Rio play like that, and it's only his like first 2 or 3 series in, and I feel like this guy has got mad potential. And I have OMG at the top only because of him, and I believe in this guy a lot. As with more playing time and more stage games, I feel like even if he doesn't stay with OMG, I just want to see this guy get into Group Ascend, or at least on another team that can punch their way into Group Ascend, or already start in on that topper side of the of the table here in LPL. But I know that many people who have been watching the show as long as I've been on it so far know that I was a big EDG enthusiast when Perukia came in, and they might be flaming me that I have them at third. Well, Perukia is not starting on this roster anymore, guys. And while I did give the whole big shilling about them in Summer Split, my love for them and my fandom for them really came from Perukia being on the roster. And if he's not starting, my fandom kind of dips down a lot. And with Lee still on that roster, I'm not gonna lie, that like until that guy locks in consistently, I'm super suspect, and I'm just really upset that EDG thinks Perukia is the problem. But you know, that's another show and another story. But what I'm curious about, K-Man, is what are your hesitancies on OMG and why you're not putting them up there with me?
Right now, I just need to see it happen over the course of an entire split. They looked awesome throughout the last week and then throughout the play-ins. We've gotten a great 2 or 3 best of 3 series from OMG. If that can be translated to an entire split, that's great. I think my holdup on Rio is that while the Zac worked out and maybe proved us wrong in the play-in stage, I think there is some concern that champion pool will be an issue for him moving forward, and that with the book out a little bit more on what he likes to do in the early game, there are ways to take advantage of him a little bit more. Also, I think that there just naturally is some concern that topside, you know, with Harry or support with Moham, these are positions that I think some would consider weak links for this team, and obviously they have the potential to step up, but they're going to have to go out and prove over an entire split, now with an even better group Nirvana than last split, that they're better than just barely scraping their way into the play-in series. They're going to have to be a genuinely good team here.
Well, this would not be the first time that after seeing very limited data on an exciting rookie prospect, that I'm now seemingly all in on them being super great for the entirety of the split. And I wasn't necessarily right about EDG making it to Worlds, since that was like my whole like they're gonna go all the way to 4th seed at the very least, and they didn't even make it past the second round of playoffs, which happens. They got 1-2 Cancuned, but you know what? It was still a fun run at the end of the day, and I'm not gonna go ahead and say, oh yeah, OMG makes it to playoffs 100%. But I think they're going to be the best team in Nirvana at this rate. And it's just all banking on Rio being insanely good and just being able to level up. Now, let's shift the conversation over to mid lane, because that is one of the kind of the constants and one of the most important things for junglers in this meta to rely on. Because while we do talk about like top lane carry agency being a lot more apparent in this meta, I think both of these junglers really depend on Dongyuan and Haichao respectively to be able to collapse to them and support them in order to be able to carry out the things they want to do in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, these two mid laners were honestly the keys to these two teams in the previous split in terms of unlocking everything on the map for both of them. You know, both of them were really looked down upon in a sense at the beginning of the year. I know that, you know, Tong Yuan was not exactly the most prized mid laner coming off of, again, an RNG run where he ends up getting relegated the year before. Haichao as well, you know, in a spot where he doesn't play particularly well, and, you know, obviously has a little bit of a bad run on LNG, a team that doesn't do great in the summer split. Both of them had a ton to prove in terms of what they were in winter, and I think both of them proved it. Mid lane was actually pretty strong in Group Nirvana. You have players like Saber as well that were really making it, Bulldog, you know, making a name for themselves. I think basically every Group Nirvana matchup was interesting in the mid lane, and it kind of forged a very interesting conversation where if you are able to kind of get that shove and roam and help your jungler, I mean, the map is yours. You can control tempo, and both of these teams have shown the ability to do that. LGD's mid-jungle duo in particular really impressed me at the start of the year, and I'm really hopeful they can keep that up.
Yeah, and a lot of the champ pool and meta for mid laner really does excel in both Dongyuan and Haichao's hands at the moment. Both of these guys have pretty solid rises. I think Dongyuan kind of edges out Haichao in terms of proficiency on the champion, but Haichao's Ahri is really, really powerful. And if you want to go for something super skirmish heavy and just try to blow open the map off of one item, you give something like a Pantheon or a Vi over to Rio this game, and you have the potency for being able to just completely destroy bot lane and set up Starry for success, which is the other key about this roster that I think is still an exciting prospect. Before Rio came onto the scene for this team and we were kind of struggling to see Juhan work any of that world champion magic with this squad, we were just like, dude, Starry is just jailed, man. Get this guy on a better team. But now that there seems to be some firepower in the jungle role and he works way better with Haichao than Juhan did, there's definitely some hope in these three members.
I think it's a great way to put it, Rafa. Sorry, honestly, like, Rio's getting a lot of the attention from us, rightfully so, you know, changing the dichotomy of the team as a whole. Let's not forget who popped off in that game 4 that ended that series versus EDG. It was Starry that came out and dominated. Starry was player of the series in the play-in series. So this is somebody that you really have to watch out for, a homegrown star here with the OMG Academy team, you know, kind of coming through this system and really being a success story, even going as far back as 2024. You know, we've been seeing this guy perform at a decently high level. You talked about someone like Jachi before that was given some opportunities down on lower teams that eventually got a call up. Even someone like Leave was in a similar situation on EDG for a bit of time. There is a real pathway for this position. Awesome, another player that where you can rise, you can go up in terms of the ranking ladders here. Starry has the talent to be one of the better AD carries in the entire league, and if he can really start to put that together and even carry this team in terms of their game plan and their skill set and where they want to put their resources, I think he could be the kind of player that you have to watch out for, potentially being maybe even the best in this entire group.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be the first time that OMG has sent a homegrown talent from Academy to Tier 1 on their org to eventually finding Greater Heights, aka Cream, back in the day, who is now on top esports. But we get to finally get into draft between OMG and LGD for Game 1. Right from the get-go, OMG are paying respect to not only, of course, the Orianna, which is kind of just like a perma ban or a very high priority ban in a lot of games, but Ryze in particular, as we mentioned, Tongyuan just too proficient on that champion.
Ryze in particular, you have to take away. You're right with the Orianna. One thing I'm really going to be looking at is Vi first pick here. Both of these teams love to play champions like that. I think Vi would fit into the idea really well. Vi is up. Notably, Rumble also available here, something that's been really highly prioritized. That could give either of these top laners a pretty easy laning phase that they can transition well into the late game. That's going to be the lock-in, but again, it leaves jungle mid priority for OMG, which I think they're going to be pretty happy to have.
Oh, I love this from Rio. And by banning the Nocturne preemptively, you set yourself up to make sure that they don't get the pseudo counterpick in Nocturne. It's not necessarily a champion that outright beats Pantheon in a lot of skirmishes early on, but just the ability to cloak the map in darkness with paranoia prevents Pantheon from being able to confidently match any roam on the side lane in time wherever Nocturne goes, because of course you don't know what's happening when you go ulting in, and by the time you get there, the team fight might have already been lost. But quick lock-ins from LGD. There was a hover with that Vi. Hung goes for the Nefiri, a little bit extra damage, and with the Aurora locked in as well, that prevents any Aurora top lane counter picks here for Harry.
I mean, it's a great takeaway, but this is a very, very different look to LGD than what we got in the Winter Split. Hung has 0 games of Nefiri so far in 2026, and obviously Tongyuan, kind of known for Ryze and Talia and Ahri, these shove and roam types of champions. This is going to be a much, much more mid-jungle focused draft for LGD. They have a very aggressive comp right now, and it's certainly being met with backline aggression with that Mbessa getting locked onto the other side. Presumably as the answer to Rumble, that with the Pantheon lock-in, we kind of know that it's probably not going into the jungle. So 2 comps that definitely want to fight as early and as often as possible. We do get the respect ban towards Xiaoya, though, with the Draven.
Always got to be careful of Xiaoya's Draven whenever he is on the Rift, and even if you try to pinch out the AD carry pool, the way that LGD is lining up their composition right now, when you have something like a Nefiri, you don't want to have to play the map super early. Obviously, Nefiri has strong damage to bring to ganks if the setups are made for her, since she doesn't bring any setup. She's just a very binary type of assassin. She goes in, she blows you up. If she doesn't, well, she has one escape tool with the W, and that's it. But if LGD are kind of setting this up, they need priority in their lanes. They need to make sure that they are winning. And I love that OMG are also taking away the Ashe as well, because neither Ashe or Seraphine was really focused in those first 3 picks or bans here.
Really interesting because Starry and Moham were really early on the Ashe Seraphine trend. They've actually been playing this duo for a lot longer than it's been really popular, so I'm not surprised to see them early pick the Varus because it's just so strong, but definitely interesting to see them go, hey, we might want to play that later on in the series, so we're going to take that away. We don't want to give that up to you. They ban out a lot of the macro threats, and it's going to be a Zoe lock-in for Haichao. We've seen this a couple of times this year over in the LCK, which is really exciting, but pairing this up with the Pantheon, you're not safe anywhere on the map with these two roaming around.
I just love that Zoe is popping up more now that we have a lot of Ezreals and even Jaces popping back into the meta. Not necessarily in jungle anymore. They've nerfed his overall power in jungle so that he can't clear it as efficiently, but just going into the top lane, poke comps and siege comps are a real like terror to try and play against. And the fact that Haichao has a Zoe prepped for this series makes me super excited. Bard comes as the final lock-in for OMG, so Moham now has some playmaking ability to try and look for primary engage, to not only set up Ambessa ultis, Chain of Corruptions, Sleepy Trouble Bubbles on top of it as well, and it should be a lot easier for Rio to sail on in. But on the other side for LGD, Yunar and Lulu get locked in. So K-Man, what's your read on how LGD can try and meld this composition together?
I like the comp from LGD. I mean, the later you go, the more inevitable this becomes. You cannot run into Nefiri, Yunara, Rumble, Aurora with a Lulu. Like, that is going to be incredibly difficult to have to fight into. You have so many different ways to peel off of your hyper carry, whoever it ends up being in the back end of the game, whoever gets the gold. That OMG kind of feel like they're on a clock in a sense, but that clock is set at their own pace. You have Pantheon, you have Zoe, you have Bard. You have so many tools to roam around the map and be able to make whatever play you want. I'm really excited for this one because OMG are going to get to control basically every part of the early game, but if they don't make the most of it, LGD could be in a very scary position by the end of the game.
LGD are going to be praying that OMG are feeling a little more vegan and less cannibalistic when it comes to how fast they are setting the pace of the game and how many camps they're willing to drop just to get in the face of their opposition. This is the first series between OMG and LGD of the entire Realist season. Let's hit Summoner's Rift and see how the story unfolds. Where are my Gyos?
I know. I was waiting. We're unfortunately we might not be getting any Gyos, but what we do have is some trading early on in the laning phase, and you know I love some early mid lane trading in the laning phase. That's exactly what I'm here for. We'll have to watch and see how aggressive these supports want to play at level 1. There is a chance that Bard and Lulu might just want to trade some summoners down here early.
Listen, I know that it's 2 Nirvana teams and it might be a byproduct of them might not being super popular, but if we get no Gyos again, K-Man, I think it's just on us to supply the Gyos in game 2. Now check this out. Rio did start on his Raptors, and he's trying to pull the red buff over. Hong is trying to see if he can look for an early invade with his smite up. Notices that the red buff is gone, but he doesn't realize that he went for Raptors. Now realizing it, Hong is like, oh, he must be on his Krugs. Can he get there in time? Oh, he smited the wrong one. He got the little baby one.
Yeah, that is
it's
nightmare for Hong.
Yeah.
Oh, Rio avoids disaster there, and Hong's going to be set behind at least a little bit here. But overall, I mean, not too bad of a play. We've seen some pretty, chaotic level 1s, level 2s, we'll just say, in the jungle as of late. So both junglers being able to get out with their lives, I think, is generally an okay trade considering how things started. But Hong is definitely going to be further behind. The XP gap is going to matter a lot once we get closer and closer to that level 4 and those crabs spawning.
Yeah, this is... I'm not sure what Hong's read was for the beginning of the game, Obviously, you're not trying to contest Pantheon on Raptors, so he probably didn't want to start his own Raptors because of that threat. And maybe he thought that Rio was going to go for something aggressive so that he could try and look into the other side of the jungle. But by doing Wolves as Nefiri, you don't clear that level 1 camp nearly as fast as Pantheon. And it takes so much time to walk through, traverse over the wall, and then by the time he figures it out, it definitely feels like a big waste. Hong is effectively behind 1 camp. He does have smite advantage, and he does secure the crab. So we'll kind of salvage a little bit, but now that he doesn't have smite and Rio knows this, he's going to try to see if he can get any information. Notice that it's a red buff. Be a little too long for him to contest, so he's just going to go for the other crab and try to get some information on Hong's camps on the blue quadrant.
Yeah, honestly, this really isn't all that bad for Hong, although pings are going down. I don't know if they want to give this crab over. We are really seeing some action early on. YCX making his way here, the inside track made by Hong. We could get a 2v2 fight right now.
Xiaoya cannot move, though. Sari is able to push the wave back and is contesting him. You can see that there's constant communication between bot lane and jungle and being able to relay, hey, can you move? No, yes, maybe so. And at the end of the day, the push and pull, patience is rewarded for Rio at the end. Hong will still have some camps to be able to return to. He's got respawn wolves to play to. So, pretty back and forth jungle pathing. But I will say, KMM, as a jungle main, it is so exciting to see jungle be a lot more fluid and adaptive rather than just full clear reset, full clear reset, full clear reset. Oh my god, Bertle, solo kill under the tower? Okay, Bertle, first game back in the LPL, and he makes a statement, pushing Harry in and taking first blood.
Welcome back, Bertle. That is the player that I remember in terms of the crazy flippy plays. We set this up in the pre-show, Rafa. You're going to get some of the best and some of the worst that you've ever seen. Bertle's saying, hey, you gave me Rumble in my first game back in the LPL. You better believe I'm going to try and carry this one. He gets that kill on the top side. He's able to complete those tier 2 boots very early on. I'm super excited to see what they can do with this lead. Hong obviously a little bit behind, but now he's got a very clear side to play for if he can go back top. Obviously, giving the kill back over isn't super ideal with that Hex Drinker now done for Harry, but still a very, very nice advantage for that Rumble to be able to get that first blood.
It's going to set up potentially an angle for Hong to now play through topside now that Harry is going to be down one less escape tool in that flash. Public execution and equalizer now available for both of these top laners, so we'll see if it becomes a hotspot for both Rio and Hong. But with Rio clearing these top camps, and I still want to emphasize the fact that OMG kind of on a timer with how many scaling factors are on LGD's side, mostly in this Nefiri as well as the Yunara Lulu. I imagine that Rio might just have to abandon top lane and just try and give Starry and Moham the upper advantage here.
That's definitely got to be my plan here as well. My big concern here for LGD is that they're not going to utilize their mid-game pressure well, but it's kind of okay, because again, we talked about them scaling. This is a situation where, I was going to bring this up with Hong earlier, kind of okay that those plays don't always go your way in the early game, because you have this luxury where, as long as you're not completely bleeding out, you could feel comfortable being down a little bit going into the late game. For you to be able to find that kill early just gives you the flexibility of saying, hey, maybe we do want to play for bot lane, maybe we do want to put our resources down there early. So, we'll see. I mean, we're actually going to fight right now.
Oh, Rio was trying to fight for the second crab, but didn't have mid collapsing first, so Hong takes the kill onto the Pantheon. Bertle collapses in. Harry's able to trade one back onto the dogs, so neither of these junglers are going to hit level 6 yet. It was quite bloody at the end of the day, and the fact that both supports managed to sneak all the way up to the top side just goes to show how cataclysmic this battle between both of the junglers is determining the series outcome.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were able to sneak up. Look at the vision coverage on the map right now, Rafa. It's not very good, so definitely a nice play to be made. It's really important to get gold onto this Nefiri. LGD are going to feel pretty comfortable with this trade. I think the more you go even in this early game, the better it is for you, but with Grub spawning in 45 seconds, the question now is, with those resources put on the top side, how much do you want to utilize them? We see Hong on the bottom side, trying to protect his bot lane in case of a potential Pantheon dive here. So many of those ultimates burned. See exactly how they might want to use it. Moham's got to be careful in this area.
Still has flash available. Magical Journey is a wonderful thing. Xiaoya pops the ultimate just to get some lane pressure and force prio in this bot lane. Dragon might be an objective that LGD try to look for, but with Rio showing on the bot side of the map, Hung is going to call it off, and might just be a give and a reset angle for this bot lane.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, again, just slowing the pace of the game down, not really worrying too much. Grubs have now spawned onto the map. We see the pings coming down. We already got a fight on top river. I would not be surprised if we got another one here. You know, Hong's going to feel pretty confident with the pickaxe that he's able to complete. Question is, can Tong Yuan actually be able to assist in this? Haichao might be the first target, but so difficult to catch out as Zoe. This is the benefit of this pick as well. Basically impossible for Hong to be able to punish this in the early game, and just gives Rio so much more priority to go ahead and start up on these grubs.
With that being the play, LGD can now look to try and start up this dragon. They know that the control ward is in the pit, so OMG have full information. Oh, Rio takes one, maybe just looks with Grand Starfall and for the collapse. I like this adaptation on the play. Chain of Corruptions. Actually, not Chain of Corruptions, it's Sleeping Trouble Bubble. Rio sends it on to YCX, and the rest of OMG are there to back him up. Did he take the dragon too? Yes, sir! And the Magical Journey to escort the low health numbers out of the fight. OMG Haichao gonna try to continue on the play. Looks for the bubble. Haichao, oh, just a little bit of HP left on Xiaoya's health bar, but Haichao is able to pick up Tong Yuan, and a great response by OMG.
That's the OMG I remember from the end of the last split. They're not going to give anything over. You know, we want grubs, but we don't want you to have dragon. We're not letting you have that for free. We're going to contest every single bit of this, and LGD never see it coming. So much damage going down on YCX early on into this fight that he has to burn ult on himself, and the Lulu goes down anyways from the flanking Varus. Never something you really want to hear. At this point, there's no defensive tools available for LGD, and with the carry still so healthy, you got plenty of tools to be able to fight. Again, a big benefit of this Zoe is that you have so much combat power. Unfortunately, Xiaoya gonna be able to escape there. Haichao not able to land the critical Q, but I don't think they're gonna care too much. They're walking out of this with a 2k gold lead. They got all the grubs. They got the dragon because Rio landed the smite. This is a fantastic start to the game for OMG.
You talked about how OMG needed to be able to press that acceleration pedal in the early stages of the game. And I just like that OMG recognize, guys, we have really strong champions at this stage of the game. They're giving us an opportunity to fight. We cannot waste this window. And just making the call to drop the rest of the grubs, use your global tools, make the collapse happen, and just trust. Because you could argue that like the setup for OMG may not have not been the safest, since a majority of the LGD members were already grouped up in there, but just trusting in the execution gets them the overall win. Now, gold lead wise, it's just under 2,000, so it's not demoralizing for LGD. It's not irrecoverable. They just need to be able to get to that stage of the game and make sure that there's no further bleeding.
Agreed, you can't bleed out here. The biggest problem that they have right now is the 2 kills on Zoe. They have to make sure to not exacerbate that problem specifically, because that's where things can start to get a lot more problematic in terms of trying to check these areas. Look at the vision coverage on the bottom side from OMG. They have full control over the bottom side of the map, and they are using it to push out LGD's bot lane. I mean, this is a Yunara Lulu that cannot even farm. That is a big win condition for LGD, set very far behind. And it's Starry on the other end who's getting so many of these plates and able to collect so much gold for the side of OMG to even grow their lead in the mid game here. Xiaoya walking up.
Oh, wait, that's a lot of damage. Wow, 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 wow. Xiaoya forced to pop the ulti just to be able to fend Moham off with the empowered W. I'm really surprised that Rio didn't commit to staying on the dive. I thought like they could have just sent it, but I'm imagining that Rio is probably saying in comms, I need to go. I can't stay here for too long because I don't know how many camps Hung is taking from me on the top side. And even if this is good for you guys, I need to make sure that I'm not letting the Fury get back in the game, because anywhere Rio is not and doesn't have Grand Starfall, that's always an angle for Hung to recover LGD back from their game state.
That is perfectly fair. You never really want to let this Neferi get out of control. You already have a big lead on the bot side, like we said, with all of those plates collected and all the gold going over to Starry here. It's not just Haichao now that has a big lead. It's a 1.5k gold lead for Starry on the bot side as well. Yomu's completed as we get some trading in the mid lane here. He's going to land the bubble. Oh, ult pop just to be able to disengage that situation. Haichao looking fantastic on a champion that very was aggressively picked in this draft. It's really working out for them right now.
Yeah. And now it just comes down to how well he can continue using it outside of lane. I think that was always one of the funny things that Cubby, who we know is a big fan of Haichao for all the true LPL fans here, at least of LPL English. He loves his laning phase. He just makes decisions in the mid and late game that sometimes can be super questionable. But what's not questionable is OMG forcing this play onto Xiaoye, who still does not have flash, and Haichao picks up his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, something tells me that Zoe Varus Burst doesn't feel very good for Yunara, especially Yunara, who has yet to complete an item. Starry taking down that turret. This is a demolition on the bottom side of the map for OMG. It's fantastic map movements, and they don't even need the Pantheon to do it. They're controlling the map without even utilizing the ultimate. They still have that tool available, and we're 20 seconds away from a dragon that is going to be massive. If OMG continue to stack these, that takes away another piece for LGD to start getting themselves back into the game, and it gives even more stats over to OMG. Look at the gold difference. The carries are online, and they're ready to take over.
Exactly. And yes, while Hung has a little bit of an advantage over Rio, they've been able to put enough investment into both this Haichao and Starry sniper artillery backline setup that any objective that LGD try to contest, they had to brute force their way through bubbles, paddle stars, and piercing arrows. And if they walk too far, Chain of Corruption, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, yeah, good night for you.
I mean, you can't set up around these objectives at all. Like, OMG are going to have full vision control, and if you're walking blind, I mean, you already said it. Like, it's doomed. There's no way to be able to get back. Look at Haichao. He's already threatening so much, and he's only going to get stronger. This dragon is completely free for them, and this will only get worse. One thing that this is really going to exacerbate, YCX has been criticized in the past for some of his vision control in the mid game. It's going to be paramount that he tries to get as much done as possible here on the Lulu, or this game is going to spiral out of control incredibly quickly.
It's definitely going to be his responsibility, but I also don't envy his position to try and scout for vision as an enchanter when he has to make sure he's not getting scattered out by a random Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Fog of War, or worse, Bard setup from Cosmic Binding, Tempered Fate. Haichao, though, might get ganked here, immediately pops the barrier, and just walks away. And it looks like Birdall is going to have to now give up this lane over to Tong Yuan, as Moham is here for backup and providing some necessary vision control for Haichao.
Yeah, Moham doing a good job moving around the map. It feels like basically everywhere that LGD have looked to make plays the Bard is there to answer. This is the kind of map impact that you need to have on this champion, and Hong might be the next target.
It's jumped on by Rio. Still has his W available to avoid any further damage. Just takes a quick hop backwards, and he's totally fine. You know, I never realized this, K-Man, but Bard is very annoying for Neferi because that Cosmic Binding will proc on both you and your little pack mates. It's the one time where you are betrayed by your little dogs, because it's so good at being able to block skill shots, but that one interaction in particular, not so beneficial.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel very good to get stunned by your own kind. You definitely want to make sure that you're trying to keep your allies on your side and have them not be used against you. Hong, you know, was in a decent spot at the start of this game, is technically still up 400 gold. That's despite the fact that you have 4 assists on the other side. He's done a good job to be able to keep up and actually take the lead here in terms of CS, if very briefly, but a lot is going to be on his shoulders and on Birdle's shoulders. We highlighted Birdle, the new player coming back here for LGD. This Rumble is still in a pretty good position to be able to take over. You're not looking at the tankiest comp in the world on the other side. If you're able to stay relatively untouched, that equalizer and just generally standing in the middle of the enemy team can still cause a lot of chaos at the end, and you just need to buy a little bit of time.
Talking about trying to set up something on Asari, pops both his flash, and did I see a barrier? What was it? Oh, is the locket shield. I was like,
Yeah.
This guy took TP. That's not possible. Oh, repeat visit.
Oh.
Flashing from Xiaoye. Nicely done. And they even get the Mikhail's cleanse to make sure that he is not tagged under tower by that chain of corruptions.
There we go. That's what I mean. Utilize this Rumble ultimate. Start taking people down. This champion is incredibly strong, and Bertle is in a good spot. That's how you capitalize on, you know, your strength on the map and get gold into the right pocket. This time going into Yunara. Haichao is going to get a lot for it on the top side with this tower going down, but you have to get gold somewhere, even if it means sacrificing. OMG are going to be fine with this trade. 2k gold lead on the Zoe at this point, but, you know, this Yunara is eventually going to become a bit of a problem for them.
Definitely on LGD to make sure that they are finding ways back in the game and stalling it out so that OMG just don't run away with this one. Getting ahead of the curve now that Starry is still without a flash going into this third dragon fight. Still going to be a little difficult for LGD to brute force their way through the choke points against all the poke. However, if you are able to find Starry and pinch him in a choke point with this Rumble ulti, then you can at least try and make plays with picks and just try and diminish that gold lead as much as possible. We'll take a look at quick item spikes coming online. Haichao still biggest man on campus here with 2 items. Ludens and of course the Rage with the Proto Belt rages on, even on someone like Zoe.
Yeah, one of the things I was actually really excited for with that play is I thought Yunara might have that second item done for this dragon fight. Xiaoye backed and did not have that full second item. That is actually a really massive miss. I thought the kill would be enough in order to get that gold, but with Starry having those 2 items completed, dragon spawning in under a minute here, this is sole point for OMG, and once again, thank you observers, no vision on the map here for LGD. They're walking in blind into Zoe Varus. This is a nightmare scenario, and they're down in resources.
YCX eventually wins the vision war on that specific bush. That's one little piece of light that LGD can try and find their way back in through this jungle. But the rest of it, complete darkness. And with Haichao constantly proccing bubbles over the wall.
Oh no.
That forces the Mikhails out of YCX. And Rio's going to send it. Maybe a little too ambitious there and probably forgot, oh hey, he's got a cleanse. Because by the time you send it and you see the, oh, round 2?
Oh. It's insane. Oh, wait, we got an ult!
More fighting. Public execution was sent on to Bertle, but no one could really follow up on it. But OMG just using their tools to try and keep LGD at bay. Haichao continuously flying over the wall, using that portal jump, getting vision, poking out LGD. And once again, OMG are able to secure for themselves another dragon without any real challenge.
I mean, this is the problem. LGD are like, oh, thank God, we have 45 disengage abilities that we can use. We have Flash, we have Cleanse, we have Nefiri going invulnerable. We have so many different ways to get out of here, but we have to burn all of them over and over again, and somehow it still leads to us giving over Soul Point for free. This game is getting harder and harder to imagine a world to come back in. It's Hextech Soul for OMG. Look at the comp that you're playing into with Hextech Soul. Good luck being able to fight your way back into that game from that position, down 2,000 gold on a Zoe. You know, I like the scaling here, and I do think there is an element where you can say, hey, we understand that we win in the late game, but at some point you have to get gold onto your priority target. Xiaoye being able to pick up a kill in the mid lane is a good thing. It takes a lot more than that, and right now they're just burning all of their resources just to survive instead of actually pushing the game forward.
Xiaoye's flash is coming up in less than a minute's time, so that might be the angle for where LGD can look for something proactive here. 2 items on both this Yunara as well as the Nefiri. This is probably going to be the strongest point that they can find themselves before OMG force them to check that 4th dragon of the game. And LGD, I think your best bet is to try and find something well before that happens to get some of that summoner spells off of cooldown. Try and burn some of these ultimates. Look for windows, because if you wait until then, oh no! That's not what you want to see happen if you are LGD. Bertle getting soloed by Harry in the side lane.
Oh man, we really are getting the full Bertle experience in his first game back, aren't we, Rafa? As Mohawk?
Back and forth. Cosmic Binding. Xiaoye is saved by Mikhails. Once again, pops the ultimate, tries to look forward with Hong, but cannot get in range to send it with the Hound's Pursuit. Rest of OMG just hightail it out of the jungle.
Again, that's so many resources from LGD burned on a play where they had to play defensive. Haichao just continues to split push on the top side. Harry gets his split push kill onto the bottom side. And you've now burned Lulu ultimate. You've burned Yunara ultimate. Flash is coming back up, but there are so few tools. We'll actually get a replay here of what happened. Bertle just not respecting the damage. He even misses the ultimate. I presumed he got in on the ult. It's just, nah, I'm gonna flash in. I'm just gonna hit you with my damage anyways. Who cares? I'm Mbessa. I can kill you from any game state. You think you're Rumble? Well, you know, there's always something a little bit stronger out there, and unfortunately for Bertle, I think that was a welcome back to the LPL moment.
K-Man, I think the funny narrative that we can just accept this as Harry purposely missed the ultimate to give Bertle a false sense of security, and then just commits with the flash anyway. Obviously, that's probably not what happened, but it's funnier that way, as we now find ourselves 2.5 minutes before Hex Tech Soul for OMG, now almost 5,000 gold ahead of LGD.
Yeah, 5,000 gold up, but certainly not, like, the game isn't over. I want to stress that. I do think that there is some way back here for LGD. It just takes a good pick and a good fight win. If you can start getting some of these objectives, they're trying to get some vision around this Baron. Dragon's still 2 minutes away. Obviously, they're not going to go out and start it, but we've seen a lot of teams try and pressure out some of these objectives by, you know, at least being willing to trade. And again, if LGD can win one team fight, if they get a couple of kills onto Yunar, if they get a couple of kills onto this Rumble, you know, the Neferi as well, like, things can change pretty fast with the Baron buff and being able to slow down some of these soul point takes. So OMG definitely need to make sure that they continue to keep this up. I really like the way they've been playing the vision game so far. I think Haichao's done a great job continuing to pressure out side lanes instead of grouping and just basically trying to force these plays to happen. You're up enough gold as it is, so as long as they keep their head about them and continue to play the map well, they're in a good spot, but all it takes is one mistake.
Yeah. And with LGD's comp, once again, it does have a nice scaling factor, but something that we never really properly addressed is who is engaging for this team when they are forced to make the plays and make the picks, because there's no hard CC other than someone going deep into the backline and then getting wild growth for an AoE knockup. And that really is either Tong Yuan's job or Hung's job. And I don't think either of them, when they're behind the gold curve, love the prospect of going into the rest of OMG's comp, as Hung gets slept, pops the W, is able to evade danger for now, but another bubble lands. This time it's onto Aurora, and constantly LGD have to pick and choose their battles. Anytime any of these members get slept here, it is just suddenly danger, danger, danger for the LGD members.
This is the problem. You can't walk in and Bertle.
Bertle face checks the banana brush. And you said it best, K-Man. We're going to see the best of Bertle. We're going to see the worst of Bertle. And unfortunately, at some point, someone's got a face check for the team. He is the best case scenario, but without anyone there from LGD, it's so easy for OMG to just single him out.
I mean, yeah, if you want to not do things to get your team back in the game, that would probably be number one, is see your entire team get chunked out under zero vision and then walk in alone to instantly die into the pit that you know they're in. Welcome back to the LPL, Bertle. That was definitely an interesting decision. Soul now over to OMG, and you know, that's probably one of the last nails in the coffin. If you were trying to be optimistic for LGD, you could say that Soul had yet to be acquired, and again, you know, gold on Yunara, gold on Aurora could find its way, you know, Fury, Rumble, you know, they can find their way back into the game damage-wise. It's going to be so much harder with Hex Tech Soul. All of a sudden, a lot of that optimism goes down the drain. Look at Haichao's inventory. I mean, this is absolutely disgusting. If you run into this 10-stack Magi Zoe, you're just getting absolutely deleted 100 to 0, and there's nothing you can do about it. Nowhere on the map is safe right now.
That's right. It is always a pleasure to see Haichao playing incredibly well, because maybe not similar to Bertle, but we have seen some highs from Haichao and we've seen some lows from Haichao. But whenever we got a super high performance from Haichao, it's just a genuine pleasure, because we did not expect this Zoe pick to come out. We didn't even know that this was something prepped for his champion pool. And he's had an exceptional game on it, as Hong finds himself potentially in a world of trouble, forced to flash away, just in case that bubble did connect. Public Execution will connect onto Bertle, and Rio sends it in with Grand Starfall, and not even a flash will save the Rumble this time around. Mohawk will save himself with a Tempered Fate. Wild Growth does not bail out Shalia this time, and LGD are just trying to throw everything against the wall, seeing if anything sticks, but everything is just falling flat, and OMG will reward themselves with a Baron.
That's the most slippery wall I've ever seen, if that's what they're throwing at. It is not working. They cannot find their footing anywhere in this game. That's Baron over to OMG, and that is probably the final nail in the coffin. If you were looking for anything to get back into the game, having a fight that is completely disconnected, where it's an isolated 4v3, where nobody's on the same page, that'll do it. You do get the flash out of High Chow. I guess that is something that you weren't normally getting. I'm just kidding. It was a fake flash, and we'll talk about that a bit later, but we'll get a replay of this. Again, they're just so disconnected early on. Bertle is on the flank here, but he's on the Mbessa. That is the single worst target you could possibly be on. Hong has already lost half of his health bar and his flash for this exchange. Nefiri is not going to be useful. Tongyuan is already half health as well. Boham can just self-heal. He's got the ultimate. He's got the tunnel to be able to get himself out of the fight. There's no target. There's no one to find for LGD. Every single time they look for a play, whoever they go for just immediately escapes and everyone dies.
Yeah. I mean, LGD, when we look at the lack of hard CC on this composition and primary engage, the only thing that you can ever hope for is catching OMG when they're all bunched up in a small, narrow angle or corridor. But fighting on an open battlefield like that where there's plenty of space, it's always going to be a big challenge, let alone the fact that they are now 9,000, 10,000 gold behind. And here begins one of the strongest points of OMG's composition, the siege.
Yeah, I mean, if you thought it was hard before, they're going to be able to take these towers for free. You're starting every fight at half health. I'm not even sure you can defend your base at this point, as they have to stand here watching.
OMG just continuously fishing. Okay, there's the combo. Hong goes in, gets Wild Growth for the knockup. And unfortunately for him, he is not being allowed to really continue for further kills. Ends up being a 1-for-1 with Tongyuan falling first, but Hong will fall next as High Chow continues to send Paddle Star after Paddle Star, sleeping them with a drowsy bubble next. And OMG, with an insanely dominant Game 1 win over LGD, kicks off our first series.
Rafa, I'm getting converted. I'm starting to believe you put OMG at the top of Group Nirvana. My heart is beating. I'm feeling it right now. Oh my god, what a game number
Producer
one.
Ice, show us the Group Nirvana rankings again. Let's do some real-time rankings switching around for K-Man. We might not be able to actually manipulate the graphic, but we can try and draw it with our hearts and our eyes. Just do a little imagination. So, obviously, we still have OMG over LGD. But if you wanted to make some swaps right now, what would you do here?
Well, OMG are clearly going to the top. I mean, this team could beat BLG right now. That's my takeaway from game number one. Nice. High Chow's the best mid laner in the entire league. Someone send that to Cubby. And LGD, they're going to the bottom. They're going to the bottom of the rankings. They are a reactionary, clearly the worst. You know, jokes aside, I don't know, man. This team looked better than LNG did in their previous series in game one. That I will definitely say. There we go.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, excellent. Oh, we got some real-time drawing from Producer Ice. Shout outs to them. And yeah, you know, I was surprised to see you put Thunder Talk all the way at the bottom because it has a lot of your favorite prospects on that roster, K-Man.
What can I say? They're my favorite prospects, so I know how to rate them. I've watched a lot of their games. I know where to put them in the rankings, but damn. I don't know, man. After that first game, LGD's got a lot to prove. I really do think that you need to be able to go out there and stall games out. You need to understand exactly when and where to take risks, and it felt like the risk management in game number one was rather poor. They didn't really understand exactly where to put the resources when they had them. Hung gets into a lot of trouble early game because of a pretty disastrous invade for him, and it takes him a while to catch back up. Just a lot of mistakes that I think they need to clean up going into game two.
Yeah, I don't know if we have an ability to look at the draft again, but if we do, I would love to see the order, because from memory, we saw the Rumble, Nefiri, and Aurora picked first. And yeah, it's a very strong, damage-heavy combo. Oh my, wait a minute. I don't know if they see this or not, Producer Ice, but we're seeing something different on the screen. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Gotcha. Okay. Producer Ice is trying to see if they can recover the draft here. But Rumble, Hung, and Tongyuan, very damage heavy, but there's no hard CC within that 3-man core. We didn't get a chance to point it out because I think we were honestly just a little more hyped about the prospect of Pantheon coming into play and just kind of looking at, all right, what are the bot lane pairings going to be? But Yunara Lulu, strong bottom lane carry if set up for success. But something I'm starting to think about more, K-Man, is making sure that if you have like certain parts of your composition that require support and resources from your lanes, like a Nefiri, then you need to make sure that your bot lane is something that can drop resources so that the Nefiri gets online. And I don't think it's possible when you're playing into Pantheon jungle or when you're losing push. And obviously, I don't know bot lane matchups, but it seems like Bard and Varus were getting the bot push war on them for a majority of the game.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Rafa. It's the too many cooks problem, where it's just, if everybody's a carry, nobody's a carry because no one has resources. And it's just really hard to be able to play those comps out. You're going to see top teams be able to execute this. I think in isolation, this isn't a bad draft because you're talking about the lack of engage, and I agree, that's a difficult thing to be able to approach. I think if your Aurora is strong enough in this game, then you can find a way to be able to get on the back line. You're so adept at going backwards, but asking a team like LGD to play a comp like this is just more difficult, and you're making the game harder for yourself for basically no reason, because you have a very specific way you need to win. I agree that simplifying the process, and especially for me, it's more about getting LGD on comfort. That's what they didn't have in game number 1. This team was playing Vi Ahri. This team was playing Talia. This team, you know, like they weren't trying to make all of these more specific, like very low frontline comps work. They wanted to find their engages in the mid game. They wanted to make the game as straightforward as possible, get their execution down, and just be able to get their wins by 25 minutes. This was the exact opposite of that, and they really paid the price for it.
Yeah. When it's a composition like this, it's so dependent on making sure you don't get blown out of the early game super hard. And what we kind of talked about, hey, that 2,000 gold deficit isn't necessarily the end of the world. I think the fact that all the gold went into Haichao early and he was so respectful and disciplined with his advantage, there is no real way that LGD could actually force a way back in, because now looking at how the game played out, that bot lane river fight for the first dragon of the game was so condemning for LGD's gameplay, because Tongyuan can never move first. After Haichao now hits his first spike, he's constantly pushing him out of lane or chunking him. And then as soon as Haichao dips into fog and leans bot, Xiaoye is terrified for his life because he doesn't know if there's a bubble coming his way. And then it's just incredibly easy for Starry to proc it or Moham to follow up. And yeah, totally makes sense. Cleanest player on the Rift here in game 1.
I mean, this guy had a very nice KP and was a dominant side lane player. Like, that's how could you possibly ask for more than that? He was doing so much damage. He was able to generate such a big lead for himself. This genuinely was a fantastic game for Haichao. Now, the Zoe pick is in a great spot in this game in general. I think it's one of the strongest champions in terms of draft setup, but you still have to go out there and execute. And it wasn't just him running around trying to blow people up to get kills and, you know, really playing sloppy. He played very clinical League of Legends here in game number 1. And if OMG are going to be more stable, if they're going to be more clinical, if they're going to be better in terms of their execution, you know, they're going to be feeling pretty good going into this game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. Really strong look from Haichao in particular, and an overall dominant showing from OMG here in their first game of LPL Split 2 regular season. But that's going to be game 1 wrapped in the books. We still have a full best of 3. There's a chance for LGD to try and make a comeback, or it could be an OMG sweep. But before we send it over to break, if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. More LPL English coming your way right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between OMG and LGD. Very dominant opener from Oh My God. Definitely had us saying that many times, especially from Mr. Haichao, who pulled out a Zoe, which, you know what? I completely forgot to do this during our break time, as I had other previous engagements going on at the time, aka hydrating and resting up. But I do want to look into Haichao's career history. I'm going to take a quick visit over to GeoWell, Mr. K-Man, and see how many times this guy has played Zoe in his career.
Oh, yeah,
He's
I got
only
this
played
up.
it one time!
Yeah,
One time!
that's a crazy stat. That's his first ever win on Zoe. His previous game did not go so hot. So that's one for the record books for Haichao. He's gonna feel pretty good walking out of that game going, hey, you know, if I can beat you on Zoe, I can probably beat you on anything with the way that this champ has gone in my career.
Oh, that's tough, Tong Yuan. Personally, I wouldn't take that kind of disrespect, bro. You got to get back in there and throw hands, man. Hang on. Wait, when was the last time he played? He hasn't played Zoe on stage in 5 years?
Oh, that's brutal.
His last Zoe game was when he first started in Season 11.
Not the Season 11. That's a very different Zoe, too, that he played last time. Oh, no, not the Rafa crash out. That's not good. That's real not good for LGD. You just got cooked by a Zoe that's been in the department store for 5 years. And that's not really what you want to hear. No.
Bro, that's like when you put something in storage, like a game or a toy where you're like, actually, I don't really like this anymore. And then you just don't think about it for like 10, 15 years. And then suddenly your kid that you have later on in the future is like, hey, Dad, what's this? Like, oh, yeah, I remember this. I wonder if I still got it. And Haichao still definitely better than what happened in Season 11. Bro, I have to claw back through history. He played this in Demacia Cup. What team was he on?
Not even LPL. That's like not even regular season. Like we're talking Demacia Cup.
LYA. Wait, what the heck? LYA.
LYA.
Is that like what?
Now I have to jog my own memory of this situation, which is tough. LYA. I can't even remember. I'm the LPL historian and I can't remember, Rafa. That's the problem. You've set up such a question. I truly am stunned. I truly am
scouring the internet right now.
I'm truly taken aback.
I cannot find anything about LYA in particular. It must have rebranded at some point. If this was in Demacia Cup, I might just have to look up Demacia Cup itself. 2020. We should be hitting draft in a few moments, chat. But until then, your boy Rafa's going on a rabbit hole adventure real quick.
Yeah. He's Rafa's gonna be figuring it out. He's gonna be cracking the case. I love the call out. You know, the back in my days though, we used to get every item. I'm sure that's gonna be a really fun story to tell the kids from 5 years ago. Haichao getting spotlighted properly, which is very exciting to see. We highlighted that mid matchup, Rafa, and now we're sitting here saying that, oh, Haichao came out guns blazing. I'm curious to see how that ends up, you know, moving forward throughout the rest of the series. Because again, Tong Yuan was so important for LGD throughout last split, and somehow, some way, we're sitting here and, you know, kind of writing him off and saying that the series is over. I don't believe that. I genuinely don't. I think that, you know, especially with these two, boy howdy, can anything happen on a game-to-game basis.
I mean, this is the first game for both of these teams in this regular season, so could just be kind of a shaking off rust angle for LGD. Maybe they can just chalk it up to draft. Coaches can save mental and say, okay, guys, you know what? Draft was kind of ass. It's whatever. Just, it's our fault. We're going to get you a better draft going into the second game, and you can play the game out better, because there just wasn't many proactive avenues that LGD could try and salvage the mid game after Haichao, of all people, gets that lead on Zoe. It could have also just been, guys, we didn't know he had a pocket Zoe. Sorry. But you don't have to deal with it anymore, because #fearless.
It's gone. No more. They don't want the LeBlanc either. They're like, anything that has proactivity and can kill us from 14 screens away, that's good. And the Varus is gone, the Zoe's gone, the LeBlanc's gone. We don't want to worry about that. You know what is up, and I'm praying that they just bite the bullet and take it is Vi. I think a Vi ban would be pretty big here from OMG. I think it would make a lot of sense. They prefer to take away the Nocturne. The Pantheon being taken off the board does give a macro advantage over to that side, but I ask and I shall receive. The Vi has been picked, and I imagine we're going to be seeing something like an Ahri or a Talia for Tong-Yuan as well to get back to basics.
As you called it out, Vi instantly snagged for Hung, but that does mean for OMG, they're going to get the next best skirmishing jungler available, which is that Xin Zhao. And now OMG are thinking about how best to pair their first pick of the draft. They couldn't try and go, wow, Mel super early on. I mean, there's not even a threat of an Ashe Seraphine since Ashe was already banned by LGD. I'm curious what kind of champions that OMG are trying to dissuade from LGD going Mel this early.
That's a great question, Rafa, because as I said, it's pretty obviously going to be Ahri on the other side of this, so picking Mel definitely brings in some questions. Now, Mel has some unique tools in that matchup, can reflect the charm, obviously, and that is really helpful for the laning phase, but boy, the proactivity of Vi Ahri is exactly what the doctor ordered, and for LGD, I don't really care if you feel like you have this counter pick matchup. We just want to be more comfortable, and that's what they're drafting for here. Jace getting picked for Bertle as well. This is a pick that, you know, really made Bertle famous back, like, very early in his career in the LCK. This is just all comfort for LGD. They took one look at game one and said, hey, we just want to make this as easy as possible for us, and I totally get it.
So, my concern always with Vi being picked early on is whether the rest of the drafts can facilitate the Vi, or at least give her some diving buddies so that she is not on a one-man mission. Obviously, Ahri is going to make her feel a little more excited about going on those diving adventures, but if the rest of LGD's bot lane lacks other engage tools, I'm going to be concerned for this team if they don't find the mid-game stride that this jungle mid duo really relies on.
Well, and that's the question now, Rafa, with all these AD carries getting taken off the table. Like, do you want to see a Kai'Sa? Because something like that would obviously fit the identity, but I'm a little bit worried just about the strength of that champion and the passivity that it gives in the early game. Like, I don't really want this team to be resting and, you know, just saying like, oh, we've got a Jace on the top side. I think if you want to go for a hyper carry, there are more consistent options. It's also something that I just worry about for Xiaoya, who wants to be more aggressive in that 2v2. We see so many of these ADCs banned out, his signature Draven, the Corki as well. I think that diving partner that would be, you know, just kind of useful in a lot of situations, but playmakers as well taken off of the board. You've got that Yorick for split pushing. This bot lane pickup for OMG is going to tell us a ton about how they want to play this early game, and generally, you know, I think that there could be some interesting options on the table. I can't talk about others. Oh my god.
Yep. It's bot lane or support Mel. One of the two. Holy moly, OMG are cooking. Oh my god. And
they're in the kitchen.
And the fact that Haichao is getting another one of his comfort champions in Sylas, which can be a really nice matchup into Ahri once he gets out of laning phase. You already have two solid ultimates for Sylas to be able to use. And now LGD are going to be forced to consider, okay, what champions can we pick that are not devastating ultimates to go over? This probably prevents any Alistar angles that they probably would have wanted to go for YCX. So now they have to go with Thresh Aphelios as their next best choice.
Oh, but they're just going full kill lane. We were talking about this, Rafa. If Moham was drag and dropped into a meta of Pyke, the entire world would flip on its head, and he says, I don't need the meta. I will create the meta down on the bot side here. Mel Pyke for OMG. This has to be the most exciting draft they could give us. Going up 1-0, they are not afraid, and you know what? I'm super excited about how this mid game goes. You're looking at one of the most kill-oriented bot lanes you could think of, going into a mobility-less champion on the other side with the Aphelios. You might have gotten your comfort, but boy did we get our comfort too.
Okay, man, I'm floored. OMG are giving us a whole ass buffet. And the fact that this is our first series and our first look from OMG, and they're showing such confidence and creativity from the get-go, I'm already excited for how the rest of the regular season is going to pan out. Now, OMG need to win this game for that vote of confidence to continue being in their favor. and LGD might have gotten a better mid-game composition aligned for them and some better tools to make picks with now that you have a Thresh alongside this Ahri and Vi. But okay, man, it's hard not to try and root for the super cooks over on OMG right now.
How you gotta root for them. They have cooked in the draft, and they are looking to cook on the Rift here in game number 2.
OMG!
Jayo!
LGD!
Jayo! I'm also cheering for. I'm cheering for them. I think it was half-hearted for me for LGD because I'm looking at Pyke and it's just hard not to support. You know, an unbiased caster for the rest of this. I just have to be excited about the game that we have in front of us, Rafa. I mean, how can you not be excited? I think that there is a world here where we get action at level 1 on the bot side. Moham gonna be looking. You gotta be real careful if you're Xiaoya early on in this game.
I just love that Moham gives LGD a blast from the past off of their previous best-of-3 bout with LGD, which was the second time that they beat LGD in the regular season, which gave them the overall placement win to make sure that they could get to Knights Rivals in the first place. And it was off of the back of an MVP performance from Moham on that Pyke. 0-0 and 11 the last time he played it against LGD. And now trying to put a fear of God into LGD's bot lane with a return on this Harbinger of Death.
For level 2, a little bit early here. Pyke's very strong at level 2. Not going to land the hook, but definitely could see some summoners blown with some aggression. Nothing just yet. I'm praying for something on the bot side here, but looks like it's just going to be a pretty standard lane setup. This is exactly how we expect these lanes to go in the early game. Haichao, a big Sylas connoisseur as well in the mid lane here as he hits level 3. This matchup is relatively even after you get the first couple levels down, so I would imagine both of them are going to have a ton of roam priority, which once again puts a huge spotlight on these junglers. Look at the pathing here for Rio!
I love this. Takes full bot side camps, looks for an early mid gank after going all the way around the top side where he knew that Tong Yuan would not be able to think about getting some early vision. That forces the flash out of Ahri, and it makes Haichao's early laning phase a bit easier.
Erase everything I just said, Rafa. It's no longer an even laning phase. Haichao now has a pretty distinct advantage once he backs and gets a couple of items under his belt. Sylas usually struggles into these matchups. That will not be a problem here. The push on the bot side, not super unexpected. This Aphelios is going to have a ton more combat power than Mel right now in terms of just being able to trade and shove through, especially with the guns at his disposal. So we'll see how Starry wants to answer. Starry not really known for being an AP mage player. It's going to be interesting to see how these team fights go. Oh, there's the combo.
We say that, and then we remember that Starry has a pretty nice Ziggs in
you're right.
certain compositional scenarios. Now, Hong, recognizing that Haichao got a little bailout, needs to provide some much-needed love to his mid laner, and will be able to get Haichao's flash as well.
Very, very nice there from Hong, being able to basically trade the flashes in the mid lane and actually kind of timer them out so that you're at a bit of an advantage there with Tong Yuan having flash up a little bit earlier. It'll be interesting to see how they might want to take advantage of that, but for now, both junglers staying active. I need to see both of them utilize these power spikes. We're getting closer to that dragon spawn into level 6. Reflector and the dodge coming through, the double safety from Starry, but at the end of the day, it will just be collecting the wave under tower and waiting for more.
So I know that Mel has a struggle into potentially Blitzcrank because, well, actually no. I think it's Mel Nautilus is like a self-counter for Mel because you then drag yourself into Nautilus, which is not ideal.
Yeah,
but
you have that weird conundrum where Nautilus throws the hook and you either reflect the hook or, you know, he ults you and then you get ulted, and it's just not a fun game to play if you're Mel. It's going to be a little easier on Thresh.
In Thresh's case, I think it's safer for Mel because you land the hook and you don't have to. I don't even know if you have the option of taking the hook here. So anyway, point being, this is a pretty nice lane for Starry to have some rebuttal effective use. Obviously, you can block this Death Sentence, or you can block the Moonlight Vigil, which can be a very, very considerate amount of burst from Xiaoya.
Yeah, also really important that in the late game, he can block the Charm as well from Ahri on a potential flank, or even the Shock Blast, as we get another gank mid. from
and
both.
Moham joins the party as well. The roam timer's so good, it cuts off Hong from being able to bail out his mid laner, and Hai Chao is awarded first blood.
It's actually best case scenario with the first blood going on to Sylas as well. Everything going the way of OMG. As Moham makes his way back down to the bot side. Dragon has spawned. Could potentially be a target. With Starry under tower, it's going to be tough for them to be able to contest this. See if Hong wants to go for it. It looks like he is going to start it up and should be able to get this first dragon at least as a consolation prize for free.
Oh! There's a rebuttal, and it pulls YCX in with the death sentence, so we get our confirmation there that Mel into Thresh. Pretty damn good.
That's what I love to see. Just flex on him early. You know, make sure he knows. As Moham makes his way up. I don't think this dragon is very contestable. Obviously, jungle on the top side, they're just trying to get vision of it. I was worried. You know, sometimes with Moham and the Pyke, you can see some more aggressive invades. Just going to be a natural trade. Dragon going early to LGD does matter quite a bit. Then being able to stack a late game objective for their Aphelios could be important.
Wow, as I'm seeing the Mel and Pyke work together hand in hand, I'm really liking the synergy so far, because the Undertow guarantees a full Q from Mel to connect. You can even pair the Solar Snare as well on top of it. And YCX and Xiaoya are just fearing for their life right now. There's not even major component spikes on Starry and Moham yet, but just the all-in kill threat. And now that Moham has left the lane enough times that Starry got enough solo XP to hit level 6 first, that all-in threat is being very respected by YCX and Xiaoya right now.
I mean, it's perfect guns for Xiaoya, and he has to be as scared as possible. It's the worst case scenario. This Pyke is a massive nuisance, and we can see it with the positioning. There's just no way to feel comfortable.
Moham able to use the Phantom Undertow to escape the turret shots. Xiaoya tries to pop
the
the ghost
flash.
to get in range onto Moham. Not level 6 yet, just trying to all-in him at the moment, but Starry finds the angle. Solar radiation! Boom! And Starry sends Xiaoya back to the fountain, and now LGD's bot lane is looking completely donezo.
Oh, the chefs are cooking right now. OMG take their great start in game number 1 and turn it into an even better one here in game 2. They don't need one fight, they get a couple to get that 2-kill lead, a 1k gold lead here. And again, it's on perfect targets for this team. YCX gonna try to hold this wave as much as he can, but this bot lane is in a really bad spot. Starry is only going to get more dangerous from this point onwards. We talked about Aphelios' lack of mobility. That's not gonna get fixed anytime soon, even with the Thresh Lantern becoming a bit of an issue. Those level 6s on those junglers not even utilized yet. Hai Chao's gonna be moving around the map as well. This Grubs fight in 15 seconds could be a pretty big one with, I assume, both supports roaming up.
Meanwhile, top lane, Yorick and Jace back at it again, just trying to duel it out. Bertol going for the phase rush tech just so that he can always get out of these nasty trades against Ares Yorick. Hasn't necessarily been the highlight of our conversation since most of it has been on mid and bot, and Moham once again pressuring the mid lane will help force out the Spirit Rush from Tongyuan.
Yeah, again, it's another resource burned from Moham, who's doing a great job this game of being able to just pressure out everywhere on the map. Rio was started up on the Grubs, and boy, doesn't it just feel like everything is going the way of OMG through these first couple of games? It just feels like they understand where they need to be on the map, and Moham's not even quite level 6 yet. Once that spike is hit, it's going to get even more dangerous for LGD to walk around the map.
Yeah. One of the things that just made me excited about OMG for this split, and Rio in particular, is that this meta is very much encouraging junglers to be super active and take these bold risks to drop camps and try and find windows where the enemy is not going to expect you to be attacking them. And Rio has already found a few windows in this series to just play off timers that LGD is not clearly expecting.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, these junglers are looking very fun right now, and I think that's what we wanted to see. We highlighted Rio and his unique pathing, but Moham, once again, potentially looking. Thresh doing a good job body blocking. You don't really want to hook in that tank for now, so just going to be some posturing. You never really know how that Pyke engage is going to go. But just as you mentioned, Hong is going to make his way down here for a potential lane gank. Starry does have to be very careful here.
Wave freeze has been broken. Moham taking a base, so Starry has to be extremely careful. Oh, that might be a little too far, though. Starry able to block some damage without rebuttal, but a 1-on-3 is not going to be looking good for him. LGD finally get a bailout here on bot lane.
Awesome play by Hong here to be able to find a way to get his bot lane back into this game. It was looking dire for this Aphelios, but if you can just keep him neutral, things can be just fine here for LGD. This was their problem in the previous game, is that they let things snowball way too quickly. Being able to kind of stem the bleeding here and make sure that your bot lane's in a good enough spot to be able to play off the mid game, that is super important for LGD, even if you still don't have a ton of pressure. And Hong, once again, is going to go in and be able to protect his jungle here.
This might sway the big Raptors. But now Moham and Rio are going to try to pressure him on these Krugs. So Hong, wall breaker over, has to immediately flash. The wind becomes lightning. Otherwise, that slow could have connected into Moham's full CC kit.
Man, this Pyke, it's becoming a real big issue for LGD in the mid game. And this is the exact power spike you're looking for OMG. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. That's a massive spike here for both of these teams. LGD continuing to stack those could be a big win condition for them. But right now, they want this York on the top side.
Hong doesn't have flash or cease and desist, but Harry has burned the flash, so this should be a kill angle. Pops the Maiden for a little bit of extra sustain, and it's enough for him to dissuade the gank, and now he's got reinforcements. Haichao is ready to get into the fray, but LGD have enough time to back off before the Silas makes his approach.
Yeah, I was really interested to see if that Vi ultimate was going to be stolen and used on the other side for engage, but Hong is still here. Harry still has that sustain going for him. Shouldn't be in too much danger. Not going to fall for the trick of the jungler. Going to be able to disengage. And it's an LGD play that doesn't quite go according to plan. Dragon is on the map. And that means resets are necessary at this point to not lose total control over that part of the map.
Yeah, LGD did get the first Dragon of the game, which is pretty nice for them to at least get some Drake stacking on their side so that OMG are not forcing them to be challenged at another Drake Soul fight like they had to experience in the first game. Always can buy them at least that extra 5 minutes. Moham just continuously floating in between both bot and mid, trying to fish for any pick opportunities, try and burn continuous more summoner spells. I'm telling you, man, Moham knew the sauce when this champion worked so well against LGD the last time they played each other in Split 1, and he's giving them PTSD flashbacks.
I mean, he clearly knows the champ super well. Like, his ability to be able to isolate himself on the map without ever being in true danger, getting all of this vision control on the bottom side, basically all by himself. This has been a fantastic start for Moham, a player that we have questioned in the past for OMG. I mean, he's hit that level 6 power spike. He doesn't need XP anymore, and Rio understands that. It looks like Dragon's going to be the priority, but maybe bot lane will be first.
YCX just constantly trying to stand in front of Xiaoya just to make sure that not a stray hook from Moham finds its way onto the Aphelios. But it buys enough priority for this Rio Zhao to just make sure that he is getting this Dragon uncontested. He finds a hook through the mini wave. Incredible. Golden Eclipse thrown out for extra chunk damage. Xiaoya steps up, tries to make sure that Thresh can stay in safety. And yeah, takes the Death Dark Passage back to safety. But now Rio, will he stop their recalls in this bush?
Oh, he's going to. He's walking right up to them, but he might have walked too far. Heal is going to be popped. He's out of there. Starry popping that ultimate early on the Mel to try to get them into execute range for Pyke. This looks so scary as a duo. The damage coming in from Starry's Q is absolutely ridiculous. This Luden's completion for Starry has been so massive of a power spike. And now the Drake stacking is done as well. Xiaoya has to be so scared onto the bottom side that they can overload. We have pings coming down around this Vi Ahri. Haichao looks like he might be the target for now, but again, it's very difficult to deal with a Silas who has all of these dashes with Ahri ultimate as well. OMG's comp is built perfectly to disengage these bad plays, and once again, it just feels like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, and there's no Dragon to play for LGD, so it's just a crab that Hong can try and secure for himself. Moham is already on the top side of the map. Won't have a chance to clear this control ward since Birdall is stepping up to the wave, ignoring the push into his tower. But Moham, patient, finally waits for Birdall to finally respond to the wave. He's able to clear some vision, provide that safety for Harry as he makes his walk back to the mid lane, where now Starry is taking up position so that he can always look to clear and move with his jungler and support.
Man, I don't want Starry moving around if I'm LGD. Every fight around this Mel right now is going to be very difficult to deal with, and that's not even counting the fact that the Xin Zhao is 500 gold up as well, in a position where Rio is going to be able to fight really successfully on the best skirmishing champion in the game. This duo is very dangerous to deal with. You have so many different ways to chunk and burst down LGD. You can't be walking into these bushes, and unfortunately for Hong, he might have done that.
Rio pops the pressing guard, forces the engage. Might have been a little too bold, as the rest of OMG were very far from the engage, and Rio's gonna go down for his efforts here. Flash on Starry, but it's the death sentence rebutted as Starry is forced to flash away from the charm. LGD finally getting some summoner spells burned on some key carries here, and they can always make a repeat visit on this mill.
Yeah, the key there was that LGD reacted a lot faster to that play than OMG did. I'm not necessarily sure that that goes that exact way if OMG are, have their finger on the trigger, but they don't quite have it there, and LGD are going to win out because of it. The game is almost entirely neutralized gold-wise. Haichao is going to get quite a bit on the bottom side, but another objective going over to the side of LGD. This time, Rift Herald should be able to get them a bit of a gold lead, and look at where those kills are. They're on the Aphelios. If you want a late-game win condition, Xiaoya can be that for you.
The longest tenured member on this roster is the person now with the most gold on LGD. Can Xiaoya lead them back into a winning state as... Good understanding from Xiaoya, just drops the turret down and is able to block that Bone Skewer from being able to connect onto him. Xiaoya being able to keep a hold of his flash, as that summon spell is going to be very important to be able to dodge out on further attempts by this Pyke.
My question now is, what do you do with the Pyke? This Pyke is obviously a huge threat on the map without vision control, but LGD have done a good job of getting that vision control. You're overloading on the top side. You have to be really careful here if you're Hong. It's going to get hooked, but again, shouldn't be in too much danger. The tower's going to go down in favor of that Yorick. This is exactly how you want to use that side lane pressure, but again, the question is, where do you find those engages? Where do you find those hooks? Moham, a very adept Pyke player, but this is a very difficult spot if you can't land on the Aphelios because these engages become a lot more consistent. You're still level 7. Everybody's hitting level 12 in the game right now. You really have to start getting concerned about the longevity of a pick that maybe needed to get a slightly bigger lead in the early game. Still, you're looking at a Yorick that is now coming online, and that could potentially be your win condition in a side lane.
Very true. Now that he's been given effectively a tower in that side lane, Trinity Force, and working his way towards the second item, which... Not sure if it's going to be Sunder Sky or the Spear Shojin. Probably the latter there. But the more items that this Yorick gets under his belt, the harder it does get for this Jace to try and manage it, especially when the Maiden is up. So LGD are going to have to start overgrouping in the mid lane, probably, or just trying to force picks with their jungle mid duo, which is exactly what Tong Yuan's trying to look for. Uh-oh. Moham might be in a bad spot here. Haichao's trying to go in to see if he can at least...
Oh, they want this.
Maintain a fight, potentially, here. Hurry just TP's into 4 people. OMG have to either all commit now before their top laner goes down, but it's a little too late once again. They're going to get pinched by Bertle. It's disaster for OMG. Bertle's able to find the member in the backline. Xiaoya picks up the Quadra, and they're trying to set up the penta, but Haichao makes it out alive before it gets too quick. It goes back in. Haichao gets a Spirit Rush reset, and he burns down Bertle.
Haichao sees the angle, but he has to watch his team die in the process. A massive, massive pick from LGD and a massive mistake from OMG. They just feel they're way stronger than they actually are. That gives up the dragon, which gives objective control back to LGD. And the fight's not even over with this tower going down.
LGD win big on that massive fight, and honestly, K-Man, it just felt like OMG are kind of not coordinated on what they wanted to do in the river there, and just not willing to take their losses on the first couple of members dropping.
I think that's a fair thing to say, Rafa. I don't understand what this play is for OMG. You get caught out here, and that's unfortunate. You lose Moham with the Pyke, but the TP from the Yorick in the middle of 5 people, while Bertle is just zoning out the main pieces of this comp with Starry and Rio on the other side. That's not how you play front to back with your Mel's AD carry on the bot side, so really frustrating separation there. Starry just gets blown up at the end. Kill still goes over to Xiaoya. And it's not just the fact that, oh, LGD pick up kills. It's 4 kills on this Aphelios. He's 6-1, 2,000 gold up on a Mel who did great in the laning phase. If you were worried before, you have to be so worried now. Every front to back is going to be in favor of LGD if they can get it.
Yeah. And some of our concerns from LGD in game 1 when they fell behind with their composition and having a lack of strong primary engage is kind of falling on OMG at this point in the game as well, where you have a lot of pick tools, but only strong primary engage tool you have is Haichao stealing Vi ultimate, and that's kind of it, because everything else is just dependent on, well, let's just go in. And let's just pray it works.
But Rafa, the problem
only works when you have the wall of diff, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're like, oh yeah, let's just go in. You're playing 4v5. This Pyke is out of the game. Like, it is so hard to play Pyke when you're not in a gold lead. It is really hard to find those angles, and that's exactly what you needed. Moham has yet to complete his first item. Like, it is a really, really big problem here for OMG to be able to try and take these exchanges at this point, because Pyke's going to get blown up, and you don't really have any protection for your main carries. You know, Mel takes time to ramp up in a team fight. You don't have that time right now. Side lanes are going to be the pressure for this team. Haichao still has a 700 gold lead. You have a Yorick. You have the ability to be able to play these side lanes, but the biggest issue is LGD going to let you do that? Obviously, you have Dragon in just under 3 minutes here, a little over 2 minutes, but if you're waiting after that, I don't think things are going to get easier in terms of the setups.
So, if we look at OMG game plan for the next 2.5 minutes, what would you say to them? If you could just, like, go in there and do coach comms, what are you telling us?
Yeah, if I'm coach comms OMG right now, you've got a Yorick, you've got a Silas. I need you to go out there and play for these guys. Haichao was awesome in game number 1, playing the side lane. I know you can out macro LGD. I know you know what to do. Stop making these random mistakes by TPing in. Play controlled, be able to win the scattered fights that you're able to create for yourself, and don't allow this Vi-Ahri duo to be able to take over the game like they have so far. If you can isolate Bertle, if you can isolate Xiaoya, that's going to be your way back in. Get those shutdowns and really be able to start getting gold back.
And credit to LGD, they're already preparing for that reality. Tong Yuan is shadowing Bertle. Hong is right in the shadows as well, making sure that this Jace can continuously siege up and break these turrets, getting more gold for himself, so that at least another side laner is getting an advantage. Tong Yuan is forced back onto the top lane, popping the Spirit Rush as well, I guess, just making sure that Haichao didn't all-in him under the tower or get a meaningful chunk onto him at that time.
It's a low enough cooldown.
What?
I think at this point in the game. I think you're like, you know, I gotta get over the wall. I might as well use it.
Yep.
I think that's fair. I think the big concern I have right now, and the reason that I think you really need to be looking at someone like Moham throughout the rest of the game is, yes, the Pyke is going to have a lot of trouble being able to play these exchanges, but what did we just talk about? Side lane pressure. What is the most important thing for side lane pressure? Vision control. You have to make sure that you have wards on the jungler, or as much information on, you know, Ahri and Vi as you can to make the correct play and cross map properly.
Well, credit to Moham, finally has enough gold in his pocket to get that Umbral Glaive, which will aid in being able to make sure that there is enough vision control at least cleared out. Bone Skewer connects, Phantom Undertow. Bertle might be locked in this Dark Procession, still has Flash. Gonna hold his ground for now and be confident in not going completely down by Harry and Moham. TP is coming in from Haichao. Harry forced to flash away. Cease and desist in the charm combo. That's the Yorick gone. Here comes Xiaoya and YCX to join in on the fray. And OMG once again might have all-in a little too hard for this one. They dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. Haichao's playing with his food. Goes back in. Golden Cliff doesn't do any damage onto Hong. And Haichao's forced to bail now with the Spirit Rush. Rio has joined the fray. And they're trying to tease them around. OMG don't drop any further members, and you can at least be confident that at least OMG didn't drop any more members there, but it's another one of those back and forth kind of like, hey guys, are we doing a little too much here on this play?
I mean, the problem is that OMG have no way to go forward. Right now, they can only go backwards, and that means LGD gets to control everything. So many resources, just like last game, are being used to disengage, and that gives so many opportunities for LGD to continue to play more aggressive. Soul Point acquired its Cloud Soul this game as well, which is fantastic for this comp. You could really not ask for a better soul in this game than Cloud Soul for Vi, Ahri, Aphelios to be able to play these side lanes. And Starry, especially with that lack of mobility on Mel, that one defensive tool with the Reflect, it's going to be even more difficult for him to stand and fight. He's going to have to dodge a lot in this one, and just makes LGD really be able to control the map that much more, and it makes everybody's life on OMG that much more difficult.
YCX is getting some vision down into this blue quadrant, just trying to make sure that they have control on this top river. in anticipation for a Baron play if they ever have numbers, if they ever find Rio again isolated or going in too deep. Gold lead has been diminished a little bit here, K-Man, but still not enough for OMG to feel confident about going for 5-on-5s or even number type of flips. I think you're still right in the fact that they just have to rely on their side laning, and hopefully that High Chow can just break open the game somehow. Oh no,
sorry.
Flash away, rebuttal cuts the damage down. Rio is now here for the play. They've separated Hong onto the left side, and the cease and desist gives Haicha a nice needed shutdown. Harry comes with a TP play, sections off Xiaoya, forces him into the back. YCX now caught up by Rio as he tries to snag him in with the death sentence. Bertol also gets in, takes the hammer, and punts Rio back into his team, and that evens up the odds here. Xiaoya getting a double in the fray, and once again, it is just Haicha and Starry left alone.
These fights are so chaotic, Rafa. So much is happening. The separation is real. We're not getting any front to back. You have a Mel that's frontlining because she gets caught out first, and now Baron has been started. There's no way they can test this.
Haichao's gonna try, though. Banking on the magic resist shred coming out. Dodges out on the charm. LGD burning down this Baron. Moham almost gone, and Bertol finishes him off with the flash. Haichao, is he going to try one last-ditch effort? Grabs the RE Spirit Rush again. Oh, nice try. There is no smite on LGD's side. It was worth the effort, but in the end, Xiaoya secures the Baron. And now LGD find themselves with more than 4,000 gold ahead.
It's just chaos incarnate right now on the map. Everything going the way of LGD because they're able to find the backliners first. Starry is just way too far forward by himself. It's a great setup by LGD, but there's no team around him. You can't be making this kind of mistake as Mel. It's a great job to try and turn this play around, but because Mel gets hooked by the Thresh, even though you are able to trade jungle for, in this case, AD carry, AP carry, you're losing the much more valuable piece in this exchange, and where Bertol is actually able to make a big impact is keeping Rio from being in a spot where he can re-engage with the rest of his team. Once you're able to take down that Zinjao, it becomes even harder to try and frontline here, but the 5k gold lead being utilized well. Bertol continues to do well for himself in a side lane. He's got a 1.3k gold lead, and do I read that right? Is that 4,000 gold up on Xiaoya in the bot lane?
Yep, that's correct. He's at 4 items. Starry, I should say, has yet to complete his third. So, quite a massive Aphelios that LGD have on their side, and they're just going to force the dive into the base, but Tongyuan going golden doesn't even matter. I thought that might have been an opportunity for Hung to go down on OMG's side. Tongyuan continues the play, uses all 3 Spirit Rush charges, and it guarantees that the inhibitor tower will fall, but Hurry actually might be able to at least get an inhibitor tower on the top side as he's committing to the split push. Tongyuan's the only one that is forced to retreat. Rest of LGD sieging up through the bottom side of the map, and they're pressuring the base.
Yeah, they want to end the game here. They're not just worried about what's going on. They're trying to end. OMG doing a good job to stay passive, but we could get a game-ending fight here.
Oh, Haichao grabs cease and desist. They're all inning on to Xiaoya. He goes golden. Can anyone follow up on the play? Everyone's defending Xiaoya from certain death, and they ensure the king is not going to be knocked down. The crown will stay on top of Xiaoya. He maintains the gold lead. He maintains his life, and LGT will maintain their chance in this series.
Statement game number 2 from LGD. They said, hey, we were too passive. We didn't trust ourselves enough in game number 1. We don't really care about the chefs in the kitchen. We're eating the food here today. We don't care what you're cooking. We are the ones being served. So very happy to see them just go back to comfort, not worry too much. Hey, Vi can be countered. I don't care. We're first picking it. Vi Ari doesn't do all that well because Mel can reflect charm. We don't care. We're locking it in. We just want the champs we play, and boy, did they do well with the champs that they played.
Yeah, credit to LGD for not only overcoming the Moham Pike specialty pick. I thought that the PTSD was going to be enough to stop them in their tracks, but I think they just found a really, really strong angle of relying and trusting on this Ahri Vi combo to come in, and the fact that Xiaoya benefits off of a lot of those early kills. It just really put OMG in a weird spot where they didn't know how to start these fights off well once they lost the clear gold advantage. And I think that bot river was just so cataclysmic for OMG's game.
I mean, it's crazy. That's 2 games in a row where a massive bot river fight just completely changes everything. Like, you're either in a spot where you immediately win or lose the game based off of whose AD carry gets a bunch of kills. A quadra kill pretty early on in the game does end up sealing some things for Xiaoya, a player that we didn't really highlight a ton, but he's the LGD long-standing player. He kind of is the face of the franchise right now for them. We've talked about Tong Yuan, we talked about Hung, you know, being really important for this team. Xiaoya stepped up here today. He got so many champions banned against him, and he still was able to pull out the Aphelios and pop off.
I mean, they're constantly throwing Draven bans at him in the second round, and the AD carry pool was diminished further and further for both of these guys. And I still think that in theory, what OMG cooked up bot lane wise with this Mel flex and getting Haichao like a solid counter pick with the Sylas, everything seemed great. Obviously, once again, pitfall of lack of primary engage definitely hits you hard once you start falling behind massively in gold. And I think OMG really needed to get off the ground running, and losing that advantage just crippled them.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is, like, if you're going to draft Pyke, you got to have a 2k gold lead. Like, it's just the way it goes. Like, that champion either wins or loses by the mid-game mark, and we can see it. I mean, Moham was really effective, was completely controlling the map for the beginning of the game. 4,000 damage, less damage than Thresh on the other side. Like, it can fall off a cliff so fast, and we got to the point where Moham's biggest trait throughout the back end of that game was dying, was being targeted first. Like, that was what you wanted out of the Pyke. Like, it just became so hard, and when you draft yourself into a spot where you have to win in the early game, it does become more difficult. And ironically enough, we had this opposite conversation in game 1, where OMG go out there and pick this comp that has so much proactivity, and, you know, LGD are just playing all these scaling picks with no engage, and there's no way for them to get to the late game. Well, we have the flip side of that now, where if you draft for the early game and you don't get that lead, you lose that river fight. It's so hard to be able to come out on top and play the same kind of game.
Yeah. I mean, even this, like, bot lane fight where Starry turns it, and we just start thinking, oh man, this Mel Pyke is gonna look unstoppable. Credit to Hong for ensuring that Xiaoya got some gold back in his pocket, so that they were at least set up for a turnaround towards that fight that we got, where Xiaoya then picks up a quadra kill to begin with. This is also one of those moments where you realize what happens when you don't have a marksman on your team, because obviously you still have some range, but if it's often AP carry, and the fact that Starry was being focused very early by a lot of these engages that LGD were finding. Yeah, everyone. I think they recognize, like, hey, if we take out Starry, they are forced to go into us, and then we can just play peel for Aphelios, and he just wins every scenario afterwards.
I mean, that's the thing, Rafa. You're like, oh, like, yeah, they peel for Aphelios. Look at the peel. It's actually crazy good for that side. Like, you have so many tools to keep your Aphelios safe. It's not just, oh, I have an Aphelios and I have a Thresh. The Thresh helps a lot. The Vi is great peel. Ahri can actually be really consistent peel. We saw Bertle in every fight flank a Xin Zhao and insect him back into his team. Like, we were seeing some insane setups from this team in terms of the execution that they got. And obviously, you're really happy to be able to see that kind of execution. The question is, like, why did OMG allow it to happen in the first place? Because I really do feel like we should have never gotten to the part of the game where that was easy. LGD executed well, but it really just comes down to one major misstep in the mid game, something that both of these teams are going to need to iron out if they want to be teams at the top of Group Nirvana.
Yeah. Because I guarantee you, if Xiaoya is not that fed, LGD cannot force the engages that they were doing in the second half of the game, right? Because they're just banking on eliminate this Mel, and there's no longer any real threat on our Aphelios who can just, like, play out the game as Thanos from this point on. And it's just really good game sense and understanding of, like, win conditions too, right?
For sure. Yeah, I think really when it comes down to it, it's just saying, hey, we do this well, let's do this. And we get a reward for it. It's actually Hung who's going to get player of the game here. Not quite sure that's a bad decision. I know some people are going to get upset by that. I think Hung had a big impact on this game. Xiaoya is going to feel pretty hard done with how much damage that Aphelios was doing, but it really did feel like a team effort from LGD for me.
AD carry mains are definitely going to be miffed. It's like, bro, my Aphelios got the quadra kill, and we're rewarding the Vi, but remember who got you in that position in the first place. It was Hung making the lane gank. Obviously, you saw briefly that the player of the game votes were a little split. There was some votes being thrown to Xiaoya's way, and I'm not necessarily saying that Hung was the correct choice, but I can understand that it's like, well, how does Xiaoya get to that in the first place? Because it definitely is a different story if Xiaoya and YCX win that lane by themselves without any jungle intervention, but the fact that they were losing it, I think it just makes it valid that Hung gets the credit for being the savior in this game for them in the first place.
I can't believe Mayaphelios is getting punished for losing a 2v2. Are you telling me that Mayaphelios was supposed to go out there and kill Pike Mel at level 3? That's what we wanted to see happen. I will not stand for this slander, Rafa.
Bot gap. And it was extremely close, as our producer Ice confirmed. 4 jungle, 3 bot, 1 mid. So the one person that voted for Tong Yuan, you might have costed Aphelios the MVP. So 80 carry mains, you know. Actually, who voted for the 1 mid? That's the real question.
What mid lane player is on the voting panel?
yeah. Was it an observer? Was it a ref? Referee voted.
Ref.
Well, referee, if you see trucks outside the LPL studio, go back inside and call security. Get someone to escort you to a safe place. Well, well, time for a break. When we come back, it's the exciting conclusion between LGD and Oh My God. What's up, gamers? We're getting ready for game number 3 between OMG and LGD. We're going the distance on this one, y'all, and I'm always a fan of being able to see a full 3-game series here, especially when it is in Group Nirvana. Now, I know a lot of you might be, why do you want to see a full 3-game series in Group Nirvana? Because the stakes are much higher here in Group Nirvana than it is in Group Ascend. Reminder, as I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this, but ever since last year, bottom 2 in Group Nirvana at the end of Split 2 regular season are immediately cut from LPL for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die. Like, if you are bottom 2 in Group Nirvana through single round robin regular season, you don't get that double round robin. These teams will not play again in the regular season. If you're bottom 2, your year in the LPL is done. And we can also talk about how important it is, like, if you survive, you're immediately 1 series away from playoffs. That's the difference. Like, the difference between 4th and 5th in this group is either not playing in summer or being 1 series away from playoffs. That is how important each game is. You can't randomly drop games. You certainly can't randomly drop series in single round robin. This is a massive game number 3 so early on into the split for 2 teams that are still trying to find their identity.
And there's only 6 teams here in Group Nirvana, so you have effectively 5 series to play. And as soon as you lose 2 series, you are already in hot water and in danger of being one of those bottom 2 teams. If you go in this series down 0-1, that's already halfway to the doomsday point for either of these teams. And we had highlighted that OMG was going to be favored into LGD, but OMG, reminder, was one of the 2 teams that got eliminated from LPL for the remainder of 2025 last year.
They certainly don't want to go through that again. You have 3 players on this roster that were a part of that last year with Harry, Starry, and Moham. They're fighting for their lives right now as we get into draft. We see some very familiar faces in terms of these bans very early on. The Nocturne still being prioritized as a ban away. This time from OMG. Actually, I believe it's consistently been for OMG, but the Draven first round ban. Now that OMG are first pick, they cannot risk giving that over in a game 3.
I think it's a smart call. They see how strong Xiaoya was able to bounce back once he got some jungle assistance on his side. And OMG, I think going into this game 3, both you and I were super excited about the cooking they were doing in game 2. Obviously, it ended up burning the kitchen a little bit once the execution got the better end of them and LGD punished accordingly. They're going to probably go back to standard, and no better way to go back to standard than throwing down the Demacian standard in this Jarvan.
I mean, it's the main pick that is left up on the board. I will definitely say the Jarvan is just so much stronger than any other jungler that's going to be available at this point, with Xin Zhao, Pantheon, Vi, Nefiri, Nocturne all off the board. Obviously, Jarvan rises in popularity quite a bit. Now we're going to be the lock-in here for Bertle. He's had an up-and-down series. We highlighted him. He is the returning piece, the prodigal son coming back to LGD, who did not play at the beginning of this year. If this team wants to improve, they're looking towards the top side to do that. They've given him, at the very least, a champion that can cause some havoc in the game.
Ooh, LGD. By going for the Corki first, you automatically think to yourself, it's probably going to be Corki, Nami, and OMG are ready to fight on back with a Lucian Melio pairing.
This is it. I mean, you want to talk about throwing down the gauntlet. Xiaoya and YCX, Xiaoya in particular, is known for, I win my 2v2, I win the game, I lose my 2v2. Uh-oh, things can go quite wrong quite fast. We did see, obviously, not the best 2v2 earlier, and he was able to recover. That could be a bit of a problem here. I still think Corki Nami are so much stronger just from a pure stats perspective than Lucian Melio, but Lucian's actually had a bit of a resurgence despite the fact that I think a lot of people consider that champion to be a bit weak right now.
Yeah, I think he got some recent buffs on this most recent patch.
Yeah.
Not necessarily one that screams, oh, Lucian is now back at the top of S tier 80 carry pool, but when all these other marksmen are gone, it's definitely a nice option to fill out. Now, I want to point out that OMG already have incredibly strong primary engage just from Cataclysm alone. Unfortunately, Corki can always escape it with Valkyrie, so OMG might need to look for some extra dive buddies or things that can follow up on this Cataclysm engage. For LGD, they should get some engage, because if you just rely only on Nard to be in mega form, you're going to find yourselves in some tricky scenarios when he's in mini form.
What I wonder here is if they just go full scaling. in the middle. Something Hong really played a lot of in the winter split was Dr. Mundo. And I think that that could theoretically be on the table here. If you want that engage, Wukong's still on the table. Really the only major engage champion that's left. Outside of that, with the Poppy ban, you know, you're really looking at Kiana as like the only other like jungle champion that's in meta. Malphite, maybe you could pull out here, but would certainly be a bit of a rocky fit going into something like Lucian Milio. The Wukong banned out. Those engagers are gone. It might have to be something like a Mundo that ends up scaling well, and that does limit your options more in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, because then Mundo doesn't really bring engaged. Yeah, he can face check for you. He can tank HP for you. Oh, Scorner.
Oh, yeah.
That does help things a bit if they go for the Scorpion of Ishtal instead. But LGD are contemplating what would be more beneficial to them. And I guess in the end, they're going to prioritize just having a big, giant meatball that can just tank up as much damage as possible from OMG.
Yeah, we saw this coming. I mean, this is what Hong likes to do. When he found success, it was because he was able to stall these games out. LGD, 3 games in a row this series have gone for scaling. Azir was probably going to be the pick that they associated with it. We'll see if they want to pick something like Annie to pair better with the Lucian to set up, or if they just want to say, hey, you've got Dr. Mundo, we don't care. We're going to win lane, and we're going to push into the late game. Again, the gauntlet's been thrown. Weak side top also makes a lot of sense here. Nar's going to have lane priority. You know, OMG drafting something incredibly standard wouldn't be out of place in 2016, let alone, you know, 2026. So we'll see. As I say that, some more crazy hovers here as a potential counter pick on the top side. If you really want to throw down the gauntlet, I would be shocked. And it is the tank.
I was about to say, I wonder if Harry was taking a look through Flandra's solo queue account, because I know a lot of people were talking about Flandra potentially bringing out a Vayne top in their previous series, especially from some fan signs, but doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Harry just doubling down, creating an even bigger front line and more ways to start off a fight. I think that's the right call, especially when you already see a Mundo. You want to make sure that you have yourself a tank to play behind as well. Kali is the final lock-in. That is a Tongyuan classic. He's going to try and rely on some assassination power to essentially remove this Lucian from the fight. That being said, I'm looking at both of these compositions, and one of the things that was very, very significant in how LGD and OMG stabilized their mid game and got their snowball rolling was how well you can play that bottom river fight in the mid game. And when looking on both of these compositions, I'm always going to try and favor one where you have a Jarvan on your team versus something like a Mundo.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I really do think I'm looking at OMG's comp, and I see them having more tools. I see them having more options, and I see them having more ways to play the game. Lucian Milio has been a criticized bot lane. Lucian's always been really good into Corki. Corki's early trading power kind of gets neutralized a bit by Lucian because the range isn't that much of a problem for him, especially with the Milio. If this Azir gets out of control, you have tanks set up. You have Jarvan and Sion in the late game. You have ways to enable your carries. Things are going to have to stall out a lot for LGD in this game, and they can do that, but Sakali's not going to have a fun time early. This Corki's probably not going to have a fun time early. I think they're going to need to have another game like game number 2 where things just aren't going terribly wrong so they can survive.
We stated before how important it is to start off the single round robin season with a bang. And OMG LGD now fighting for an exciting conclusion here in game 3 as we take to Summoner's Rift.
Man, I was really hoping for some Gyos in game 3. I mean, I'm hyped. Rafa, I don't know about you. I am hyped right now. I am feeling the energy. This game matters so much for both of these teams. It's crazy how much their season can change, their year can change depending on the outcome. And we've certainly got some fun drafts to see it, you know, to the end in a sense.
Yeah, when we just take a look back at what our expected power rankings for both of these teams, while we weren't necessarily fully agreed on where OMG was in the top half of the group, they were still in top 3, whereas LGD we both put in the bottom half of this group Nirvana. If LGD walks away with a win against OMG, that means that OMG is now looking at having to find wins against way tougher opponents that we expected, and LGD can at least be content that, hey, we've already gotten a win against one of the more difficult opponents, and we can try and now focus our wins on the teams that we should be favored against, like Thunder Talk and Ultra Prime.
Well, that's the thing, Rafa. It's not just, you know, we get to play and make sure that, you know, we're in a good spot. These two teams specifically, like, had it out for each other in the first split. The difference between OMG being one series away from Group Ascent even just a month ago was LGD and the fact that they were able to 2-0 them in the regular season. It's insane how important games like this can be. OMG definitely have expectations coming off of that run, but LGD made changes. They feel like they should be a team around that area. They've been to Group Ascend before with Bertle, bringing him back, and they're hopeful to get into that zone with some scaling here in Game 3, and at least at the start here, not nearly as much action as we've seen through the first two games.
And both junglers finding themselves pathing to the bottom side of the map just to protect both of their AD carry and supports from getting too chunked out here. Starry and Moham starting to win out on the push just a little bit, while Nami definitely does bring an overall sustained advantage ever since she got the nerfs. Looks like OMG might have been able to at least crack the code in just allowing Moham to give overall effective more pressure to this Lucian. And because of the bot lane priority, Hong is not going to be able to contest Rio on this bottom crab. We'll just walk over to the top side, and now Rio does have an angle to at least either get some vision control on one of these respawning camps. Don't think he can necessarily dive the bottom lane just yet, though.
Yeah, that's not too bad of a spot overall for Hong or for Rio, really. Rio's gonna have full control. Hong has been really aggressive in terms of how he's pathed in the early game, especially before level 6 in both games so far. Not really gonna have the opportunity to do that on Dr. Mundo. A lot of people call that champion broken and overpowered, but he is very exploitable in the early game. If you let him scale for free, it's going to be a bit of a problem, but we'll see if the gas pedal is there for OMG to be able to kick it up a notch and really take the fight to him.
We'll see if LGD can stall this early game and not allow it to be blown completely open so that Hong can become that giant wall of health. And LGD can safely fire damage from behind. OMG so far with decent priority in this bottom lane. Definitely getting pushed in both mid and top. Hong trying to contest Rio on these Raptors right now. Looks like Rio was able to snag some of the Raptors back. Hong should be okay though. Not enough damage coming out to stop this Mundo from being able to go where he pleases.
Yeah, you almost never see a Mundo make plays like that, but Harry could be in some danger here.
Might be forced to flash this. Bertle's just gonna preemptively flash, takes a turret shot, but he does force Harry off the wave for now. Rio trying to at least get his Raptor camp back, and because Moham was able to move first, mission complete.
Yeah, I really like that from Rio. He understands that this is the part of the game where not only is his support able to move first up to that objective, but he himself has the smite and is able to make a lot of plays happen on the map. You can't really overextend versus a Jarvan. This Akali ends up putting herself into a bad spot with her mobility. It can be really bad really fast before level 6, but that is exactly what we are hitting in the mid lane. Not quite as consequential as some of the macro ultimates we've seen in the mid lane so far, but certainly still two champions that can get themselves involved. And now we actually see the push going over to the side of LGD onto the bot side. That could open up a pathway for Rio, who is once again looking very aggressive here.
Has smite available, and Rio claims the big Krug, so nice bit of XP. However, Rio just doesn't really have bot lane priority quite yet, but thankfully for him, doesn't even have to burn the flash, shrugs off the damage from Xayah. Nah, it was a nice chunk. And now he might be contested on his Grump. Maybe Hong can just walk up. He's got Tong Yuan rotating on first, so Rio has to play a little careful for now and might just be forced to recall instead.
Yeah, this is the problem right now for Dr. Mundo, is that if he overextends, he can be killed. The bot lane's going to be strong enough to burst him down at this point. Mid laner's certainly not going to be in a spot where he's, able to follow up as consistently, so Dragon will be the take instead of the Grump. Certainly not a bad trade here for LGD. They've done a very good job of utilizing these objectives throughout this series, and their comp scales incredibly well, forcing these fights around River the later the game goes.
Just a good call from Hong overall. Instead of going for the greedy approach on that... Oh no, Moham. Is he in trouble? Dips back into Fog, thanks to that Tri-Bush being warded in favor of OMG. And Rio just preemptively walks bot just to make sure that no funny business happens, but Hong secures the first dragon of the game, gives LGD a nice win condition that they can work towards.
Yeah, we're looking at that bot side right now because Starry is up quite a bit in this matchup. As we expected, Lucian's very good into Corki because of that range matchup, and we talked about it very, very clearly. Starry was the guy for this team in the play-in stage, and we are now getting to a point where Starry's going to be in a spot where he has to carry in the mid game. We'll see if he can do that here.
Apologies, y'all. We'll be getting back into the game as soon as possible. Just experiencing some, maybe some network issues here. So as we take a moment to step back from game and kind of scale outwards. Right now, LGD have avoided any early blowouts and deficits. Obviously, Lucian up in CS might be something that they have to look at sooner than later, but it's nothing to be completely losing their minds about right now.
You're not terrified of Lucian taking over the game, but you're like a little worried, right? You get to a spot, especially because Starry is such a talented player. Again, a 500 gold lead down there on the bot side that's even grown now as we get back into game. You know, it's not the end of the world if this Lucian gets into a spot. You can deal with him, especially the later this game goes. But before your first item power spike on Mundo, you're trying to fight around these river objectives. You know, grubs are on the map. Dragon's going to be spawning in 3 minutes. This is the part of the game where Starry can have the biggest impact, and I'm curious to see how they're going to utilize that and whether or not the Jarvan's going to be able to set up for some of those plays that they might be looking for.
Yeah. Not many targets that he can effectively lock down with this Cataclysm outside of Nami and Mundo once they don't have Flash on their side. But at least he can always get things started and burn some initial movement abilities. But Hong, so far, 100% on objective secure ratio. But Rio is playing for the Lucian win condition. Already here on the bot side. So Xiaoya and YCX have to pay respect. Culling comes out. Decent chunk onto Xiaoya's health bar. Now we'll allow them to continue wailing on this turret. Maybe an additional play, too.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job enabling this Lucian. Is Rio still in the area? They could look for something if this bot lane overextends with the Kali going back mid lane, but there's not really a lot to find. I do have a bit of a concern here. If you're going to vertically split this map, this Lucian's going to have to be trusted to carry this entire game. I don't love the scaling here for OMG. I would have thought it more proactive for them to contest those grubs. Instead, they're going to trust in their star, pun intended, AD carry here and try to get him into the best position as possible.
The sophomore really needs to be given the keys to the kingdom if he wants to excel on this Lucian. One of the problems of this champion overall does fall into the range category as the game gets further and further. And yeah, you have a lot of mobility on this champion, but if you're not able to burn down the targets in front of you, it's not going to be easy for him to navigate and effectively wipe these fights as much as he would like to.
I mean, it's also a problem of comp, right? Like, you're looking at LGD, you're staring down a Dr. Mundo, you're staring down a Gnar, even like a Nami in terms of the healing. It is going to be a little tougher for Lucian to be able to play this late game. I don't really like OMG playing passive or scared. I think this is a game they, again, needed to put their foot on the gas for, and right now it just doesn't feel like they're playing aggressive enough. It's Hong making plays.
Hong is going to dive the turret, and he can tank this up as long as possible. Flash comes out of Starry and Moham. Tidal Wave sets it up. Xiaoya gets first blood. Critical for the Corki matchup. And Starry is doing everything he can to survive, but ends up giving a double over to Xiaoya next. Haichao lunges forward, was trying to see if he could bait out another mobility spell, but just does not want to commit for the Flash Ember's divide there.
It's a nightmare play for OMG. Their passiveness ends up coming back to bite them as they're dove under tower in their strongest lane. It's worst case scenario. Starry's lead is gone, and you spent Grubs and Dragon getting him that lead. Your early game plan is not there anymore. I'm not even quite sure you win the exchanges, and Dr. Mundo has now completed the Heartsteel. This really could not have gone worse for an OMG team that just feels like they're asleep behind the wheel.
And now Corki has found himself starting to edge out Starry in gold and overall an advantage. Haichao rushed the Liandry's Torment, so at least he can try and deal with this Mundo sooner than later. I'm not sure how much of a deficit it's going to do to his overall power, since there are other items like the Nasher's Tooth that he probably would have provided, but hopefully this gives OMG the tools they need. Rio tries to send it onto the Mundo, but I mean, he just kind of front-loaded all that damage, and now Rio might be in trouble. Starry tries to buy some space with the culling so that the bot lane cannot follow up on Hung, challenging Rio in the river, not having to use the flash or the cataclysm to escape, but still, already, you called it before, K-Man, this Mundo is starting to come online.
Look at the items, Rafa. Rio, he's not done. There's no item in the inventory for Rio. Hung has a completed Heartsteel, and while it's not stacked, it's certainly more than what this Jarvan has. And if you're not winning now, when do you start winning? You're down 200 gold. You don't have pressure on the map. This continues to get worse and worse. Dragons are stacking. It's going to be a Chem Soul this game as well, which could be very dangerous for OMG. I think now is a huge breakpoint in this series for this team. Can they pull the trigger and make a play, or are they once again going to be targeted on the bottom side?
We've seen so many games in this series be decided on a single bot river fight. Are OMG willing to flip it all in this moment in time? This is probably their strongest point that they can try and look for it. Hung already popping the ultimate. They're going to wait it out. Rio goes for Xiaoya, but misses the flag and drag. Flashes out, goes back in with the cataclysm, but no one can follow up from OMG. Hung is singling out Haichao, and the rest of the bot lane can't get in. Xiaoya goes in, aggressive. Wait a minute, barrier still popped. Starry cannot finish it off, and Xiaoya still walks away alive.
I mean, LGD have taken full control of this game. What a fantastic fight from them. It's completely disconnected from OMG. Rio can't find the right engage at the right time with the initial flag and drag, and the ultimate comes out too late. Xiaoya gets to stay alive for the entire fight here on the Corki, and you're even at a point in time where he's valking forward into the Lucian after the way this early game went. LGD just looks so good and comfortable here in the mid game. Their scaling is very much paying off, and their team's only going to get more dangerous.
And this is a fight where Xiaoya didn't even have a Trinity Force completed. There was a Kraken Slayer in the inventory of Lucian, and he was losing the 1v1 to Corki.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get worse than that, Rafa. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign. Triforce completed now. This Corki's in a really great spot. 3 kills now for Xiaoya. We saw what he did previously on the Aphelios. We know he has the capability. This is LGD's long-standing player. You know, I'm sure he takes a little bit of personal responsibility for not getting this team into play-ins, with being, you know, a big leader for them and all. And obviously, he's making up for it. And then some in this series. Very getting chunked out. I think he'll be just fine. He'll have to burn the ultimate, but classic Sion behavior.
So, here's my thought. If LGD just continue playing out these lane states where mid is our 2v2 and the side lanes are the solo laners, and there's no intervention from OMG, then they're just going to continue bleeding out gold. And it's pretty much a one game from LGD, because you talked about the scaling advantage being so good.
Yeah.
Do we just see OMG just try to drop some of these solo lanes and just overload into the mid? What do we think?
I mean, at some point, you have to force a fight, right? You have to get gold onto priority targets. It's now or never for Haichao in particular. Rio's got to find those engages, but if you can get a Azir online, you eventually have someone that can skirmish throughout a lot of the mid game. You have to have someone that can break through this Dr. Mundo, or at least make him a little bit more nervous to just run through your entire team. I think Haichao is really the only piece that's going to be able to do that at a consistent level. Rift Herald's certainly not going to help with that, but Rio's going to need some backup here.
Sorry. Jumps forward. Xiaoya hugging the wall. Oh, no. Oh, this is...
Oh, no.
This is a terrible time. No. Will please? Not right this.
We're begging
I have no
you.
idea. It's a slideshow. It's frozen in time. What could happen?
The suspense! It's building! It's...
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
No! My cliffhanger!
Someone cue the JoJo's Bizarre Circus meme. To be continued.
Oh,
Someone needs to get
no.
roundabout on the stereo system right now. Oh, man. Oh,
my heart's beating, Rafa. It's pounding out of my chest. I'm terrified right now. This could be the game-deciding fight. Starry looked like he was able to trade relatively well with the Corki at the start of that, but again, if you can't get through that Dr. Mundo, you can't get through him. You have to break him down now, and you have to break him down fast in these fights.
Xiaoya looked pretty pinned on the thickest side of the wall there, so
yeah.
He might be forced to flash, depending on what OMG do on that frame. Hopefully we'll find out sooner than later.
I mean, there's a chance this isn't even a fight. Like, there's a chance that all of this got disengaged, that a flash came out from Corki, and they're like, oh, well, we got what we got, and Mundo gets Rift Herald, and we're right back in the game.
Very true. Oh, my God.
I know. Well, we can theorize, and we can talk generally just about how, again, like, I know we're stressing this, but I have to stress this, and the reason I'm sweating and so nervous is because this is really important for both of these teams. It is win or go home in a lot of instances for these players who are trying to make a name for themselves down in Group Nirvana, trying to make their way to Group Ascend, and these are the kinds of moments that get you that tape.
And the reason why the stakes feel like that, even if it is only the very first series for both of these teams, is because simply this is a single round robin with 6 teams total. So that means that if you lose this, you only have 4 other series to try and look for the—
Rio!
Rio! EQ flash on Xiaoya, but the Cataclysm is not enough to lock down Xiaoya for OMG to follow up on the play. Rest of OMG are forced to scatter and flee at the sight of this Mundo, just barreling towards them.
The desperation coming out from Rio to get anything on the map, burning every resource just to find himself in the grave as Dragon has spawned. This is going to be Soul Point, as you pointed out, but OMG can't give this over.
And Xiaoya didn't even have to burn flash on that play either, so he is still relatively very safe. The only other engaged tools you have are Emperor's Divide and this Scion just charging forward. Tong Yuan is now setting himself into a flank position so he can threaten the backline. Dragon secured, and the rest of OMG are just forced to flee.
I mean, this is an early game team that's forced to flee from Soul Point. LGD are scaling and stacking. This is a great spot, and let's talk about LGD. I mean, this was a team that really could not get it done in big moments throughout a lot of split number 1. They're kind of an org that's been known for maybe overperforming a little bit, getting 11th or 12th, but not really being able to cross that barrier and become elite. You know, Bertle's been very good throughout this game, but it feels like everyone is stepping up. So we see this engage once more. Rio's just on the backside. He's able to, you know, dodge out from a lot of the damage here, but again, so many resources burned just to get on the Xiaoya. The flash, the flag and drag, the ultimate put down. There's no damage, and there's certainly no survivability from the Jarvan. And if you're not able to go in and make that play, it's so hard to find angles onto the backline if you're OMG.
Yeah. When they're super far behind too, none of your backliners want to go forward on that play either, because it is just so far, it is so deep, and it's unrewarding.
Oh, sorry.
Nearly chunks out Xiaoya. Comes at the cost of a couple ultimates there, whereas YCX still has Tidal Wave to play with, and OMG are definitely fishing for anything at this point. You can see some of the frustration coming across Starry's face in that last attempt, just trying anything to see if it can break through these defenses.
I mean, you're at the point where, I mean, Mundo is huge. This is a very scary level 11 Hung. Wherever he is on the map, he's going to be a menace. It's going to be almost impossible to break through against him. Again, this is Zir was your win condition. I still think that there is an avenue for Haichao to at least get some damage down in these fights. Baron has spawned. That is the only objective up on the map right now. Vision is going to be the primary goal. Moham gonna try to make his way through, but you talked about this previously, Rafa. It's so hard as one of these enchanters to make this play happen, and Bertle could be the target.
They know that the hop is gone. No way! Oh. Bertle recognizes that he is in the blast cone range and doesn't even worry about burning the flash.
That's my Bertle. We have been worried about whether or not this guy was going to bring Bertle or Bird in back to LGD. We've seen a little bit of both throughout this series, but he's able to survive, and those are the plays that need to be made for OMG. They have to get gold somewhere on the map. It's 5k down, 2 minutes on this dragon spawn. That is soul. It's chem soul for LGD. Could be the target here. It's going to be so hard to kill him, though.
Decent chunk, though, from Rio and Haichao. Brings him below 50% HP, but he does not pop the maximum dosage. Protoplasm completed as the second item, which kind of functions as a mini maximum dosage, since it will give you that nice quick lifeline shield once he drops below a certain health percentage and threshold. So this Mundo is already, we already said it was online, but now he's starting to reach levels of unkillable, and OMG are just hoping that this Haichao Azir is going to be enough.
He's not just online. I mean, he's hacked into the mainframe. He is the World Wide Web right now with how strong that he is. I mean, like the worst case scenario, the thing that everyone on Reddit complains about, they'll see a Dr. Mundo game like this and they'll go, the champion's unbeatable because you let him scale into this late game. You gave him a 1.5k gold lead and now he's unable to be killed. It's just really, really tough. You know, you put so much attention into Starry in the early game and really not through his fault. He just got taken out with a dive, and from that point onwards, you just needed to see some proactivity. Again, you're absolutely right. Haichao was the way back into this game, and we can't stress how important Haichao has not only been for the team throughout this year, but in this series as well. He's been a critical piece for OMG. He was excellent in game number 1 on the Zoe in terms of getting them their lead. There is a player on the team right now that I want to see get back into this game. It's Haichao, and quite frankly, they needed him now more than ever. The long-time LGD mid laner is going to have to try and fight back against his former org.
Haichao took a bit of a journey after his time on LGD. Eventually made his way to OMG, and in that game 1, he was a hero, but the tasks is very, very demanding in this situation. And for Xiaoya, who was able to handle such a threatening early game, dodged out on scenarios where Hung was not able to provide cover for him, never gave a window for OMG to punish. He is now rewarded so far with a 3-0-1 start, and it is sole point for LGD.
Yeah, Dragon has been started up.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Flash forward, goes deep onto Xiaoya, forcing the flash out. Everyone is going forward. They have to all in for this Corki, but
Starry's
Starry
dead.
gets blocked by Hung. Haichao flashes for the Embers to find. Can they find Xiaoya? No! Tong Yuan swoops in and ends any last hope that OMG had. LGD will pick up the Dragon Soul. Xiaoya still lives, and this series is looking wrapped up.
That is your dagger, Rafa. That is Chem Soul. That's going to be Baron as well here for LGD as the full health topside for them ends up marching up to the Purple Worm. They're going to take that down as well as we get our replay here of the game-deciding fight, most likely. What have we been seeing all game? Rio diving in over and over again, trying to create, but the team is a little bit behind. They try their best to go forward with him, but Starry doesn't have the damage at this point. Haichao doesn't have the gold to really be able to finish this fight. And Tong Yuan, the player that we've been waiting to see step up, makes his presence known. Rio's here. He's trying to steal. He's blocked.
Birdall will say no and ensure that there's not going to be a 50-50 flip on this Baron. And what breaks my heart for OMG even more is that kind of play that Rio finds, where Starry and Haichao both all in and commit, that is the play that should have happened 10-15 minutes ago. Where
absolutely
you have to recognize that, like, it can't just be Rio on a solo mission diving onto Corki, who can still, like, get out of the Cataclysm, and
I mean, you're right. It gets to a point where you wonder when. Looks like it's now on Hong. Still got the ult.
Hong is gonna shrug it off. He didn't even pop the ult. That was the Protoplasm. He's about to get maximum dosage up off cooldown. Haichao steps up once again. Desperation reeking through all of OMG's hands as they try and try again. And fail after fail. Rio comes in just to force a Cataclysm onto Xiaoya once again. Starry behind Harry maybe can try and pump some damage here. But LGD continue to reign supreme on Summoner's Rift. Xiaoya completely untouched and still alive, deathless on this Corki, and OMG just watching this series slip away.
Unbelievable re-engage. Oh, Rio's dead. Oh, there he goes. I mean, it's a sight that unfortunately he's become very familiar with in this game. Xiaoya continuing to push forward.
Oh, a great bubble from YCX allows Xiaoya to continue surviving. Even another attempt from Harry. Xiaoya is just immortal. No one on OMG has a chance to shut down this Corki after every single attempt they throw his way.
He took that Game 2 MVP vote personally. He brought that close to the chest. He's not making it a question here in game number 3 as LGD start to siege down the base. Haichao, Moham, they're trying their best to hold out, but the inhibitors are going down and the Nexus might be here to follow.
In Split 1, OMG had LGD's number. But in this series, LGD are showing that the offseason treated them well. They bounced back after a Game 1 loss. And while they haven't ended the game just yet, OMG have to do the impossible and overcome now nearly a 12,000 gold deficit and a Chemtech soul.
Impossible is a great word, Rafa, because that's what it feels like when you're staring down the barrel of this shotgun pointed at your face with LGD. I guess it's the barrel of a man in a very, very small plane that is staring down the barrel right now, firing his rockets. LGD, I mean, again, we talk about a team. They did not make play-ins. This was not a team that was dominating, even Group Nirvana in the previous split. This wasn't a Group Perseverance team that came down. This is a team that missed play-ins, that rebuilt, that got their confidence back, and they've come out here with an absolute bang in terms of the way they've played this game. They've understood exactly who they are. They've played towards their comfort level. They've got an 11K gold lead in this one because of it, against a team that was one series away from Group Ascend.
For LGD, the way that they have been able to shake off the very, very dominant win that OMG started this series off with just a couple hours ago is quite remarkable. Being able to show that, like, hey, you know what? Maybe it was a draft gap, maybe it was a nerves gap, but they've made great corrections and understood a lot of their strengths and being able to play through Xayah efficiently for the rest of this series. And for OMG, we know that it's only the first series for both of these teams in this regular season, but it's only 5 series they get to play. Reminder, bottom 2 teams of this group Nirvana get relegated from LPL for the rest of the year. And OMG do not want to have to live through that again after experiencing it for the first time in 2025.
I mean, you gotta believe there's a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. Again, Rio came in as the savior in the winter split, but already he's being put to such a test. We asked the question, is he going to be able to repeat that performance? He played 5 games in the regular season, played almost just as many games in the play-in stage as he did in Group Nirvana. Really, I mean, the sample size was incredibly low, and right now, I mean, the question is there. These engages from the Jarvan have been disconnected. They've been too deep. They've not really found the mark that they're looking for. And you need to see him continue to step up. This game is going to be very difficult. The survivability of the champion isn't there, but we have to see that leadership start to kick in for a team that basically needs survival here in 2026.
Yeah. LGD have nearly everything they need to close out this series in a dub. Elder Dragon is spawning in 17 seconds. That is the last Hail Mary that OMG could find to turn everything against LGD. But with all the control that they have through the bottom side of the map, Tongyuan pressuring on the bottom lane, LGD should be able to navigate this with less pressure on their side and more on OMG's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a free Elder right now. Like, you have to make this play happen. They are going to base race. They're looking for the end.
Someone's trying to answer back. It's Harry to try and absorb the wave and stop them from committing to Nix's towers. But Hong, can he be a hero and secure the Elder Dragon for LGD?
My fight.
Hong gets the smite fight! And OMG's last hope goes down in flames! Harry will burn to a crisp, and LGD rises from the ashes of Game 1 in triumph! LGD will answer back with a 2-1 victory over OMG.
LGD Gaming, they get it done. They right their sins from split number 1 and take down the team that haunted them at the beginning of the year. They couldn't take this series in winter. They could not beat this team, and here they are with a stronger version of OMG, a roster that we unanimously considered to be better, and they are besting them 2-1 in a series that could determine so much for this group going forward.
So incredibly massive for LGD to bounce back after what you and I both thought was a sign of things to come for OMG for the rest of the series. We thought that, wow, Haichao styling on LGD with a champion that effectively was his first stage game in LPL, because as we all know, he's only played Zoe one other time, and that was in Season 11 in Demacia Cup on a team no one has ever heard of. And I don't think it's really ever existed. I went back, by the way, guys, that team was qualified in through something called Academy Camp I have no idea what that means, but there's no Leaguepedia history on that team. And just know that Leaguepedia has like information on like teams that were in amateur.
Yeah.
As long as they had games. There's
Rafa.
no Leaguepedia bio on LYA. I know.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I look like the biggest clown right now. And
I still had him ahead of LGD. I still had them winning this series. We both look like clowns right now. LGD being bottom half for both of us. I don't know about that one, Rafa. This might be a team that is a lot better than we thought they were.
Yeah. But also okay. Xiaoye,
yeah,
stepped up big and was an incredibly clutch carry, but I think also LGD played insanely well around Xiaoye to make sure that he was set up for success. And I think the biggest thing that I was banking on when I put OMG at the top of my group Nirvana rankings was Rio continuing to find success. And unfortunately, after game one, it just looked like he was super uncomfortable and unsure of what he wanted to do.
I think he just had a bad read. Like, I honestly don't really know what to say. You just drafted Jarvan, Lucian, Milio into Dr. Mundo, into Akali, and the strategy, the game plan was, we're going to lose all of the dragons, and we're going to give grubs for free so that we can play vertical on our Lucian bot side, because if we get Lucian fed enough, he'll kill the Mundo. Like, I just feel like it's such a flawed game plan at a foundational level, and it really ended up being a problem. I still like OMG's draft if you're fighting at grubs, if you're fighting at dragon, if you're forcing this Dr. Mundo to make decisions in the early game, but there were no decisions. He got everything for free, he scaled into the end game, and boy, did he benefit for it.
Yeah, I almost feel like Rio almost lost confidence after game two. Because when you are Jarvan, you should feel empowered to make early game plays. And yeah, it's hard to lock down Xiaoye just by yourself. The bot lane dive wasn't really a dive. It was just a, hey, back off the turret for now. That's it. But if you're going to be playing around your Lucian, you should be feeling empowered to also get dragon stacking on your side. How is it that OMG don't fight the right timers to then be able to get those dragon stacking timers for themselves, right? And I would have to go back through the entire game and just like watch it over again to see what the decisions were. But I know that one of the things that happened that maybe was just not corresponding well with what OMG's plan should have been was the decisions of Rio's invades then costing return windows by Hong to then get something better on the map. Like the Krug invade, for example. He gets the Krugs, but now he doesn't have Smite. He's chunked.
Yeah.
He's forced off Gromp. And then that gives Hong the ability to get the first dragon of the game, right?
Right. And even when you're equalizing it out in your head, you're going like, okay, I'm trading and I'm getting something here. Why are you trading neutral with the Dr. Mundo? Like, that's losing. Like, that has to be the math in your head. You have to change the way that you think when you allow something like this on the other side. It felt like OMG had a strategy and they realized, hey, in this situation, it's good for Jarvan to trade. It's good for Lucian to get this lead. In isolation, those things are correct, but I feel like reading the game and reading the game state you were in, especially after the dive on the bottom side, something has to be done elsewhere, and it just felt like they were constantly second to these plays. And that's where I want to give LGD a lot of credit, and specifically Hung a lot of credit in this game, because you're not expecting this Dr. Mundo to completely shut down this Lucian, but what does he do? He goes bot lane, dives, gets that lead back onto his AD carry, and that Corki takes over from that point in the game. It's really well played from LGD, and you can say that OMG made mistakes and didn't do the things that they needed to do. LGD still have to go out there and capitalize on it with their decision making, and I think they did that here today.
Yeah. The experience on LGD's side pays off in dividends, and Hong being able to navigate two scenarios where Rio had some early game agency and being able to try and find windows back into the game, not just in game 2, but also game 3, recognizing his win conditions and just ensuring that Xiaoya was being set up for success. I think Xiaoya was able to display his mechanical prowess a little bit more in this game 3. Not sure if that means if he's going to get a player of the game for game 3.
You got robbed in game 2. He's got to get it for game 3, right? Like, one of these has to go to Xiaoya. Like, at some point, you have to start voting for this guy because it's all well and good to get that lead. He's Valking forward. He's fighting 2v or like 3v1 in the base at the end of the game. Like, you can give an AD carry a lead. They still have to go out there and make the use of it, and I think he did that.
Only time will tell, K-Man. But
yeah,
the implications this has on Group Nirvana and standings now. LGD are 1-0 in series with 4 series left. So they already have a nice window buffer to prevent them from being likely candidates to be relegated from LPL for the rest of the year. OMG 0-1, completely flip side of the coin there, as looks like we're getting a stage interview with Hong. So we're not going to know who the player of the game is during our time, but K-Man, always a blast to be casting with you, and
always
super excited that we got a chance to see the continued rivalry with OMG and LGD evolve, this time in triumph for LGD here in Split 2.
Yeah, no, I mean, we really got to see the back and forth. All I can say, Rafa, it's inevitable. LGD 11th place, you can't stop it. It's a train that's barreling through. There's nothing you can do. This team will be there. They won't be bottom 2, and I think they proved that here today.
Well, if they can beat OMG, we'll see how LGD will fare against the rest of their opponents in Group Nirvana, and same for OMG. Is this going to be a sign of OMG's inevitable departure from LPL for the rest of 2026? Or can they bounce back? Can they take this series in lesson, look forward, and only play better from here on out? Only time will tell the next time we see both of these teams on Summoner's Rift. And for now, we're going to take a break. When we come back, it won't be us and K-Man, because we'll be swapping out with our friend Slayer and Quacks for our final series between BLG and Weibo Gaming.
Hello, LPL faithful, looking for some more English dialect to the best region in the world. Welcome back to twitch.tv/LPL English or youtube.com/LPL_English. We are into our second and final series of the day, our final series of the week, and we brought out the big guns. And I'm not talking about myself here. I'm Slayer. You're going to be your play-by-play. I'm talking about the Drip Master over here, my head coach of Heartstuck Castelo, Kazakh's Masters One Trick himself, and my good buddy here, Quacks, who is here to bring us into a very fun matchup here, a gaming battle here, Quacks, but two teams on very different trajectories to start off the Split 2 in the LPL. 2-0 Billy Gaming versus 0-2 Weibo Gaming. True. No. Yeah, and it definitely will go a long way. And Quacks, I want to just make sure, Quacks, to let you know the fact that, Quacks said one of the best teams in the world here. I think some of you guys at home might have missed that. One of the best teams in the world is what Quacks said. Quacks, we have to be cashing in on the fact by running the statement of they are the best team in the world. So we'll make sure to get Quacks everything set up with his microphone shortly, and he'll be able to get more of those out. Okay, he's good now. We got you, Quacks. So
my bad.
That's your punishment for saying one of the best. You have to cash in, Quacks, and say the best, because Billy Gaming, of course, won that first stand. Let's get into the roster, though, really quickly here, and we'll start talking about world number 1, Billy. Roster is the exact same, though, because why would you ever switch up this beautiful roster the way they've clicked at post first stand? It's Kikabin in the top side, your finals MVP from first stand. Shun in the jungle, paired up with a Knight, and, of course, Viper and On to round out this roster. And, well, Quacks, there's a lot of places to talk good about this squad, but me and you feel like, a lot of the credit needs to go on to the continued performance of On in the support role.
Absolutely. I think that when you think about roaming supports and kind of putting that style of play on a face on that style of play, On's face should be the first guy that comes to mind. This is a player who, even though his impact on the roams that he makes on the map might not be apparent right away, it might not necessarily involve getting a kill for Knight or getting a kill for Shun when they look for invades. It's more so about laying down that vision, on setting up for objectives early, and it kind of creates this butterfly effect where later down the line, the seeds that On plants turn into a legitimate win condition that Billy can get later. So I want to see more of that from On, and I'm really interested to actually see if Weibo have an answer to this, because so far in split number 2, Slayer, we haven't really seen a team try to punish On's excessive roaming by overloading necessarily on a side lane with Viper or trying to catch him out in the jungle. He's been allowed to roam basically wild and free throughout the 2 series we've seen BLG here in Spring Split, and that just seems like it sets them up to win.
And it has in droves, not just here in the LPL early on, but of course looking back towards that first stand tournament that we're going to continue to harp on. We do have, some visual representation we could show off of how On has been able to play this certain style. And what I want to really reinforce about your points here, Quacks, is the fact that think about, everyone at home, think about where we're currently slated at with the bot lane meta. We're talking about there's 4 tried and true duos that are so dominant. It's an enchanter basis. It's a lane dominant based meta, right? And you're seeing a lot of teams having to adapt to that. BLG are not one of them. They're sticking to, like you talked about, opening up the map for On. I know there was an interview that he was able to do where he talked, he praised Viper for his ability in the 1v1, in the 2v1. Yeah. On feels so confident leaving him down there to create these plays, and it's the style that is really making BLG not just so deadly, but so unique given the current bot lane situation in the meta.
And I think that we haven't seen a ton of variety from him throughout the split so far. Granted, there's only been 2 series, but like we've seen him get barred both series. And On, even like way back when, was known as an insanely good Bard player. Even when the champion wasn't meta, like he could pull this out and have really good performances on it. So the fact that he has been able to have access to his best champion, I would wager, in both series of the spring split, absolutely illegal. And then he's also able to pull out things, he pioneered the Anivia support that every region is kind of using as a big counterpick to things like the Nautilus, things like even the Rise. Even if you're not laning against it, it's still good at being able to punish him. He pioneered that. We just saw the Shen dive.
Shen, yeah,
so
good shout.
On is able to play these really unorthodox support picks on top of things like the Bard, on top of things like the Nico, and look good on all of them. So it's very difficult to get a read on this player. And I also think that has just been a general strength of BLG as well. Their drafting has been, it's impossible to cover all the bases in draft because this team is so dynamic and flexible in what they want to do at that point.
Yeah, they create chaos early, they make things messy, and they clean up fights the way they want to. Speaking on messy, though, to switch that sort of adjective around, that's how we could describe the start for Weibo Gaming. Like you mentioned, Quacks, this team was a top 3 finish in Split 1. It hasn't looked that way so far. It is a bit of a different roster, of course. It's still Zika in the top side, Jeje in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane position, Elk, my vote for MVP from Split number 1 at the AD carry position. But I want to use this time to say, a rest in peace to my GOAT, Arha. He should be here, Quacks. It instead is Hong for the 2nd year in a row, replacing this guy going into Split 2, and I'm still upset about it.
The people who don't like caster bias on the cast might be coming after you for that one, Slayer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let them, honestly. I agree with you. I think that Elk and Hong have been having some growing pains so far. I think that Elk just generally hasn't looked like the player we expect from him. He had a really, really good split number 1, and a lot of people were saying that he was the consistent bright spot for this team, even when Weibo were struggling in split 1, and as it was a very tumultuous split for the team overall. Like, Elk was always the guy that you could rely on. People were saying he was elo held, and now it doesn't even feel that way. It just kind of feels like they're all in this difficulty together. And Elk in particular, as you can see on this graphic, really isn't in his element. You were talking about the big 4 pairings that we have in the bot lane right now, Slayer. And I mean, Varus is a little meta, but Kaisa and Misfortune are not really seeing a lot of play right now. So it just is very difficult, I think, for Elk to have the impact on characters he's not known for having pop-off performances with.
Yeah, got to shout out Izzy, putting this graphic together for us, saving me as well on the concepts there. So always want to shout out the people behind the scenes that make us look all fancy here. But yeah, the point that I really want to hit home is that lower third. In essence, it is wild to me. We've had 60, 80 carries played so far in the short and split 2. Of all 60 of those games, we've seen one Varus, one Misfortune, one Kaisa. It's a weird spot to be in the LPL, even when you think back to where we were at the meta last year. That was just never a reality. These 3 champions were arguably the most dominant ones of the meta we had, but we're in such a different spot here, and it's time we have to have those conversations, right? Elk needs to adjust to get back to that form, or Weibo are really going to be in trouble, because even when they were kind of peaking to make that top 3 run in my mind, Quacks, it was Elk doing a lot of heavy lifting on these patented champions. So even if we do get, Xiaohu having good moments in these games, Jeje having some big control over single game wins, Weibo will not repeat a top 3 finish in my mind unless this guy gets back on track with whatever 80 carries are in the meta.
And he's got to do it this game against Viper. I mean, Viper has been
one
of, if not the best 80 carry in BLG. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck for that one, because it often feels like, we already kind of mentioned this, but like, this individual performance from Viper is in due part because On just lets him be on an island in bot lane. But speaking of islands, I guess mid lane isn't really one of the islands, but we are going to be talking about the matchup anyway because there's constant action around both of these mid laners. And Slayer, a very historic matchup here tonight in the mid lane.
Yeah, and wow, perfect timing as the main man Knight takes to the stage here as we have our walkouts going across. I'm glad we got to show off the win rates between those two, because you don't get to do it too often. You don't want to make it too repetitive, but it's always nice to remind everyone that Knight versus Xiaohu has been a staple matchup of the LPL for so many times. One that Knight has been the victor of more often than not, as BLG take to the stage here. And now we get Weibo, led out by the Spring Tiger himself, trying to get, some more sharpness to those claws that we know of past to see if Weibo can get their first series wins. Quacks, I said this yesterday on the broadcast, but I do want to just reinforce this again. I love this style of walkout when we're not doing like a big giant international where we want to take everybody out one by one in their main stage thing. Get the fans involved. They, it makes their week to say, "Oh my God, I just high-fived Viper." If I did that, I wouldn't wash this hand for months. I would just hold it like this all the time, be like, this hand.
Well, if you high-fived Elk, would you wear the Weibo jersey? Would that be enough?
I think if I actually high-fived Elk, this would just like morph into Weibo jerseys.
Morph in, or maybe because he was on BLG, like it's almost like Elk in spirit, right? Like it's a thing just because Elk was on BLG for so long, and this is kind of going to be like, I think, a very interesting thing where Elk is now staring down the fact that his team won an international without him. The first time in 3 years the LPL has won an international, and he was not a part of the team to see that.
Wild
so I
stat.
feel like maybe has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder for that one, Slayer.
Yep, and just here's those numbers to remind you. It is currently an 11-game lead here for Knight over Xiaohu. To be fair to the Spring Tiger though, Quacks, if you compare Knight to all the other mid laners we currently have in the league, I don't think many have numbers as close as Xiaohu has currently. So you can hang your hat. You're gonna hang your hat on that, Weibo fans, for now.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I think that Xiaohu this split has been decent in the laning phase, but has had there's been a very common theme, I feel, between Weibo as a whole, where they will look pretty decent in the first 20 minutes and then kind of fall apart from there. I just feel like their team fighting has not been clicking in the way that it did in split number 1. And I think Xiaohu, in a way, hasn't been able to have that same impact in the mid game to set up for those strong late games. Like, I associate him with champions like the Rise and being able to realm warp and make those impacts on sides, and he hasn't been able to really find those. So I'm really going to have to see how he is able to not only deal with Knight in the 1v1 lane, but also what his impact can be in the broader scale of the map, and if he can actually try and influence matchups elsewhere. Maybe that involves punishing On for his excessive roams. I kind of hope so. No team has found an answer to On just constantly going out and making trouble on the map. So let's see if Weibo can do it in this game.
Let's see, Quacks. We are into our Game 1 draft in the gaming battle. Billy, and Weibo. BLG, though, they did select first selection on that red side. Weibo opted to go towards the blue side. So, classic BLG wanted to be ever aggressive even in the draft to get that first primary pick. So, Quacks, as you see these bans flying out, a lot of Z-tier champions. You talked about the Rise, Bam, out of the way. Orianna, no Rumble. What are you looking at for this, R1? Because I'm seeing not really any of these classic bottom lane pairings challenged just yet.
I feel like if Karma isn't just slammed here by Weibo, like on the ban list, then BLG should take it immediately. Yeah, it's the most banned champion in the entirety of LPL. It's really interesting to actually see how the meta reads have evolved, even though we're only a few weeks into the split here, as Ashe going to just be the first pickup here. Ashe Seraphine likely going to be the pairing, unless Weibo want to try and deny it. This maybe does give over like the Pantheon Ahri if they want to try and focus up that top side, or if they want to maybe go the Corki Nami just as an immediate response.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a dangerous game to play. They locked the Lulu. That virtually locks in the Yunara. Interesting to see Weibo opt in to the Yunara Lulu lane eventually, right? They know they can pick in Yunara later on, so they get this ins out now. But Quacks, they're opting into the Yunara Lulu lane, into an Ashe Seraphine incoming. That ruined a Heartstuck Casterlo game this week for this exact matchup. I wanted to alt F4 the game for this exact matchup. So doing it into Viper and On right now, oh, what a shot call, Weibo. Good luck. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, you're going to be constantly pushed up under your turret. I really wonder what value the Xin Zhao is going to get early, because this is more of a denial pairing than anything else. Ashe Seraphine plus Xin Zhao just gives him so much free reign to look for invades, and that is something that Shun is known for, right? I mean, he has pioneered the aggressive playstyle that every jungler is trying to emulate across the world. So just kind of leaving me perplexed as to, because you won't have that bot lane priority, how aggressive can you realistically look onto Shun early on with this Xin. But the Yunara going to be locked in, just completing the pairings here. Now, though, both teams have their solo laners yet to be picked. I think that Sion is still on the board. We've probably got that still up and coming. Jace has also been kind of a big meta development. I think that a lot of teams have been willing to just slam that, but it does leave open maybe a bit more aggression to be had in the top lane because Jace is so... he needs to get ahead, right? He's got the damage, but very little else in his kit, very little utility. He's not tanky at all. So if you don't get Jace ahead, or you don't give him a favorable lane matchup, what value do you realistically get from this champion? So if BLG want to go that route, we've seen Bin lock it in before, and he was very effective on it here in Split 2. The Gnar banaway does lead me to believe that maybe a Renekton is possible for either of these teams, as Gnar is the biggest counter to that champion. And I think it would be really good, particularly for Weibo, because Dominus just gives you so much space, and that's really the biggest commodity for a late game Yunara.
I'm glad you brought up the Jace point here, because I do think in this game, I don't see Jace fitting well with this Yunara Lulu scale idea for Weibo as much, maybe as a bridge champion, but with the range advantage and Ashe Seraphine brings, adding a Jace poke into that, maybe you land with, like, if Knight sees a Syndra angle, that's just so much space creation on its own. There's also other control mages that can do it, but I'm just thinking classic Knight champions, right? So you can create a really good, like, range-based comp that can play aggro into that mid-game and fit into BLG's all-press style that we know them so well for in the year 2026. Bin, though, of course, in his potentially best top laner in the world form, draws that double ban, no Mbessa, no Gnar, so maybe we will see that Jace come across here with that first pick. Weibo, obviously, are going to have that counter pick to them, so we got to look out to see which one of the solo lanes, Quacks, they want to go after to allow maybe an easier lane for them going into this game one.
Aurora going to be the final ban here. Weibo now, I believe, probably going to pick mid lane on 4 here, I would imagine. Just because, okay, they're locking, or hovering rather, top laners. Yeah, Sion, I feel, is just the easy slam, giving you access to the Ashe Seraphine. One of the biggest difficulties of piloting Ashe Seraphine is that they are very gankable, they're very immobile, so this leaves it very possible for champions like Sion, who have that ultimate to just visit on down toward the bot lane, try and cut off their escape route, and with no mobility, they can just get axed. So I think this is a good lock in here for Zika. Still does leave the Renekton angle open, does also leave the Jace angle open. I feel like those are probably the 2 champions I am looking at here for BLG to lock. But if they just want to have maybe a wet noodle fight, the Cassante could be the lock, but it's going to be the Gwen here. And there we go. Yeah, someone in the crowd predicting it. Gwen here for Bin in game number 1 up against the Sion. So big favorable matchup. And now, yeah, I would imagine the Azir probably going to be the blind, unless they want to go for, like, the Ahri. I feel like Azir is probably your best bet here, just to pair well with the scaling you have existing on your team comp so far.
Well, Quacks, you got to remember, we know Knight is so great at so many of these champions, but his antithesis is the Azir, so it's not shocking to see him go away from the Shuriman Emperor himself. But the Mel, I think, you know, definitely loses some scale value, but it does fit into, again, what I really like to see next to Ashe Seraphine, which is punishing snares, punishing burst with a range advantage here, and the Mel will fit into that. But boy, have Weibo put themselves into a pretty nice spot to kind of test something you want to see from them, Quacks. We came into this draft saying you think Weibo struggled post 20 minutes. This draft from Weibo, they have to survive up to 20 minutes, because once they scale in, Yunara, Victor, Sion, wow, can this comp really run some fights?
Yeah, and I mean, we've been seeing just such an insane form from Bin so far. Like, the first stand performance is what people will naturally gravitate toward because it was an international showing, and him winning finals MVP, I think, really put him back on the map for a lot of people who maybe only remember him for his, you know, shaky 2025 form. But ever since we got into Split 2 Slayer, I mean, he really has been the man. He has been Giga Bin. And so I feel like on this Gwen, he's going to be relied on to scale up and be the carry in a good matchup as well. This is definitely going to be favorable for him. And it's just a question of, will Bin outscale the Yunara Lulu? Which of these two mega scale champions is going to be the higher impact? But with Bin's performance and his form, just showing what he's got so far, I feel like a lot of people will naturally favor him to be able to run over this game.
We'll have to see, right? Because it is a interesting spot to be in for Billy Gaming with a Gwen for Bin here. Kind of goes against them playing to smash the game within the first 20 minutes and then never look back, right? You do need to give Bin some time. He is their kind of key scaling threat. If this game does end up going late, this is going to have to defy this Weibo comp that we think can really just shock and awe BLG at 3 items plus. Weibo still looking for the first series win. And we are onto the map, and I don't know if we have even time for Jayos, because Xiaohu's immediately snared up. Double tap stun comes down from on, and wow, that is a picture-perfect start for Billy Gaming, finding first blood, getting it on tonight, and they might be looking here more as they get the slow onto Hong. He has to flash another snare coming down here from Knight. BLG like to play fast, Quacks, but not this speedy.
Yeah, Weibo are definitely going to feel the pain on that one. I mean, flash plus heal burn from Hong as well means that this Pantheon's going to have a very easy time. We can see that Shun is actually starting on enemy Raptors, so he is probably going to be looking to clear down. If they can try and chunk out this Lulu, they could potentially look for a dive angle. That could be very possible. We're going to get a replay here. So, yeah, what exactly happened? Did Xiaohu just...
Didn't expect bottom lane to be here, I guess, right?
Yep. Rooted, bone plating gone, double root, nowhere to go. So still holds on to that flash, but yeah, like I said, same can't be said for the Lulu. And instead of opting to just clear on down, he's actually going to look for maybe something mid here, just bullying Xiaohu even more.
Well, there goes that flash you were talking about. Does Shun want to match flash for flash to get this stun down? Why would you have to flash if you just chase him an enemy jungle? Shun still wants to do it on his own. Knight trusts his junglers so much that he's like, yeah, buddy, you got this kill secured. I got a wave to catch. And Shun gets it done. Second kill in for BLG. Second kill onto Xiaohu. And now Viper exerting his will, forcing Elk to flash away from a trade in the 2v2 bottom lane. And BLG are up to a 1,000 gold lead before we even hit 2 minutes 30 on the clock.
It's not just Knight that also trusts Shun, it's the cameraman as well. I mean, we panned away from that kill because they knew, Shun is going to get this one. There's no point. Let's just look at the bot lane. Maybe Hong dies as well, but he manages to survive. But really solid start here for the mid-jungle duo of BLG. Shun does lose a camp, but because he got that kill as, oh, hang on, Knight.
Okay, so mid lane is just the one-stop shop for early jungle ganks. I mean, you're in heaven right now, Quacks. Both mid laners now without their flash.
Yeah, so it does leave a very obvious route of attack for both of these junglers. Shun gonna get his first reset and pick up the fabled Ruby Crystal plus Longsword first buy that every jungler in the meta is currently going for. But we can see pinks coming through from Jeje. He's maybe looking onto the red buff, but doesn't know Pantheon is also right there. Wind Become Lightning does get thrown out, doesn't spot Shun. And yeah, he's just going to be forced to give that away. He has no camps to farm, so I think he's just going to have to either take the back or trundle his way toward the bottom half of the map.
I'm just glad that Jeje recognized. I hope he just clicked on Shun, saw that it was in his inventory, and was like, yeah, I never win this fight. So, good respect there from Jeje. You called it. He's going to mosey his way down onto this bottom side of the map, which is interesting, right? Somehow, we're going to see Jeje actually pick up a double scuttle through all of this, so that's decently nice. But he is behind the 8-ball getting those items, and he is going to have to, I believe, go to try and... Oh, I guess he doesn't want to reset his Krugs and Raptors just yet. He's going to go for his reset now, but that allows Shun to maybe invade once more or look for a regank onto a flashless Victor.
He's just charging those Qs, waiting for the empowered W potentially. If Knight lands a root as well, he can empower E and then maybe W. Yep, there we go.
Yep, there we go. Gravity Field comes down. Stun lands here from Shun. But luckily, Xiaohu's close enough to the turret, and Knight does eat the stun from the Gravity Field. So Xiaohu survives for now.
Yeah, just what it does is it helps Knight push in that wave, gives him a good reset here, and allows him to rejuvenate his health and mana. But no mid laner, no problem. Shun is just going to keep posturing aggressively despite not having Knight around. Won't be able to really find anything, though. And now I think the game could potentially fall into a bit of a lull state where Pantheon is just looking to farm until level 6. You've got the Prio in that bot lane. Maybe you attempt after taking these wolves and this Gromp to go for the dragon spawning in like 10 seconds. But that could maybe be up in the air as BLG still don't have some of those crucial flashes on their mid and jungle.
They do likely have a bottom lane prio, like we talked about. I think Elk and Hong have done a decent job trying to keep the CS close enough. It's only a wave lead here. It's currently slated for Viper. So that's a decent spot to be in. But you expect Viper and On to consistently get shove if you want to see Shun go for that early dragon. Instead, he's playing the BLG way, baby. We're invading. We're aggressive. We're up a level. We're up items. Why not? Let's see if we can find JJ. And boy, will he find him. Stun lands down. Doesn't have the full stacks of the passive up just yet. But boy, gets a huge chunk into JJ. And now he's going to turn his attention towards his Gromp that just spawned. JJ going to throw down a pink ward. But just like the red buff, I think he's going to have to let this one go. And he's also going to lose that valuable gold of buying the pink ward. That might be what really stings the most, Quacks.
Yep. Gets the control ward gold plus the Gromp. So Shun not going to hit level 6 off of this, but you can see that top crab is very close to spawning, so you should be able to get level 6 off of that. And he's actually anticipating that JJ is going to come back topside. He's just waiting in the bush to bully him again.
Maniacal. Oh, but JJ, he's like, hold on.
JJ has Tunneler, though, so there is an item advantage, but there's also a numbers advantage. Knight is moving, or at least posturing, toward that topside river.
All right, Shun's going to get rid of the second spawn of the top crab instead. So he'll pick that one up, likely for free here. Not going to use the smite. Will get spotted as he secures it. Takes over level 6 off of that, so that's important to remember. As Zika will make his way back up towards the top side as well. So no dragon, but we should have Shun resetting there, as we will reset our feed that has been viciously fighting our producer, quite like BLG viciously likes to fight Weibo in these early game sets.
Yeah, I mean, BLG just continuing to show their like really high octane style, not really giving Weibo any time to breathe. Quite literally Slayer from minute 1. And that just feels so difficult because we were talking about the importance of getting this Yunara ahead. We haven't had a lot of time to really look down toward this bot lane, but JJ has just been having his own problems this entire game and trying to put fires out in mid that he hasn't actually been able to give any attention over to the Yunara Lulu. Like, they have been in an isolated 2v2 against an Ashe Seraphine. That is not a position you want to find yourself in. You talked about the hard stuck Casterlo experience that we had with this, and I mean, it's probably the same for them at this point. They're in a 2v2 against the poke lane. It's a terrible time.
Well, Elk, I salute you, my friend, because you definitely have fallen behind a lot less CS than I did. So that I'll give you credit for there, Elk. Still, yeah, it looks like he picks up a decent wave. Viper gets a better reset timer, so he will catch this bouncing wave coming in. So it should be about a wave and a half the Viper arrives at the advantage with. But right now, the big advantage we want to talk about for BLG at this point in the game isn't the fact that they should get this dragon uncontested, Quacks. It's the fact that we have that Grand Starfall online. We have that enchanted crystallized arrow. We have the Encore. We have all these big mid-game power spiking ultimates up for BLG.
And we can also see Weibo are looking to trade here, so they're going to also receive the grubs. Are only going to go for one. It looks like JJ doesn't want a too hard commit because a Knight is off map. You can also see that Bin has Prio, and with the Pantheon ult, like you said, yeah, it's just very risky to stick around there without the fear of getting collapsed on. So he's only going to get one. It's not going to help out Weibo too much. That's like a participation award at this point because although having the grubs would be beneficial to a champion like Sion, being able to get a little bit more plates, it's not going to do you much good when you only have one grub.
Yeah, not really going to provide a lot of value there indeed, Quacks. But it's not Shun that's going to take any more grubs just yet. He's got top camps to clear. But it is going to be a path down here for JJ. Still, you talked about it. With the Yunara Lulu lane, you always really want to play towards the side of the map to make sure this Yunara can get a decent lane and scale up. And JJ hasn't really been able to do so. And now Elk's starting to suffer a bit more now. The CS lead's starting to grow. The plates soon to fall. Viper and On may be able to secure the second one before the wave crashes out to just stack even more gold through. And man, these volleys, these double taps from On just make it impossible. With Hong running out of mana rapidly, they're going to have to forfeit their position on this turret because what's that threat we were always talking about when we don't see Shun on map? It's a Grand Starfall. Works well for dives, so just going to increase this BLG lead.
Yeah, it's so difficult because you have basically no vision anywhere
Oh.
as Weibo past that river. As Elk is staying, Shun might legitimately just Grand Starfall into that bot lane between the towers. But
It's JJ that's protect.
yep. So does show himself, and Shun is just sticking around in the area. Weibo don't want a too hard commit because Elk.
Oh my god. I mean, that's heal. That's a transcend dash coming out. Elk living on the wire here to try and at least stay competitive in the CS. He's going to stay for another wave. Shun is walking his way down as he eats another volley. Hong is going to get snared thanks to On. And there is no way they can stay here for another wave. Viper is daring them. Elk has to drop a wave at some point, and now he finally will.
I mean, personally, if it's me, I'm blind throwing that spear into that bush. Like, but Shun doesn't want to fully commit to it. Hog is actually going to stay in the lane.
These guys are crazy.
To pick up level 7, but now the reset timers are disjointed. Knight is being looked at here by JJ, but here comes the Grand Starfall.
All right, 2-on-2. Shun has the passive fully stacked. I'm going to flash right on JJ's head. He's using the Crescent Guard to get Shun off of him, but he does have to flash away from his Solar Snare from Knight. So both junglers going to end up trading that key summoner. But that should allow Shun, if he'd like to finally pick up those last 2 grubs that have been chilling after losing their friend. Hold on. Cross-map arrow coming down. Snipes onto Xiaohu if he doesn't have the reaction time to flash on over it. But another valuable summoner coming off the board here from a cross-map play from Viper.
Very, very close call there for Xiao, who does manage to live, but like you said, commits the flash to do so. On here as well, talking about the roams. We haven't seen too much of it from the Seraphine because Ashe Seraphine just trying to keep that push. It's kind of been the main theme, denying the Yunara resources. But off that reset, does manage to give Knight a little bit of health and sustain in the lane. Meanwhile, though, Xiaohu is kind of forced to stay without any mana. He's finally going to channel his back, but look at how much prio is being had here for BLG. I mean, it's enough for Shun to finish off those grubbies, so BLG are going to get 2 for themselves, and there's a minute before Dragon, so he's pathing down. This is just perfect map play from BLG. They will all be synced up around this bot side when the objective spawns.
It was a rough start here for Weibo, right? BLG pick up that nice little cheese kill to start this game off. They re-gank Xiaohu to get that lead. That's all nice, but what I'm glad you really accented towards the end of your point there. What makes BLG so scary right now, the world #1 team, is what they've done with that small lead through the pressure, right? Constantly forcing their opponents to drop waves, give up plates, give up objectives all across the map. That is what has us so inspired by this BLG team. It's what we were hoping for when we saw this roster come together when Viper joined coming into 2026, and it's just awesome to see it manifesting here at first stand, of course, and now backing up that talk coming into Split 2.
And look at just how many wards there are, by the way, on the bot side of the map in favor of BLG. I mean, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. Literally, there is nowhere Weibo can step, even close to the river, that BLG will not spot them. So, JJ is going to be pinging toward the bot lane, but, I mean, Grand Starfall is available. BLG are going to have more than enough time to react to it, and a 3v3 might be happening, but it's a 3v4.
Yeah, Elk is going to cleanse the arrow as Xiaohu comes down, gravity field down, Viper and On both have to commit the flash, but the knockups do stack. Encore's only going to grab the support, but the double snare from On doesn't save Viper. He drops, but the trade comes out thanks to the solar eclipse from Knight. They pounce onto Jeje. The Crescent Guard only going to buy him a couple fleeting moments as it drops, and he soon will follow. Viper dies, but it's not in vain. It's a Knight triple kill as BLG clean up the bot side play.
And again, BLG are looking for more. Xiaohu is going to be able to clear the wave, so I don't think they're going to commit to the dive on the Victor. Just going to instead turn on toward the Dragon, but I mean, this is just such a huge deal. Viper lives for so long. Knight is now 4-0-1 off that play. And we're going to get another look at it. So this just feels like Weibo really finally saying, all right, enough is enough. We have to punish this Ashe Seraphine. We have to full commit onto Viper, but it's an overcommit. Knight and Shun are on the flank. The damage from the Seraphine is enough to where they drop before the Pantheon and the Mel even get involved in the fight. And then it's a 2v3 Slayer. Jeje's got nowhere to go. Xiaohu can't get involved in the fight. He's got no flash. He can't get out if he goes too far in. And BLG just with the better team play, and Weibo reeks of desperation, them trying to punish this Ash Seraphine. Where was this aggression, 7 minutes ago, Slayer?
It's the problem with this comp, right? I mean, this is a composition. It feels really hard to make any action happen. You have a Victor in the mid lane. You're playing Yunara Lulu scale into a range disadvantage bottom lane.
JJ?
It's tough to make. You have to find unique angles like JJ going after Viper here around the wall. Love that gank angle. Viper used both his summoners to make that play happen on the bot side, and now he gets caught out for free. There's a positive play for WBG.
Yeah, and Herald is the next logical move. You've got a numbers advantage. Bin is going to be TPing to this top side, but Knight is late. He doesn't have the teleport, but they're burning this down pretty quickly. I think they're going to be able to get the objective.
Shun flashes over. No, does not get the steal. JJ secures. He uses the Crescent Guard to get Bin off of him, but now Bin sets his sights on the rest of the backline. Snare comes across from On as Shun gets pushed out of the pit. Thanks to that Arcane Storm, Elk flashes over one Encore, but he's got Bin to deal with. Snip, snip, go the scissors. Then they can't drop Elk. It's Knight with the Solar Eclipse that finds its mark onto Hong, but Shun now cornered, has Xiaohu to deal with, and the trade kills come across here for Weibo. They're starting to bite back in this one.
They commit the Herald, so it's not going to be able to get the charge in mid, but it's a good inflection of gold here for Weibo, utilizing that numbers advantage they got from the pick onto Viper, and then just forcing BLG's hand to fight them. This is kind of just the BLG way. They have to constantly look for fights, even when it's disadvantageous. I mean, this is kind of a criticism we levy toward them in split number 1, and we saw a little bit here. Yeah, just a replay. Viper, nowhere to go with no summoners, like you said earlier, Slayer, and then the start onto the Herald. I was initially kind of worried that this wasn't actually going to go Weibo's way, but JJ lands the smite. On is just too disconnected. Knight isn't even here yet, so it's a big numbers advantage for Weibo. They're able to kind of chip them down before the Mel even arrives. And yeah, from numbers advantage and from forcing a fight off a pick, that is just a good macro play through and through from Weibo.
This game was treading towards disaster territory, so good on Weibo. A couple of nice plays there, thanks to JJ, who's been such a driving force, especially when you think back to that top 3 finish we keep, hampering down on from the Split 1 playoffs. It was JJ being that driving force, so they've basically cut the gold lead for BLG in half by this point, but that is not enough. They still need to keep this tempo up because that is a 2-item Mel on the other side of the rift right now. And yes, Quacks, I want to make sure that you get your opinion out here. How gross does it feel to see that, proto belt or the rocket belt finished on a Mel of all champ? Hold on a minute.
Viper.
Elk is just walking Viper down. Holy. On saves him though, the shielded heal, and Elk comes up just a couple inches short on the 1v1 and gets blasted to smithereens by the now 6-0 Mel out of Knight.
And you could see a little bit of a flustered reaction there from Elk, looking aggressively, but gets punished for it. Viper manages to live, and now Shun is in a 1v2.
Gotta throw up the Unbreakable as the Chaos Arcane Storm with the Gravity Field locks him in place. JJ finds that kill. Sika forces a flash out of Knight with that Unstoppable Onslaught. The snare's gonna come down, but the Scion's pretty tanky. JJ flashing after On, follows it up with a flash of his own, and they get on to Viper once again. Zika gets trapped under the turret, but he's tanky enough to make it work. Weibo, again, with a numbers advantage, are taking these fights to BLG.
And they've got control of mid now, so they're going to try and, clear out some of this vision that we highlighted earlier. BLG placed so many wards on this bot side. If Weibo can darken the map ahead of this dragon in about 40 seconds, they will be on much more even footing, information-wise, ahead of this dragon. And this is a dragon that they, frankly, need to win. Bin is now on 2 items. This Gwen is going to get progressively stronger in the game. So the scaling threats are starting to come online for BLG. You don't want the soul lurking over your shoulder like that, as we do get a replay. Elk just, feels bad moment, gets taken down, not able to finish off the kill onto Viper. And then Shun potentially looking... I'm actually kind of curious why he decided to step up there. Maybe just looking to take more space, take that bush, but he does get punished for it. Knight is forced to flash. I mean, On here is also going to be forced to flash, so... there's a bunch of those summoner spells being burned ahead of this dragon. Maybe Weibo, if they can find a creative angle like JJ has been doing over the course of the past 5 to 7 minutes, maybe they can deny this soul point from BLG.
Starting to have the items to try and compete in some spots. Elk has himself a gold lead. JJ has gone on to 2 items with that Titanic Hydra completed alongside the Sundered Sky. So there are powerful members of Weibo, but but they just don't have the setup. They're having to use Zika with that TP shield to try and walk on in. The Dragon just getting started here for BLG, but Weibo have set themselves up in a nice position, trying to find a fight lane, and JJ's going to go after On. The Encore is going to hit onto 4 members across the whole fight. On is going to drop in on the front line, forces Elk to flash out of the pit, transcended with that wild growth as the fight goes completely chaotic. JJ jumps onto Bin, who's trying to dash himself out. The Solar Snare will not save him. The wind becomes lightning, finds that kill, and now Knight is completely pushed out of the fight. Shun with the Hail Mary to try and get the Dragon, gets caught in the gravity field, and goes down to Elk. No members of Weibo dropping. They stop the soul stacking, and they're starting to bare knuckle brawl in this game number 1.
Late game Lulu, baby. The shields are just too much, and BLG were frankly too split to make a big difference in that fight. You could see that Knight was totally disconnected from the team throughout most of that Dragon scuffle. But the big thing here, Slayer, soul point denied. The big objective goes the way of Weibo. We do get another look at this fight. Yeah, you can see that Knight
just never gets in.
Even though he's got the range, like, there is a point where now the frontline members of Weibo are too tanky and the sustain from Lulu is just too much. Even though Bin finds his way onto the backline, like, Weibo find their way onto your backline as well. On gets immediately blown up. The health bars from Bin are just super low. Jedge is able to look aggressively onto him because he's not able to assassinate anyone on that backline. And yeah, just fight going up again here for Weibo. It felt like they were more coordinated, more together, and BLG were too split to make a difference.
The goal lead at one point was about 4.7 thousand.
Yeah.
And we were at what, Quacks? 14 and a half minutes when that was? This is a huge comeback the Weibo have made, regardless of how the rest of this game plays out. Really well done to put themselves back on even footing, and a conversation that I thought we never were going to have, Quacks, because not a lot of teams have survived early games going down to BLG. You kind of pointed it out. We have a Scion that's scaling up pretty well. We have the Yunara you just talked about that got the kill in the last fight. Xiaohu is on this Victor that will scale prominently as well. Weibo, if they have the setup for Baron for future Dragons, it's hard to bet against this comp.
And the fact that we're just stalling out the soul win condition as well for BLG, another 5 minutes, like, that's 5 minutes to get your scaling threats to even stronger positions. As On, the Storm is going to be Lumen over his head. He'll be taken down to about half. And that is a very squishy Seraphine. I mean, On's positioning was a big highlight that we talked about in the pre-show as Viper. Okay,
all right.
Kales comes out.
So still have the cleanse, so that's all right. Viper's just trying to cut down on as many of those cooldowns as he can. I do want to, take a moment to talk about itemization, if we have a moment here, Quacks, because we do see Viper going for the Storm Razor. It is an interesting point with some of these, premier marksmen. Oh, boy. Hold on. Unstoppable Onslaught onto On. The Arc of Ruin, Elk slow. Transcendence from Elk doesn't really matter. Zika tanks up a couple of turret shots here. TP comes through for Knight, trying to cover for their bottom lane. They're buying time, though, for Bin, who is splitting like a demon. And, boy, does he get this whole turret?
He might actually. Maybe he gets punished for it, but you can see that Weibo don't fully want to commit to sending more than one member of the Gwen. Yeah, you're going to have to send more than one in order to deal with Gwen at this point in the game, and that'll give the green light over to the rest of BLG to just fully send it onto you in the mid. So they're not going to pull the trigger onto the Gwen. Going to give over that tower and also concede the mid lane tier 1 as well. So that's all tier 1s taken here for BLG. This will allow them to extend that vision line significantly ahead of these Dragons. But the big thing hasn't been the vision, it's been the execution on the fights. And Weibo have really been showing up in that regard over the past few fights.
Without a doubt. They need to keep putting it together because a team of BLG's caliber, you slip up a little, they really can exacerbate that problem. You saw it right there. We were just talking about the gold lead. It was down a mere 400, but that one play, swing there from Bin, the turret's taken. It's back up to about over 1,000, and a lot of it is in the pocket of one of the best to do it in the mid lane, Knight, at about 2,000. This Viper is going to miss an arrow here, trying to get rid of that second cleanse, but Elk is going to be able to hold on to his own.
Yeah, we can see both teams are potentially fishing for picks, trying to utilize that Fog of War, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Dragon up in about 50 seconds, but I'm glad that you mentioned that Knight is performing really admirably in this game, because Knight is a player that, while not necessarily underperforming, I think that people were a little bit surprised that he wasn't the main carry force for BLG at first stand. A lot of people point to Bin and Shun's overperformance of that tournament as the reason why they were managing to lift that trophy at the end of everything. And we haven't really seen a Knight pop-off performance since they got back into the LPL, since Split 2 started. So to see him pop off with the Mel, I think is going to sway any doubts about his current level of play and say that maybe first stand was more of an anomaly. And this really is just Knight constantly dominating once again.
Well, Quack, speaking on that confidence, nothing embodies that more in the game of League of Legends than a good old book you want to stack some pages into, a.k.a. the Medjais. The Knight currently has 10 stacks on, so looking to get more onto that. Starting to really see the BLG game plan here, though, trying to play kind of 4-1, stretch out this team fighting comp from Weibo, but everybody's got to come a knocking to the Drake pit, because we have our next Mountain Drake on the board, and Viper is trying to get a bit sneakier with Shun burning it through. Weibo got to rush into this river to try and answer. They've got their big tank Scion to lead the way. Trying to get JJ close enough for a 50-50, but do you want a 50-50 into a Pantheon? Shun should be able to secure this if he does it right, and that he will at 78 HP. They get BLG on a soul point, and here comes the engagement. Huge encore from On, clips all of Weibo, and the Solar Eclipse rains down Hellfire. Here comes Big coming in with the needlework as well to slow up Zika. None of these kills can really be confirmed outside one, but BLG will take it. They get a kill in soul pointed style.
On could seal the Hamoon with that encore. My man hit a 5-man onto Weibo. Only one goes down, but BLG managed to get the soul point. Weibo don't win the Smite 50-50. And Slayer, I was really concerned about that fight. We talked about how in the last Dragon that we saw, Knight was completely split from the rest of BLG. Well, it was no different this time around. He's going all the way to loop around the blue buff. He's still not fighting with the team, but then manages to drop a little bit of damage here, set up with the encore, and I'm a little bit bummed that only one person died from that. That could have been like the big top one montage play that we have for our weekly top 5s.
Yeah, Quacks, what are these guys doing, man? They got to get us our clips. They're being a little too anticlimactic. Maybe you know, we got some more fights coming. I will say,
too tanky to quote a particular mid laner.
There you go, too tanky, exactly. On has now hit a 4-man encore and a 5-man encore in the same game, so anyone keeping stats of that, On is showing that, hey guys, I can adapt to any meta. Because we talked about it right before we got onto this, that On has been trying to buck that trend, playing the Shen support, prioritizing the Bard a lot more. Maybe we wanted to show out in the third series that he can also fit into the meta mold that is the bottom lane right now.
I mean, On makes his own meta, man. Like, this guy invented the Anivia support. He plays Shen. Like, what other unorthodox picks have we seen from the guy?
The Anivia, I mean, him and Elk were the Elise support, right? I would credit a lot of that over to On as well, being a driver of that. So there's a lot of champions. Are we about to caster curse him, though? Because he has to flash away from JJ getting caught trying to go on a warding mission. So doesn't hurt him too bad, but do lose that flash on the Seraphine. Quick pivot here, Quacks, for you. Let's just soak in the fact that this is a 4-item Mel already on the map.
Yeah.
With the Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, and, you know, you did bring up the proto-build discussion that we weren't really able to touch on too much. Right. I feel like maybe now is a good time to talk about it. So, for those of you who don't know, like, every mid laner is building proto-build right now, simply for the fact that Chovy is doing it. But
one man.
I did explain this for the OMG, or for rather the LNG EDG cast. This is kind of like Gale Force for mid laners, right? Gale Force, when it was for ADCs, it allowed them to play like a lot further up, a lot more aggressively. And so just having the ability to posture more aggressively is definitely something that...
What about an aggressive TP, Quacks?
Yeah, Bin is on the flank.
Oh, Elk, Amelia McHale's from the arrow. Bin doesn't like the angle to go in just yet. He's going to rely on his front line to try and burn through Zika. That Crippling done for Knight should be able to get rid of this health bar pretty well. And Zika nearly drops the Solar Eclipse. Will not clip him for death, but it forces out the wild growth there from Hong. So that key support ultimate having to be used on the tank is pretty costly. And now BLG can reign supreme on the top river. Do they start a dance with the big purple worm? Yes, they do. And JJ thought he had time to go for his red buff, Quacks, but now he's got to pace himself up towards this top river. When can Weibo get vision on this Baron? They have no idea how low it is. They're now just seeing that somebody's smacking onto it, but it's too low. On's going to use the encore to try and zone. JJ can't get the steal in. Shun secures it. Crescent Guard comes down. It won't protect JJ. He's the first one to drop into the fight. Chaos Storm providing some cover here for Weibo as Zika goes after Knight, but Viper does stay back. Flash out from Bin. Shun's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Elk, does he think about going over the wall? No, he has no vision on BLG. He'll take the 1 kill onto the jungler, but it's 4 members with the purple banner onto Billy Gaming.
Pretty close to the best case scenario for Weibo there, if I'm being completely honest with you. Best case would have been if they managed to get the Baron steal, of course, which JJ unfortunately was not able to do. But 1 for 1, and the kill going over to Elk certainly isn't bad at all. So, or no, Elk didn't get that kill, but still, Weibo managing to get that kill is definitely going to help them. It just feels like because Zika was burned down, forced to use that TP, and used all that ultimate earlier, like, you as Weibo didn't have a front line. So now, I feel like that is going to be the main reason why they can't immediately try and send it on toward the bot side, because not only have BLG gotten priority in mid with that Baron buff, but also because your front line really isn't looking too great right now. Zika is very fragile now that Bin is starting to get more items, so the tank shredding on BLG was on full display there, and with no flash, I mean, I feel like that Scion, if he steps 1 pixel too far, he's just going to get snipped and shredded.
And even outside of the magic resist he's trying to stack, there's an LDR done for this Ashe, who's at 3 items too, so gets to wail on Zika, get through virtually not a lot of armor. We're on to our Mountain Soul Drake here for BLG. All gas, no brakes, looking to play up tempo. Had a couple 50-50s not go Jedge's way. Does Shun want to risk it here as he gets back into the pit? Bin goes over the wall. Good call. Quack's trying to find that flank angle. And boy, is he starting to entrap Weibo. They're going to go after On instead and just blow him up with Elk. Zika going to go down, though, as the Dragon gets discarded. As JJ with the Crest Guard and the Wild Girl tries to hold the front line. Bin into the stasis. The zombie nearly takes him out. But can Xiao who get the kill? Yes, Shun finds the double onto Elk. And it has to be Viper stepping up and turning into a Gatling gun. Mowing down all of Weibo. Viper secures the fight win. Viper to secure the Mountain Soul for Billy Gaming.
And he buries his fangs in Weibo. Flash forward. It's a double for the Ashe. Targeted the entire game, but he manages to make up for it. Soul completed here for BLG. And I want to get another fight, another look at that fight there, Slayer. That was absolutely crazy. It was so close up until that crucial play from Viper, as we do see On immediately gets demolished. Bin having trouble trying to get impact on the backline. Zika's zombie is also doing more than his actual living body, so he manages to force BLG back, but then flashes to deny the stun from the Victor. We also saw that JJ kind of just left him alone. He was really focused on trying to take down Knight in that exchange, and look at the damage numbers. 9,000 damage just in that fight alone from the Ashe.
He did more damage than his entire team. I don't have the exact math, but my quick math says, holy moly, Viper. That is the fight. That is, you know, the reason that Billy Gaming wanted to bring a guy this caliber in. The safety he brings in lane is nice to let them play their aggressive style, but Viper hangs his hat on those disgusting clutch team fights. He's done it all his career. And he has this moment up against Weibo to get that Mountain Soul secured. Now BLG looking to take more map space up as they stack up as 4. Looking for this top lane tier 2 turret. They don't have Baron waves though, which makes this a lot slower of a process compared to normal.
We don't really have wave clear here for the top side of Weibo, but no Baron buff either is On.
We'll give him that one.
Yeah, for every 5-man encore, there is a 0-man encore. You know, sometimes your Sometimes your show sells out. Sometimes there's no one buying the tickets. Okay? Everyone's either showing up or they're just in the nosebleeds. But On... Still, though, I mean, that Encore is on a relatively low cooldown, so you should have that up soon. Maybe Weibo, though, I want to capitalize on that timer as we do see just going in.
The double knock with the Wild Growth. Shun trying to use that Unbreakable to hold the front line here as the Ashe Arrow does go wide. Shun the target. The Solar Eclipse, though, gets so much value. Elk is dropped very, very low. Bin tries to get him with the needlework. Elk does get out, but Xiaohu you can't say the same for. And now it's the Vision game to be played. Bin doesn't hit the next bout of needlework, but Elk is split up from the rest of his team. And the golden left hand looking to swat him down with a reflected Yunara W. The rest of Weibo to be rounded soon as they are running the wrong way down the highway. All they can run towards is their own demise. All JJ can do is try and stall out the BLG rampage because they're going to find themselves the first ace of the game.
It stalls them out a little bit. There's no really big waves coming here from the top side, but BLG still getting so much gold thrown into their carries. I mean, Bin now is at very close to 4 items. We didn't see the Gwen necessarily pop off in that fight, but the solo laners, I mean, look at the gold differences between them in this match. Yeah, I think that this was actually a pretty good call from JJ. Like, the Encore isn't here. Zika has a pretty good angle. Zika going up there, I think, was maybe a bit of a mistake because then you give access to Viper and On to just survive, whereas I feel like if you had gone a little bit further down, you could have maybe tried to pivot onto them, but everyone ends up falling, right? BLG are just too strong at this point. The Mel and the Gwen are too healthy, and the scaling is just starting to overwhelm Weibo.
Quacks, is that a reflect there from Knight, what you kids call aura farming?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right.
You would call it aura farming, too. I feel like that term has now kind of hit a point where people that aren't just, Gen Z are starting to use it. Maybe I'm wrong. We do have some older people on the broadcast.
True,
so maybe we can ask them.
I've got to catch that term in with you, Quacks, when I can, because most of the pairings, despite what people may think, I am the younger half, so... we are both Gen Z. We can lock into some aura farming. We're gonna start to some minion max here for BLG on the mid wave. The Encore gonna hit onto 4 again from On. JJ forced to push the Crescent Guard out to get out of dodge. But here comes Bin on the flank, flashing after JJ with the needlework. Shu with the Grand Starfall comes through as well to jump right on top of Hog. And all the Weibo on the back foot once again as the might of Billy continues to be unrelenting. 2 more kills in the bag, and now they can turn their attention towards another Baron.
Yeah, you can see the teleport is also forced down there from Xiaohu, so he's going to have to respond to that. No possibility for a contest as, looking over there, congratulations to On. I believe that was 6,000 assists in the LPL. Pretty big milestone.
6,000. That's a huge mark there for On. And to do it in style with another multi-man Encore. So aptly fitting. And there's the Baron secured there by Shun. Likely to be the final one to cap off. A little bit more of a roller coaster game here from BLG, but they've got everything in their arsenal to make it another win nonetheless.
4.2K, 4.5K. That is the goal difference between top and mid, and that is just absolutely absurd at this point. Bin is level 20. Knight is full build, 25 stacks on the Mage Ice as well. So those are like those are Avengers levels threats if ever I've seen one, or 2, I guess. As we do have the Elder coming up in about 40 seconds, but with the Baron here for BLG and just having those empowered minions, it's going to be really hard to wrestle control and priority away from them. So I would imagine BLG are just going to be setting up vision, looking to maybe try and pick off Weibo before they can even get to the pit, because at this point, if you're giving a 50-50 with this much of a gold lead and this much of an advantage, I'm judging you. I don't think BLG will do that. I'm hoping BLG won't do that.
Maybe Shun wants to practice some more 50-50 smites, maybe. Just like in the practice tool. Yeah, hoping that definitely doesn't happen. All that I saw here is two things. Gwen, level 20 for Bin, and a Shadow Flame completed for a full build Knight. Good luck, Hong, surviving any of these engages, as he's actually trying to usher Weibo back through this bottom river. Shout out to our observers here, Quacks, who are showing no vision in this river for Weibo. It is such a daunting task to try and just spot out BLG.
Oh, JJ
is going to come through here. Ash Arrow going to force out another Mikhails from JJ. The TP going to come through onto the bot wave. Encore just a bit early there, so On not going to hit it this time. Zika able to walk himself out. That's both bottom lane ultimates off the board here for BLG.
Yeah, sorry, that off from me, it wasn't like panic, it was just my Seraphine impression, as BLG are going to keep just trying to wrestle control of this area. That Tribush, crucially, is not warded. I'm wondering if anyone is actually in there to look for a flank. Okay, so no. They have just started up the Elder. Bin, though, is still looking for a flank.
All right, Bin on the top side. BLG going to usher themselves back towards their top laner and let the Elder aggro come back down. Weibo staying strong as 5, trying not to be flanked and assaulted on all fronts. They're pushed back into that Tri-Brush as Zik has to use this double onslaught defensively, but still gets double tap snared by On. Viper full build. Knight full build means no take can ever survive the damage Billy bring. Frontline gone here for Weibo. Bin holding off the rest of Weibo in their own jungle and now they can finally head right back to old Greybeard to secure the best buff in League of Legends.
And look at their base. I mean, the super minions are doing work on the turrets. They're going to claim one, so one does actually go down. BLG stalled them out long enough. Zika going down. No front line for Weibo. They can't contest, even if the waves were in like an advantageous spot for them. So, Xiaohu does dodge that, but it's Elder. He's not going to survive this, though.
Oh, Grand Starfall. He's got a flash and get a wild growth there from Hong just to get back towards his fountain. And with the Elder, there's nothing that will make a League of Legends player more confident than this buff here. The Bellows execute coming for Weibo as they look for a Hail Mary engage, but boy, does that one fall flat from JJ. The Encore to secure that one. The wave's soon to be cut down, and only a turret stands in the way of another BLG win. They'll start looking for maybe some stat pan to see if Weibo will come for one more fight, but the Solar Eclipse does ludicrous damage from Knight. He immediately picks up himself a triple and caps off a dominating BLG late game for a 1-0 lead.
And this is what we talked about. Weibo, they looked good in some sections of the game, Slayer, but just one tiny mistake, or I would actually say two tiny mistakes, and BLG are just able to wrestle control of this game from them. It was certainly not a clean win by any means, but BLG will take the 1-0 up in the series. The two, by the way, if you were wondering for me, was when Zika, I mean, he gets chunked out from the TP that he throws himself in, and then also has to use the ult to get away. That just gives BLG the Baron. And then also, the more flashy one, the Viper double kill, of course. I mean, that... Classic Viper. You love to see it. Yup, there we go.
You love to see it. You love to see it. Hey, listen, good juju, right? If you've watched the LPL English podcast, I don't know if we've actually named it yet, so I'm going to call it that.
Nope.
Should check it out, by the way. I did rock this, but this is the first official Slayer wearing the BLG jersey on a cast, so it's kind of poetic, right, Quacks? You mentioned the Viper flashy play there.
Yeah, I need to catch up on my LPL apparel. Like, I have multiple LCS
This is my only one.
Yeah,
this is my
I
first
have
one.
multiple LCS jerseys. I have a Damwon jersey from when they won Worlds in 2020. I have no LEC jerseys, nor will I ever get an LEC jersey. I also don't have any LPL jerseys, so I need to get on that. As an LPL caster, I feel like I'm not representing the region that I have been indoctrinated into nearly enough as I should.
Well, Quacks, you got more time. It took me far too long to get my own sort of drip here. So I'll give you some time, but I'll definitely be checking back in with you on those ones. Nonetheless, though, I do want to spend, a bit of time now before as we get into this post-game stuff, check back on what you were expecting, what you wanted to see from Weibo, because I do think in this game there were some positives, and I feel like you can kind of write off the terrible start they had with just like an unlucky look, right? So what are the positive things you saw from Weibo here, Quacks, in this game?
I feel like a lot of the positive stuffs that we saw really did pertain to Elk. Like, we were very concerned about this player going into this series just simply because he hadn't been looking good in the two series we'd seen from him so far, and he was facing off against BLG, which is a scary prospect for even a big performing AD carry, and Elk certainly hasn't been, I think, performing to the standard that a lot of us expected from him, and certainly not to the standard he showed in Split 1. And I'm pleased to say, him and Hong, despite the tough matchup that we kind of highlighted in Champ Select, did pretty well at being able to match Viper and On. So credit over to him. Jeje as well. It started off really slow for the Xin Zhao, but he did manage to, in that mid game, make a lot of impact known to have, to give
Sorry,
Weibo
not to
fights.
distract you.
No, I mean, Viper's damage is a big highlight here. I mean, 51.2k, almost 10,000 damage in one fight is absurd, to be honest with you. So really big shout out to Viper. Again, it wasn't the flashiest beginning for him, as I think that him and Elk were kind of going band for band, but that double kill just altered the entire trajectory, I feel, of the matchup between the two, and frankly, the game.
Couldn't agree more there, Quacks. And yeah, it's such a fun convo with Viper, because I think some people would argue in Split 1 that he started out kind of like slow. I want to put in quotations because I think a lot of teams' game plans early on in Split 1, and we saw a bit of it in this game for Weibo, like you're mentioning, was like, okay, we just need to target Viper. This guy's too big of a threat to like leave untouched, too big of a threat to like allow him to just farm up and do his thing. But BLG were able to benefit off of a lot of the back of that because they could just clean up for Viper, being able to draw out so many of the extended plays to get him killed, to come back and win. And it's fitting in this game we saw, like, even this early play, right? It's Viper getting targeted, he does die, and BLG clean up the rest of it. But as we get later in this fight, you're going to see Weibo having to ignore him more and more, and he comes back to punish them, the very thing that they were afraid of.
Yeah, and I think it is definitely telling that the first big highlight we get here is when everyone is like level 9, level 10. It was a relatively slow early game in terms of like actual consequential action, but I think that BLG were just a lot better at being able to set up their scaling threats. We saw how strong Knight managed to get and how impactful he was around those mid-game teamfights. And then the Gwen just kind of exploded out of nowhere. We had very little time to talk about the top lane matchup, but Bin had some really shiny moments in this game. So it just feels like BLG were better prepared, even though it was a very slow early game, not something we're used to seeing from BLG. We have been seeing, I feel more proactive and more clean late games as the year has gone by. This was something that we were really insisting on them trying to get down when we were in Split 1 and they were having those struggles back then. They seem to have fully, managed to actually get to that point where 5v5s are like a legitimate strength of this team, where they can have the macro sense in the late game to actually challenge the best teams, not just in the LPL, but in the world. And they're hoping to keep up that form, maintain that form for hopefully the next international. But this was certainly a, like I said, slower game for them. So who knows? Maybe in game 2 we get more of that high octane style we were kind of preaching about in the pre-show.
Yeah, it definitely felt like this was the most meta read BLG game for the most part, with the fact that, you had the Pantheon, Ash Seraphine. I would actually argue Mel, I guess, is the most in the meta she's been, I would say, for a mid laner. So for Knight to pick that one up as well, so we'll see in game 2 if they go back towards more BLG-esque style. But Quacks, the tough question I have for you now is, who would you name player of the game? Because I think either major carry deserves a shout here, because you see the Knight stat line, it's pretty bolsterous, but then obviously damage numbers, the big winning fights here for Viper. Where's your head at, my friend?
I actually feel it's tough, but I'm gonna give it over to Knight. I feel like this is a player who, like we kind of said earlier, from what we expect of this guy, which is just utter and total domination, we haven't really seen that up to this point in Split 2. Like, a lot of people were, there we go, concerned about his performance at first stand relative to expectations, and also just relative to what his teammates were doing at that tournament as well. To see him pop off and have a vintage Knight carry performance is so good, I feel, because this is a player who, at his best, is legitimately, first, second best mid laner in the world, and always is a joy to watch.
So Knight, 13-0-11. Hard to pick away from that one for MVP. Even if I do love my boy Viper, definitely deserves some votes. Hopefully he got some. We didn't get to see that graphic. That's totally fine. Knight picks up that MVP. BLG does get the game win. Weibo with some good looks here, so let's see if they can carry some of the momentum they had in game 1 into game 2, because no team wants to start out Group Ascend like Team WE at 0-3 or potentially 0-4, and that's where Weibo are heading. We, though, are, of course, heading towards another short intermission on the other side. Game 2 draft from the Gaming Bowl, Billy versus Weibo. Back in a flash here on LPL English, your unofficial English coverage of the current best league in the world. Thanks to these guys on my chest, these guys below on the graphic, Billy Gaming, who took a 1-0 lead in our final series of the week, and of course of the night here in the Gaming Bowl. I'm really gonna hamper that one home. I think it's a fun little quip there, Quacks. But Weibo on the back foot here, need to find a win. We are just looking to see this team that, again, finished top 3, show some of the stuff they were able to display in that lower bracket run from Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Weibo falling down to 0-3 at this point would be really disappointing, right? Like you said, they finished 3rd, and I mean, this is a team that had one roster change, and it was still like pretty good. Even with like Arha, a lot of people were anticipating that this would not necessarily move the needle too much. I think a lot of the consensus was that the overall level of Ascend probably increased throughout splits 1 and 2, but that Weibo should be able to try and maintain their form, but just something hasn't really clicked for them. I think a lot of people were really starting to sound the alarm bells, not necessarily in the first series, but the NIP series was when people were like, okay, something is amiss here, because NIP and WE were like, definitely when people were ranking the Ascend teams, there was like a very clear 1, which was BLG, 2 through 6 was anyone's guess, and then 7-8 was WE and NIP. And to see NIP upset that balance against Weibo, who was one of the, I would say, more unlikely contenders and candidates to do so, especially when you factor in that Split 1 performance like we said, it just creates this, okay, what is it that they need to fix? And I feel like we saw it in game number 1, where they had good leads with BLG. They were able to contend them in a lot of those mid-game fights, but the late game, it just fell apart off of 1 or 2 very crucial mistakes.
And what was kind of worrying about the late game being the faltering part? What was the main takeaway? You know, drop all the narratives, drop the teams, just look at the drafts. You look at those 2 drafts, like which team should be dominating late game? The Ash Seraphine, Mel, Pantheon, or the Scion, Victor, Yunara, Lulu, right? So even more worrisome. We're jumping headfirst, though, into this Game 2 draft here. Weibo had first selection. They could pick side. They could take first pick. They take first pick here, and they end up on the red side here, Quack. So start walking me through what you're looking for with that first pick, and maybe how bands look differently compared to our first game.
I'm actually really surprised that we haven't seen any Nautilus priority come out here for Weibo, because we talked about the aggressive picks that Elk is known for, and Nautilus kind of feels like the only non-enchanter-esque champion that can actually function in today's meta. So we have seen like heavy priority on Nautilus with regions like the LEC. I know, watching the I was trying to fall asleep, that's why I was watching them. But I do wonder if maybe we see that come out here for Weibo if they want to have a more aggressive look and jump Elk out to an early lead here.
Let's see if the Coach Quack's formula will come through here for Weibo. Last bang going to be that Rise, so kind of lose out on Premier Junglers unless you really like the Wukong. Maybe go
Rumble
the Ezreal for Ezreal Bard. Good call, though. That's why you're the analyst here, Quacks, to lead me in the right direction. The Rumble, a great B1 pick here for Zika to secure that one for Weibo.
And now, I don't think BLG necessarily need to immediately respond with a top lane counter of their own, but like things such as the Cassante, things such as the Ornn are available. BLG are hovering the Zahen, which
they could go
don't want to jump
too
much to the conclusion that this is top lane. This could also be in the hands of Shun, but yeah, like you said, a Corki Nami is still available. That Bard Ezreal is still available, and On loves the Bard, so naturally we're gonna lock it in. Ezreal doesn't necessarily need to be paired with Bard, but does have a good amount of 1v1 potential and does like to scale on up. So I think that this is a pairing you could go for, but they're going to hide it for now. And instead of going a tank, Bin on tanks, no. Loves to go in, loves to fight. Who is this guy? He's going for the Ambessa. Do want to maybe, throw in that this could, it's a very small chance, but could be a flex. But this is like 99% going to be in Bin's hands here.
Does, going for the Bard, trying to play the likely prior like you're talking about, Bin trying to take hands to this Rumble means that you do forfeit over the last of the Premier Trinity bottom lane duos, right? Bard Ezreal is powerful in the essence of the roaming ability, but we talk about Ashe Seraphine, we talk about Ezreal Karma, and then we talk about Corki Nami, right? So this one comes through. Quick to point out, though, that so far with BLG, the most played champion for Viper has been this Ezreal. This would be his 10th game if he decides to lock this one in. I think he has to or it gets banned away, and Viper will sport the best champion in the game, no bias there, Quacks, to round out this Billy Gaming bottom lane.
Yeah, I like this a lot because it also denies things like the Vi from really being viable for Weibo because, you know, you throw that cease... Yeah, got him. You throw that cease and desist on to Viper, and he's just going to arcane shift backwards and throw you deeper into the weeds. This is why Corki is also a really good counter to the Vi as well. So, does limit what Jeje can do in this game, and Jeje was one of the, I think, really big bright spots for game number 1. He was looking very proactively in the mid game, constantly punishing those flash timers from Viper and generating leads for Weibo early on. So it's going to be harder for him this time around. The Vi ban's still going to come through, though. This does still mean that things like the Nocturne are available if we want to try and have that snap engage. I think that this could be a thing for BLG. Yeah, Wukong as well, also up. I would favor Wukong for Weibo just because it's paired up nicely with that equalizer. So being able to combo those ultimates together and look for the big team fight wombo combo is certainly a strategy they could try and employ. But Nocturne going to be taken away. A lot of jungle focus here in the second phase of bans. Are we going to see just a full 4 jungle champions taken off the board?
Yeah, we'll have to see here. It's interesting to see. It'd be intriguing to see both, you know, the junglers kind of commit to this double ban set. The Galio will come through instead. Love the Poppy ban, though, by the way. Ezreal dash and Bessa dash. Glad you brought up the Skarner. That one is still floating around. We still have the Wukong as well, right? Still out there. If Shun just wants to take this one here, I mean, I think it's just the most powerful jungler left up, so can't really knock it.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyclone is nice, but there isn't a lot of AoE onto BLG to really capitalize off of the multi-man knockouts. I say that, and immediately the Annie Hover does come through. Now, if the Annie Hover does come through, then maybe Weibo could read this as being a Wukong angle and take it away themselves. I do, again, think that Wukong would be a decent pickup here for Jeje if he still wants to have that team fight impact and pair it up with the Rumble ultimate as well. So that does still feel like a possibility. But first, we're going to get the mid laner out of the way. Yeah, Azir, generally a good matchup into the Annie just because you can outrange her. And her being immobile means that she is... she can be shuffled, so there is a possibility for playmaking. Yeah, I really think Wukong is just Exodia here. It's a good denial, and it pairs well with your team. I mean, we did talk about the Skarner. This does have an AoE
people
ultimate,
on top of the equalizer?
Right, yeah. And we did talk about the immobility of the Annie, but there are other champions on BLG that can get away from that ultimate. So that is my biggest concern, is that we won't see many multi-man impales. This kind of feels like probably the most logical solution here. I mean, Mundo, you need frontline, you need initiation along with the Ambessa. Ambessa being the only form of engage for this team realistically does feel a little bit bad, especially because Weibo on things like the Corki, the Skarner, and the Azir are very easily going to be able to get away. Ooh. But the Nefiri last second. So Bin is not only your sole engage, he's realistically your sole frontline as well. Like, this is the only tanky member of your team. BLG, I feel like, have to jump out to an early lead this game. They weren't able to do it in game number 1, but if this game goes late, the scaling is better from Weibo, the composition is better from Weibo, they've got a tank, they've got multiple ways to engage a fight. I feel like this is as good as it's going to get, and Weibo winning a game here, Slayer, would be huge in trying to revitalize some faith in this team that is running low on it at the current moment.
Totally. I loving what you're spitting here, Quacks. I want to kind of maybe add some extra zest, extra sauce to the Skarner pick. You look at the fact how burst heavy now BLG become, the value of a tank in Skarner that can maybe kind of nullify the burst of an Annie and a Bessa and a Fury. That's why I like this look a bit more, but you said at best here, BLG, you know, if this were any other team, Quacks, I think we'd be a lot more worried about a draft like this, but this Billy squad, they can run away with leads early and never look back, and they'll have to do it in this game too if they want to come away with a sweep and force Weibo to a very, very worrying 0-3 spot. We'll see if they can get it done with a classic team fight comp of the meta as we're soon to head back to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, Weibo, I think, are really just set up nicely here to play a style that is going to highlight whether or not they're actually able to play the team fights or not, which is a concern we've had all split long.
Jeez, Billy, and Weibo, they do not wait for these Jaios. Shout out the BLG fans in the building, though, Quacks. I have yet to hear the mics peak in a stadium for some Jaios, and we got that there with the BLG fandom.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, I was talking about this in, I think, the most recent BLG cast that I covered, but, like, every team likes a winner, or everybody likes a winner, a team that ends up being, like, the champion. So I think naturally BLG being able to lift that trophy in Sao Paulo is going to give them an extra little bit of clout as far as the Jaio volume goes, as On is really just looking to flex his clout, standing 1v2 in their faces. Hong?
I was about to call out to it. Viper, in this game state, is going for the rare Ezreal tech of running Exhaust, so he uses it there. Also love to see him utilize the fact that Ezreal is so dangerous in those level 1 trades because if you stack up that passive, you have so much innate attack speed, especially the lethal tempo. So goes super aggressive to look for that trade, and Viper and On back into an aggressive and positive position here in the 2v2. And they have to feel a little bit nicer with the fact that, well, I guess they don't know it, Quacks, but JJ is pathing away from this bottom lane. So no help is going to come over to Elk or Hong anytime soon.
We also saw Shun go for the classic Nefiri strategy of just straight up 3 camping into reset for the longsword item advantage. This will allow the extra power of the damage from Nefiri to come through if there is a crab fight. But looking at the waves right now, Slayer, I mean, I think it's very apparent that Zika's under his tower, Xiaohu's under his tower. JJ is more than likely going to be ending up on this bot side crab. So that help that you were mentioning that might be denied away from Elk and Hong, it might end up coming there after all.
We'll have to see because they're testing their tandem with the CSing under the turret currently to try and stay competitive with Viper in the CS department. Bin getting some positive trades with the level up here into Zika. And while, you know, I am a bit worried about the setup for a Nefiri in this game, the way the lanes are going, this is exactly what I'm sure you're very familiar with, Quacks. You want to be able to just power farm this champion and now look to fight over this first crab. JJ, there is no world where this Skarner can compete with the Nefiri at level 1, so he has to use that Ixtal impact to get away from the
What about Nessa, though?
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab, but now he just has to look on to Bin, who does have to respect it and flash away from JJ, who had the stone ready to throw. This does also get Shun off of that crab that he righteously won, so
yeah,
kind of a W at the end of the day there for JJ and the rest of Weibo.
You feel that Shun also has to stick around here, right? He's going to cancel the back from JJ, but Bim losing that flash, really wanting to push in this wave and get a reset means that the Nefiri is going to have to probably stick around a little bit longer than she really wants to. Oh boy.
JJ's going. Oh, maybe just trying to get away from Shun here. I think, you know what, the real win here is I'm pretty confident they denied Bin a cannon minion. So, Zika, you got to get yours. Nice. Okay, there's the real win.
Yep. So, Bin manages to crash the wave. Doesn't look like he wants to reset, though. Is going to push in that one, and then maybe Shun looks for a double crab because he also has his bot side now respawning because he was forced to stick around a little bit longer. The tempo is slightly offset, but JJ was also forced to stay on map just a bit longer than I think he would have liked as Viper Arcane shifting forward.
Oh, he's going to eat a bubble here, committing the cardinal sin of early game Ezreal, but still able to force Elk to Valkyrie back out of there. Maybe the fact that Shun was over here with the double crab to cover is allowing for Viper to play a bit more aggressive, but for the first time in this early game, both the junglers are hovering towards this bottom side, so JJ, if anyone overextends, can maybe have a bit of a look here. Nonetheless, BLG in classic fashion, Quacks have manifested. Oh, good call. Dash from Xiaohu.
Was close on there.
Yeah, won't get the tippers. But hey, this is classic BLG, right, Quacks? So there's no kills on the board, and they're cruising towards the 1,000 gold lead off lane pressure alone.
Yeah, and it just does feel like BLG have to be stomping their lane counterparts in the early game because we talked about the lack of, I feel, resources they're going to be having come late game, Bin is really going to be relied on to be not only frontline, but the guy who starts the fights.
Oh, you called it, Quacks. Annie and Mobile can get shuffled in, and Xiao Hu does just that, catches Knight lacking, and JJ's there to clean up first blood. Weibo on the board.
And right after he used the teleport as well, I mean, this is going to force Knight to likely lose this entire wave if Xiaohu can push it far enough in time. Still does hold on to that flash, but only because he probably didn't have enough time to react to the CC train of the mid-jungle duo for Weibo. So nice, clean pickup there for WBG on the first blood. Dragon now available. And Xiaohu's going to be able to go back, get some gold to match the items that this Annie has in the Lost Chapter. And I'm wondering if they're going to go for Drake. Shun, though.
JJ is in a brush, so Ben thinks this is a 2v1, but JJ's going to come out here. Neither junglers have ultimate. There's the equalizer down. Public execution trying to get away from the equalizer. Shun's going to jump on Zika. Flashes galore. Zika trying to get away from Shun. Another dash to try and find this kill. Ben's going to go after him instead. The scrap shield does not save Zika. Can JJ find the trade? Because Ben is just dashing away from this Skarner.
The bleed.
Needs to throw the boulder, but Shun blocks it.
Way.
Not going to pull Shun back towards the turret, but Ben is out. And now the Nefiri gets over to level 6, and Shun cashes in on 2.
That is a tilter. I have to feel like JJ assumed that the passive burn, or the passive poison, I guess, if we want to get more granular on the wording, from the Skarner was enough to secure the kill, but Bin manages to limp his way to safety, and Shun picks up not 1, but 2 kills. This is the early game that we wanted to see from BLG to make this composition work. Is we get another fight look here, and I really want to highlight Bin's resolve to hold ultimate until JJ shows up. He didn't burn it initially to look onto Zika. This gives him the ability to cross the distance in time to get back onto the Rumble, who's running away. And then I'm looking, 11 HP.
Oh, 14, 7.
7. I saw 7.
Oh,
7
man.
HP. Bin lives with single-digit health, and Shun manages to capitalize off that. Double kill for the Nefiri. Beautiful start for BLG, and now a bunch of items going to come through for the Daug in preparation for this dragon.
That is exact. I mean, there couldn't be a better target to snowball on, right, out of this early game in that jungle Nefiri. So Shun, he's got the Caulfield's Warhammer, he's got the Serrated Dirk, and the Longsword. Disgusting amount of early damage to come out of the pack here, wherever Shun decides to go. You called it out, though. We do have that dragon still chilling in the bot river, though Grubs as well spawning at the same time, and Shun is going to claim the top crab for now. Maybe look to try and play towards the pressure that Bin has garnered off of that top lane play as well. Is Shun going to make his way over towards these Grubs, but once again, JJ's in the area, and now he also has access to ultimate, so that Impale is in the cards here for any sort of scuffle. JJ going to ward over the wall and see exactly that Shun has gotten rid of one of the Grubs.
Yep.
And doesn't want to fight for any more.
Yeah. He doesn't have prio to do so. You can see that once again, BLG solo laners are just subjugating their counterparts under the tower, as now Viper is being forced under his tower.
Ooh, good bubble there from Hong. Forces Viper to flash. Both sums out. Stun comes across and onto the wall. True Shot Barrage coming through as well. Viper play on the edge of his range. Owen's going to drop him a heal. Put down a nice little cup of tea as well, or a little bit of a satiating beverage to try and get him topped off. So Viper actually comes away basically as healthy as Elkis.
I mean, on this skin, it looks like a... I mean,
it's like a coconut drink. It's like a pina colada, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Like so I go to this resort in Mexico every like summer/winter. You know, whenever we really feel like it. And there's this thing called a banana monkey, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's literally just like a banana like beverage with chocolate on it. It kind of resembles that. So that's kind of what I just picture every time I think about what On puts down for his W with this Bard skin.
I like it. Learning more about Quacks and how he relates to some of the intricacies of League of Legends. We did see on the story time, though, that Tien, you're getting me switched up. JJ with my veteran junglers. JJ picks up that first dragon, so the Grubs traded back for a dragon here. Nonetheless, Shun going to show back up to the party to see if he can find something in the bottom lane with the portal. They won't find much else, so... you know, I kind of want to relate to what you were talking about, Quacks, to further your tangent a little bit longer. I will never forget the one time I went to Hawaii. Everyone knows the pina colada, the nice, frozen beverage you can get. But out in, I believe it was Maui, they made a thing called the lava flow because it was a pina colada, but then they added grenadine and strawberries, so it turned red and it looked like lava. That was the tastiest thing one of the tastiest things I've ever had. I probably had 20 of them in one day.
Oh yeah, I mean the banana monkey that I mentioned, we were all inclusive at that resort. I had 30 of them over the course of like a week. So maybe I don't match you, but JJ is certainly being matched on this top side here.
Love it. On and Shun dueling up. JJ having to flash over one wall. Installs impact rush through another, but the tempered fate will snag him. Shun, does he have enough damage here to get through the protoplasm? The impale comes out, but Knight times the stun, so JJ can't drag them under turret, and Knight will score in the kill. Everybody coming up towards the top lane party. Xiaohu now going to be the next target. Good Emperor's Divide and dash away from Knight, who flashed for the stun, but now they can set their sights back onto Hong. Weibo getting split apart at the seams, but they'll only end up losing their jungler.
Yeah, they're not going to look for any further aggression on the top side when Bin is really the only guy that can get a fight started with that public execution, and they don't have ults available to dish out the damage that needs to be done against the Rumble, especially when he has Flash, and it will give him some more extra survivability. So, good pick there from BLG, just again, furthering the gold given over to this Nefiri. Even though Shun doesn't get the kill, he does get the assist, and he also gets the stacks on the Hubris. So this will allow him to be a lot stronger if duels in the next couple of minutes happen with him involved.
Elk going to get slowed up here. Knight can't get close enough to throw out a stun, so they won't be able to chase down any further there. BLG up to about 1,500 gold lead. So the fun thing we could do now, Quacks, is we start talking about what gold lead do you feel comfortable enough with BLG being able to bring home for a victory. At this point, I'd say, I'm starting to get comfortable with the idea of BLG being able to win early enough for this game state.
Yeah, I mean, it's really comforting to see that Shun is off to the races and having a really good early start on the Nefiri with stacks on the Hubris and, building into his second item already. But, I mean, again, I'll keep LARPing on it that Bin really just needs to be the guy that's ahead in this game. And even though he hasn't picked up a kill, those 2 assists and also having the Eclipse, just giving more survivability over to the Ambessa. Like, this is the guy that's going to be starting up a majority of your team fights when it comes time to actually 5v5.
Oh, there's the big anti-bomb. Oh, Anu flashing forward here. Temper Fate going to force Elk to follow the flash with his own. On will take that trade, and no key summoner off of Elk. And with Knight having access to that ultimate ability haste, Timber stuns are going to become a lot more frequent as this game goes on. But so are Shuriman shuffles on. Weird little bug there. He does end up getting shuffled back towards, but he uses the portal to get out. Shun hops on top of Xiaohu to take the portal himself. Really nice ingenuity for BLG to somehow survive. Another good look there from Xiaohu.
That was really trippy. So Shun ulted on and then ulted to a target and then immediately took the portal. So it looked seamless as well. That was crazy.
Oh, yeah,
okay, so clean. Yeah, so Shun manages to get away. No casualties in that fight, but I do want to kind of harken back to that earlier play that On made where he traded flashes with Elk. Dragging up in about 40 seconds here does mean Ezreal becomes a significantly easier target. We can already see that Bin is going for a reset. They've swapped Knight up to the top lane, so the Ambessa is going to be participating in this next Dragon fight. If he can land that ultimate onto a Corki, and especially with no Emperor's Divide being available for Xiaohu, that guy's just dead. Elk will go down, and that has to be priority target number 1 for BLG now that they have these engage tools with the Ambessa.
We'll have to look out for that. Maybe a dragon fight will be the place to see how the targeting comes across here for Weibo to make these fights work. We have Mountain Drake, the only one we'll get this game on the map in mere seconds. Both bottom lanes jockeying for that mid lane control, but you called it out really well in the first game. The vision dominated on this bot side here by BLG. His own does take quite a licking there from Elk.
He does indeed. As JJ gonna start up the Dragon, and yeah, BLG, even though they have the superior vision, they don't have the people here on the river. They're going to try and surround them. Bin is on a flank. Again, keep your eyes on Elk. No flash onto this Corki.
Oh, he steals it. Gets it over JJ. Zika TP's in with the Flame Spitter, but BLG can kite back as 4. Equalizer going to come down on Chunk pretty low. Shun about half HP. The Tippers, though, interrupts JJ. His Impale falls flat. Now they're trying to flash after them. The exhaust used. Xiaohu slams himself in for the Shurima and Shuffle of Dreams. Tags both Viper and Shun, and the Dragon Steel comes at a cost for BLG.
And I absolutely love how Weibo played that fight because they understood Bin getting on top of the backline was what they didn't want to happen. So they keep pushing the fight forward. They're pushing the rest of BLG back. Bin is trying to catch up with the rest of his team, but the rest of his team, they're running the complete opposite way. They're on the other side of the divider, Slayer, so they end up going down. Bin can't get involved. And like you said, it's a dragon for BLG, but nothing else comes of it.
Yeah, it was just all really banking on that steal, and BLG really gets some good interrupts here to maybe get out. This Tipper's usage is so perfect. They get rid of the Impale, but the chase down here. Xiaohu's been so on point with every one of these Emperor's divides.
Yeah. There really is nowhere for them to go. I mean, they have to run up there, so Bin isn't able to get involved in the fight. Herald was also claimed by Weibo, so I'm curious where they're going to put this, as no turret on the side of BLG is really immediately going to go down. I think mid might, as it only has
Mid
2 plays
potentially.
remaining. But it's hard to make a play on these side lanes without getting a kill and then transitioning that into getting the turret itself. So I feel like Weibo's really only play here is to be spawning this in mid, and maybe from there they can look for a play on sides.
I mean, Knight nearly one-shot Zika, so that will secure that first turret over to BLG regardless of when this Herald comes out. It's too little too late to secure that bonus. Still, like you talked about, breaking down mid-tier 1 is just innately valuable for how much you can really open up the map, especially those river quadrants around potential future big objectives like, you know, a Baron that is under 3 minutes away from hitting the Rift.
Or a Dragon that's under 3 minutes away from hitting the Rift as well. Only would be the second for the team that claims it, so not consequential yet, Bin.
Oh, Bin publicly executes onto Xiaohu to get away from Jeje. Already outplaying the 1v2 gank, and now he's looking to throw hands down a man. That's because he's covering for the flank. Shun coming over from one side. Knight has the stun prepared.
Flash ult.
Turret already pretty
Do it to
low.
him, Knight.
Tempered Fate is going to turn off the turret, so Shun can go after Xiaohu with the Nefiri ultimate. Got the pack on top of Xiaohu, and the first shutdown comes across. Stun layered onto Jeje as the turret comes back alive. Equalizer from Zika. Not going to get a lot of value here. They're going to try and turn onto Shun, but the burst is there to get through Jeje. Zika will find one trade back, but that's the only scrap BLG will give back over to Weibo, as it's a multi-kill for Knight once more.
It's traded back here for Weibo. You can see some gold is being injected into Elk, but look on the other side of the map. I mean, they've got the Mbessa still pushing because they don't have the resistance of someone like Viper to be able to start clearing out this wave. So Bin is going to get some plates for himself as well. Knight gets a lot of kills and a lot of gold in that exchange. Now the mid lane gold gap has now jumped out to about 1.1k here, Slayer. Knight continuing his dominance, and off the redeploy, BLG are going to start setting up for that dragon in about 90 seconds here. But let's get another look at this play. So Shun follows Xiaohu. JJ's completely split. And then, yeah, he's forced to use his W pretty early on. I think with Shun, or Nefiri rather, you really want to try and use that W for more of an escape rather than an engage or trying to look onto a kill, because that is your most reliable way of being able to avoid damage. Go figure, being untargetable. But they do manage to still get gold. They manage to get a turret as well as some plates on that inner. And now we can see Bin is potentially fishing for Zika once again. Yeah, he can be allowed to do this because there's a dragon in about 40 seconds, but both top laners crucially have TP, so the ability to join up there is available.
Like to see the itemization here from Bin. Want to shout that out real quick is, oh my god, the arc can shift forward into the exhaust onto Elk's head. Viper playing very aggressively, and, well, he wins. Hong forced to flash. They've got tempo onto this tier 1 turret as everyone starts to set up for this dragon. Quickly want to get that point out, Quacks. I love the Maw second rush here into a game like this for Mbessa.
I mean, I feel like it's needed, right? We talk about how Mbessa being the guy to start the fights. You need to be the guy surviving the fights as well. So anything that can allow you to live longer is inherently valuable for the Mbessa. But yeah, I agree. Bin with some really clever and smart build path here. Knight is disconnected from the rest of the team, but this Annie does damage. Anyone face checks this guy, not counting JJ, they probably get one shot or at least taken out of the fight because they're so low.
Bin, he
They
gets the
found
play
Elk!
execution with no setup needed because that's just what the best top laners do. Shun will claim the kill, and Elk dissipates from your screen in an instant. They also get the Zika TP on top of that. So BLG up a man with control of the dragon side of the pit. The only answer JJ can really find here is upping the pressure in mid lane. Maybe thinking about walking towards that dragon. No, he's going to say to sack it, or maybe he's going to try to use the Herald to get here in time, but he's too little too late. And now the Herald just crashes into the dragon pit. I don't know about that look from JJ.
Bin is teleporting. There's a flank coming out from the Ambessa. They're looking to keep fighting, Slayer.
Oh my god. All gas, no brakes for Bin. And he's found the
Xiaohu
Spring
has all-
Tiger that he's looking to declaw. Good dodge on the Shuriman shuffle. Bin's locked in, and BLG are looking to wrap up the fight. Impale comes across from JJ, but nobody can get close enough towards the turret. Bin's holding the aggro. Bin's holding all the cards close to his chest as BLG walk down another fight.
And they're healthy enough. They're going to claim the turret too.
Oh my
Bin's going
God,
forward.
Bin, absolutely disgusting. He fears no man on Summoner's Rift will finally drop to the turret, but the damage has already been done. And one more auto from Viper will lock it in for an ace at 21 minutes under the Billy Gaming name.
That was absolutely not needed. Viper did not need to flash there, but I feel like the ace and the ego dictated it. BLG get the full 5-man wipe onto Weibo off the back of Bin's boldness. The man just doesn't know when to quit. Flank teleport coming out here. And I gotta see this dodge again. This was insane. I thought for sure he was gonna get shuffled back. Oh my god!
That is a pixel perfect dodge.
Quite literally. And then we keep on the fight here. They managed to get the kill onto Zika. And then here you're probably thinking, okay, the fight's probably over, right? We've got some blinking health bars on the side of BLG. The turret's falling. Bin
Night bomb.
flashes forward.
Night
As
bomb
we
in the
go back to
picture.
live,
He deletes Hong. Sorry to cut you off there, Quacks, but now Elk is under potential threat here as well. Knight, though, gonna sidestep another Emperor's Divide. Knight wants into whatever Ben's eating down on because Xiaohu can't find any mark here. Impale gonna land and try and get some desperate play back. They do find the kill onto Viper, but Shun gonna get grabbed down in the middle of his dash there from JJ Zixtal's impact, but it just doesn't matter. Shun reloads on his cooldowns, and now he's looking to chop down onto all members of Weibo. Turrets be damned. BLG are pushing the tempo further and further forward as they find another 5 kills.
the train just keeps chugging along. Hong is there, but he's completely alone. BLG are going to look to break open the base and further this game in their control. And credit there as well to Shun looking aggressively, but also Knight might have just outdone his top laner as we were really
might have.
like, okay, so we have the dodge from the Ambessa mobility. That's amazing. That's cool. That's great. But then they get the burst kill on. I really want to see this proto belt. Okay, so Xiaohu just looks. Oh my god! Like,
that might be more nasty.
who did it better, chat? Who did it better? That really, whoever did it better gets the player of the game. That should be that should be the indicator.
I like that mark, but I don't know how I can bet against Bin for player of the game. That's a conversation for a later date.
Who made Xiaohu more depressed? Like,
That's a better question. Oh my god, Tibbers drop. Thank God for Mikhail's. That's what Zika's saying. Okay, we got JJ coming through as well. On's gonna get pitched, but soon on the back line. He's looking to feast down, feed the pack, and Zika is the meal. Soon gonna get it out of dodge, create some more space in between Weibo. Public execution again, blind and dry. Bin still finds the mark. Nice little Shuriman shuffle dash from Xiaohu to get out, but Shun used the untargetable at just the perfect time. And BLG might just look to end off this game and this series right here. Not right now. They're gonna look off the inhibitor and instead look to play for the Baron, but they just can't lose a fight right now.
yeah, BLG are just, holy moly, the last 5 minutes have been nothing but action. Slayer, and this is the element that BLG thrive in. Constant fighting, constant team play, constant looking for aggressive angles. Weibo just cannot compete. BLG are going to secure themselves the Baron, and they're not even going to reset. Shun's at least not going to reset. He's maybe looking for more. He wants to try and find Elk. He's got ult back up, but he's not going to be able to do it. There's Dragon up in 20, and this will be soul point for them. They're finally forced to break a little bit.
Oh. All right, recalling on a ward. Not going to get caught there. Yep, they're going to finally cash in a whole boatload of gold and look to start the assault onto these side lanes. Well, Quacks, you know, we were a bit worried about this draft, but what I said really resonating true before we got into that game. Most teams in the LPL, in a lot of other regions, you see this kind of draft, you are not on the blue side, but the blue side is Billy Gaming, and they are best at playing these sort of all-press attacks early and often, and it's exactly what they've done. 11K gold lead almost. They're on Hextech Soul Point, and they're about one fight away from another 2-0 in Split 2 of the LPL.
Yep. Really, they just need to tighten their hand around the necks of Weibo a little bit more, and they should be able to finish this one off. JJ looking for a Hail Mary play.
Oh, but the Impale finds no mark, and now he's up creek with no paddle. Needs the help of the rest of Weibo, but guess who they have to run away from? Juggernaut Bin looking to run down
Shun.
the rest of Weibo with his partner in crime, Shun. Dash after dash. There's nowhere for Weibo to go, but back to the Death Realm. Another multi-kill comes through for Bin on his Ebessa, and it's only a couple of Nexus turrets left for Weibo to cling to, desperately hoping for another shot, but that door has been slammed. It's BLG dominance as they may die in the fountain thanks to Sao Hu's shuffle, but the statement stays clear. Billy Gaming are still the best in the world, and they've got another sweep under their hands in the LPL.
It was the expected result, but dang, every time they do it, they have a little bit of style to add on to their already impressive play. The Proto Belt dodge, the Ambessa dodge, the Emperor's Divides just aren't landing. BLG, every time they get a win, they do it in style, Slayer, and it is entertaining every single win that they manage to get a notch with under their belt. And 2 more will be added, like you said. Weibo, unfortunately, falling down to the 0-3 bracket, but we'll have to see. I mean, we are still relatively early in the regular season, so we weren't worried about them at the start of Winter Split. Maybe we'll see a similar bounce back later down the line, but that bounce back has to start very, very soon because some people are starting to the people are starting to lose faith, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, our producer Icefire called it out. He's got our standings ready. Let's really further home that point you're talking about of where Weibo are looking at. It may be early, but yeesh. They are 0-3. I actually believe WE is technically 0-4, but the fact that they're down there with Team WE, first of all, can we just take in, I know it's early, these are some wonky Group Ascend standings compared to where we were in Split 1. What is JDG and AL doing down there? What's NIP doing up there, man?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, also, like, to see top esports, I think, this high up as well. Like, IG and top esports being high up is, I think, more surprising than JDG and AL being further down, because top obviously had a lot of roster changes between the Winter Split and now IG were in a similar boat. The fact that these roster constructions are just immediately having returns added to them is very rare to see. And frankly, it happening to both teams is very, very incredible.
Yeah, Quacks, I mean, IG and top esports, right? 10 players embody those two teams. 7 of the 10 players across those two squads were not playing for those respected organizations a month and a half ago. That is a great point to make, how nice of a start they've made. Nonetheless, it is still very early on, but for Weibo, we got to start finding wins here, right? And there are not going to be any easy opponents to do so in Group Ascend, so it's a long road up here for Weibo as we can get back to, you know, talking a bit more about this second game. We had some positive things to take away for Weibo in that game 1, but this kind of felt like the game we were expecting to see in this series, right? BLG in front, from virtually, like 8 minutes in, never looked back.
And honestly, like, it's funny too, because we were a lot more confident in BLG's ability to win the game with their draft in game number 1. And that was the game that they definitely struggled more in. Whereas we were criticizing heavily the draft in game 2. And that's the game where they absolutely stomped Weibo. So expect the unexpected for BLG, frankly. I mean, this team is still somewhat perplexing in how they operate, but yeah, for the side of Weibo, I mean, now is the time where you have to start looking to be, like, you don't have to start sweeping teams, but you at least have to look like you have some signs of life in you, and I just feel like, well, we did see signs of life specifically in game 1, really just the big devil on this team's shoulder is the fact that they really struggle at the team fights, and I feel like BLG, game 2, we didn't really even get to have team fights that were on even footing, but like game number 1, Weibo were in control for a little bit, and they dropped the ball off of some mistakes, and I just feel like if they can capture that essence that they had for like 5 to 7 minutes in game number 1, we can start to see a return to what Weibo were toward the latter half of Split 1 and playoffs in Split 1 as well. But I mean, their next match is against IG, who we were just complimenting. Like, this is a team who is
that's a fun one.
3-1 now, almost total roster rebuild. So it's going to be a tough opponent. And like you said, there are no easy opponents at this point in Group Ascend. So I feel like WBG, the onus has to be on them to improve and not necessarily relying on a team imploding midway through the split, because it doesn't seem like any team in the top 7 is really on track to do that.
No, it doesn't feel that way at all, Quacks. Go through the highlights, though. Gives us ample time because we won't get to do it thanks to the new LPL format. I'm glad they're getting their awesome interviews out after the series wins. But, Quacks, that means we won't get to see the player of the game here of our series. So I bestow that honor onto you, my friend. Who would you give player of the game in this one? Because you had a metric to judge it off of, actually, in fact, towards the end of this game.
That is true. Honestly, I really would like to give it over to Knight, not just because he had the sicker dodge with the proto belt. I'm sorry, Ben. Yours is pretty good. I give it like an A+, but like Knight was S tier. You know, not only that, but like, I mean, this is a player who has been dominating the LPL for so long, and people toward first stand were like, okay, BLG are winning, but I feel like Knight isn't the biggest contributor to those wins, and he has been the biggest contributor to a lot of the wins that we've seen from BLG recently. So to see him kind of, I think, take a back seat in favor of Shun and Bin really popping off, a lot of people were a bit skeptical on this guy's level and asking if, you know, this was maybe just like an off period for him. And I feel like this is a series that proved that, yes, that was a blip. That was an anomaly. I mean, this guy can still absolutely demolish you and dominate when the time calls for it. So it's cool to see a vintage Knight performance. We said we wanted to have it at the beginning of this series, and we sure as hell got it.
I like it. You know what, Quacks? I guess that answers the next question I would have had for you, because we had a Knight's player of the game in game 1. You want to give Knight player of the game in game 2. That means that there shouldn't be a debate about player of the series. You likely give that one over to the golden left hand as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm happy with the performance that we saw from him. A double-digit game worth of kills for the Mel in game number 1, and then just an Annie performance that, while not necessarily always flashy, no one was really able to get onto the backline, and he was one-shotting people and taking them out of the fights. So I feel like a lot of credit has to be levied toward him as well. And the proto belt dodge, you know, cherry on top.
Shout out the proto belt dodge. All right, well, there you go, folks. Quacks has given you your player of the game for game 2, player of the series for the whole series. I want to take a final moment as we wind down here to talk about our players of the stream that we need to shout out here, and that being our elite coffee supporters. So I want to say thank you very much to Aaron Soup and Among. Their pledge financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day that we can. I used to bank on the fact that, you know, Quacks, you could say every day, and we literally would be going every day, but we have actually gotten towards the end of our week here. So we are going to go on that little break, obviously, because there's no LPL going tomorrow and the next day, Quacks. So
One
As
international and we let it get to our heads.
One single international, we start taking off some days. That's a good shout, Quacks. But hey, I want to give you the floor here just as we start to wrap things up. Any general final takeaways you have for the LPL this early into Split 2? How you feeling about the LPL? Anything you got before we get on out of here?
BLG look like the best team in the world. Genji are choking. I'm just going to say it. I know I might upset some LCK fans out there, but...
No, they can cry. If they're tuning in here,
I just got to say it. Yep, that's all I got to say.
All right, I love it. BLG #1 in the world, #1 today in their series. Folks, we'll take a 2-day break. We will be back with Thunder Talk versus Ultra Prime, Group Nirvana into Group Ascent angle, and then you heard Quacks talking about the 3-0 Invictus Gaming versus the 0-3 Weibo Gaming. That will close out our stream, though. Shout out to our production that's been running all day, all night long here. Icefire behind the scenes. And our first casting pair, Rafa and K-Man. I've been Slayer. That's been Quacks. Good night and take care, everybody.